Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Waking up with Daniel and Kate in the morning.
Come by.
Hello, everybody, and welcome so much to.
Welcome so much.
Welcome all the things to Partnerpalooza. Here we are in Speer Studios, and I hope that you like the studio. I built it with my bare hands. Over the past month? Yeah, a lot of secretly just slaving away in an undisclosed location for hours on end, and just hard, grueling physical labor trying to put this studio together. And I really hope that you like it, because it's a labor of love.
I just noticed your shirt. Is that what you're wearing for Partnerpalooza?
This is one of many shirts, hopefully, that I will be wearing today. And I don't know. I mean, I'm going to change clothes, but it's going to be probably a lot out of necessity. And a lot of that will be explained later on in the thing that this is. So just expect lots of things. I know we've got a couple people watching. How does it sound? Does it sound good? How does the mic sound? Does the mic sound good? Can somebody give me some feedback? We've got a few people watching on the stream. I'm trying to keep up with the chat here, and hopefully this is a live chat that Facebook has. I'll show you the setup later. It's just kind of a lot to put together something like this. But anyway. So let me get my agenda for the day. Just a second. Actually, it's breaking the studio. Let me slide off this way. I'll be right back.
He's gonna do this all day. He's gonna say, "Be right back," and leave me alone in the studio.
In the cold, desolate studio where Kate resides. Okay, so I have the agenda here. I'm not going to leak it, so you're not going to get. Okay, sounds good. Sounds pretty solid. Yeah.
Great.
We did the best that we could with the sound for the first time setup of trying to do something like this, like a big production. It's about the best. It's about the best that we could pull off, realistically. So, the first thing we're going to do is explain what we're doing.
What is this?
Why are we doing this? Brett says hi, by the way.
Hi, Brett.
Yeah, and Doug said it sounds good. That's
Doug.
good. Yeah. Pay attention to the road. If you're on the road, pay attention. Because Doug said he was going to be driving today. Okay. So, what are we doing today? What are we doing? Can you explain to the folks out there, the few people who are watching?
We are, we have secretly always wanted to be YouTubers and live streamers. That's why. We are doing Partnerpalooza. We grew up in the 90s, and there were telethons. You remember those telethons?
I do.
Before the 90s also, but so we had this crazy idea. We want to hang out with people while we're here in the States. Obviously we can't hang out with everybody because of location and time and corona and germs and stuff. So we thought, what if we spent a Saturday hanging out with everybody? And not just hanging out, but what if we provided lots of useful content interspersed with
useless content,
ridiculous content?
Yes.
So I asked my sister, are you going to be watching the live stream? She said, yeah, but I just don't know if it's going to be something serious or something ridiculous when I sign in. And I said, exactly. So we want to give you lots of valuable information about Japan, about missions, about our family, Japanese culture, things like that. But also, if we talked for 8 hours about stuff like that, I mean, we might not make it.
No.
So, we're also going to be doing some silly things. Some of it has something to do with Japan. Like, we will be playing Dr. Mario later. Did I just give it away?
You just gave it away.
I'm sorry.
The whole stream's over. It's ruined.
I'm so sorry. All right, so we will be doing some Japanese-related things, but also some of it has nothing to do with Japan, and I don't quite know why, but that's okay.
Well, it's just to make it fun. I mean, you got to mix it up.
In the words of Brian Regan.
So Miss Nita.
I'm just trying to make it fun.
Miss Nita said hello. We got to say hi to Miss Nita. Miss Nita, we love you. We can't wait to come up there and see you in November.
Yes.
We're so excited about that. They're up in St. Joseph, Missouri. It's a haul from Nashville to get up there, but man, we love going up there.
Oh,
we love
yeah.
those. We love those people up there.
We have
those
another
are good people.
baby for you to love on, Miss Nita.
Yeah, and then Brett's son said hello as well.
Oh, hello, Brett's son. Which son?
Cade.
Cade. Hello,
Said hello.
Cade.
I hope I did say that right. I know it's Cade, right? It's Cade. It's not Sade.
How else would you pronounce that?
Sade, but it's Cade.
Okay.
With a hard k.
With the k.
Okay. So I think okay. So that's part of what we're doing today. Did you talk about the fundraising part?
I did not. You can. Oh wait, we're backwards. All right, you can talk about the QR code.
So yeah. So the first reason we wanted to do this is to hang out with you and spend some time with you in a difficult time.
Yes.
Because this is a hard time for some people to get out. It's a hard time for us to get out. Everything's all weird. Sometimes the drive-thrus don't have lettuce.
Or salad bowls.
Sometimes there's no salad.
I thought it was a lettuce shortage every time I try to get a salad. Apparently it's the packaging. The manufacturing plants for the salad plastic packaging. They're not making it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So can't I just hold my hands out and they give me salad?
Yeah. If you're frustrated by the lack of salad at drive-thru, put a 1 in the chat. Keaton said hi too.
Keaton.
So yeah. So anyway, we are doing this partially to hang out, and then partially because we want to get out. We want to go back to Japan, and we were just approved in July to go back to the mission field. This will be our 3rd time as a family being able to go back, and so we're doing this partially to raise funds for that will let us get back to Japan. And so we're going to have opportunities. We're going to be talking about this throughout the day, what we're going over to do, why we're going over to do it. Missions, we're going to talk about Jesus. We're going to talk about Japan. We're going to talk about missions. We're going to talk about the church plant that we're trying to go over and be a part of. But anytime throughout the day, if you want to give, then just, there's all the way over there, all the way over there on that side of the screen. Is a scan. It's a QR code, so you can take your phone out just with the photo app and just point it at the screen, and it will pop up right there on the page where you can give. And so we're asking people, if you want to set up and give monthly support, that helps us the most. That will help us get back to Japan really quickly. But if you want to give like a one-time gift, that's cool too. Just right over there. And so we're doing this partially as a fundraiser as well. So, and you know, we're gonna put the fun in the fundraiser.
Oh.
So anyway, on that note, we are going to start the day out with a little bit of exercise. So everybody at home, get up.
Wait. Before we get up, I have to tell you what this is.
You have to explain it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you not?
Well, let's just do it.
Okay, I'll explain it
Let's
later.
just do it. Okay, Brett put a 1 in the chat. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. We're gonna do this. Let's just do it.
All right, let's just do it.
It's go time.
No context.
Let's go.
I hope somebody logs in while we're in the middle of this. That'd
Yep.
be great.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. So, to be fair, we have to do everything backwards from what you're too tall. Dan.
Yeah, I know. Wait. Let's do this. There. Hang on, let me. My shirt keeps coming up.
Told you not to wear the bear shirt.
Everybody get up. I want you at your house doing this if you can. Don't hurt yourself though.
Yeah, Doug.
Only exercise. Doug, don't do this while you're on her. I can't do this.
You're terrible. Oh, we're gonna go the other way. Backwards.
Oh yeah, we gotta lean this way.
No.
Okay.
You had it right the
Yeah, I
first
had
time.
it right. Man, I'm terrible at this. We should have practiced.
I told you. Oh, this way.
Oh, I'm doing it right.
Yay.
This actually feels really good.
I think that's the point.
It feels good to start the day with some stretching, light stretching. Oh, this way.
Oh, this way.
Ooh.
I don't bend like that. Ow. Am I graceful? We should have done some Richard Simmons instead. This is
No.
ridiculous.
No, this is cultural. This is culture.
So is Richard. Maybe not Japan. That's my
I
favorite
can't do
part.
that.
Except I'm backwards.
Yeah, I'm doing it the right way. It's hard for me to. There's not a lot of room in the real Speer Studio to do this. Is anybody still watching? Everyone left a long time ago.
Maybe Kate and Keaton are dancing with us. That'd be cool. Shinkokyu. Take a deep breath. That's what they always say on the radio broadcast. Oshimai.
Oshimai.
Touch.
Thank you so much. Thank you for hopefully joining us in some light stretches to begin the day.
That was a little more than light stretching. That was dynamic stretching. Okay, so if you are wondering what on earth you just witnessed, or if you just signed in, what am I logging into? Let me tell you what we just did. It's called Radio Taiso, so radio exercise, radio calisthenics is how you would translate it. I'm just going to read off of good old Wikipedia.
Yes, tell us what Wikipedia says about Japanese culture.
Well, okay, I mean, this isn't something that we just learned about on Wikipedia. So this is a Japanese exercise thing that's been around almost 100 years, actually. And I have fond memories of doing this in the park early in the morning with, like, the whole community. Also at, like, Japanese summer camp, you'd wake up super early and do this. But let me just give you a little background because I didn't know some of this history as a child. So NHK is the big news broadcast in Japan, and Radio Taiso, so the radio exercises, were introduced in 1928. So almost 100 years. This was a commemoration of the coronation of Emperor Hirohito. So, you know, before World War II. These exercises were widely used to improve the health of Japanese soldiers, both at home and abroad during the 1930s and 1940s. And then after 1945, after they lost the war, they've been sort of, it was banned for a while and then criticized for being overly militaristic. Militaristic?
Right.
Did I say that right? And, and then it was reintroduced on NHK Radio in 1951 with the support of the Education Ministry, Health Ministry, the Japan Gymnastic Association, and the Japan Recreation Association. Still used at schools as a warm-up for PE classes during sports day activities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Audrey would have been doing those when she was at school, at Japanese school.
Yeah, like I said, it hasn't really fallen out of fashion. People are still doing it. I see elderly people do it in the park all the time, usually like first thing in the morning. So it's a way that we're going to do it again later, like during the afternoon sleepy hour.
We're going to be doing it multiple times during the day, so don't...
Hopefully we'll be better than the first attempt. But anyway, so people often still do this, and usually there's that classical music that you heard on the recording, and also there's a man's voice giving instructions. So that way, that's how they did it on the radio without YouTube and videos and stuff like that.
Yep.
And a lot of people have it memorized.
All right.
So you'll hear that later. Done.
Moving on. Radio Taiso 1, done for the day. Done. Mark it off, check it off the list.
You did it.
Next up, we are actually going to go, let's see. So we're going to go to the desk.
Hello.
And so here we are. Good morning, Randy. And it's good to see Muriel in the chat too.
Oh,
good to see both of you.
Muriel.
Muriel said that she used to do Radio Taiso every day with the TV.
No way.
When she was in Japan.
Oh,
so.
That is so cool. Does she have it memorized is the question.
Oh.
Because I sure do not.
That is the question. Yeah, that's a good question. So now we are going to check in. So you may be asking, like, how are you doing this? How are you doing this whole setup? You've got 3 kids. There's no way that it's that quiet in your house. And you would be right. Our kids are over at my mom and dad's house this morning. So what I wanted to do is give my mom a ring and just see how she's doing. So we're going to give her a little bit of a ring here. So hopefully she'll pick up. If she doesn't, we'll here we go. Is she gonna pick up? That's the question of the hour. Whoa.
Hello?
Did she pick up? She did! Hold on just a second. You there?
Oh, I hear children.
There she is!
Hello!
Hello! Hang on, let me...
Hi!
Hello!
Oh, we can't hear you too well yet.
Just
Look, there's Mommy and Daddy.
yeah, we can hear.
Hi, Audrey. This is our oldest daughter, Audrey.
Yeah, Audrey,
Do you want to say something to Internet Land?
you want to say something? Say hi.
Hi, everyone.
It's so exciting.
Smile when you say hi, everyone.
All right, so
Nothing's funny.
Nothing's funny.
We just love you.
We just thought you were
Just
cute.
bumped your leg on the chair.
Okay. So is Annalie there?
Don't laugh at me, Dad.
Oh, we're not laughing at you.
We're just happy to see you.
There's Annalie. She looks so happy.
They're both so happy this morning.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
All right. All right.
There's
Well.
Mom and Dad. She went to get in the chair. And
Hi.
She bumped her leg.
Oh, okay.
This is our second
So,
oldest
what,
daughter,
5
Annalie.
So there's Annalie
She's
at the house.
4.
Hi, Annalie. You want to wave?
Audrey's 8.
Hi.
Can you wave
Okay.
Daddy?
There.
Okay.
Can you
Yeah.
wave Daddy?
Hi.
Yeah.
There she goes. Hey, sweet girl.
So they're just
She's
about
fine.
45 minutes away at Grandma and Papa's house.
Yeah, we're gonna be checking in with them throughout the day just to see how things are going. Mom, everything going good over there?
Yeah.
That wasn't too convincing, but okay. And I'm assuming the chubby one is taking a nap, right?
Mr. Chubbs is taking a good nap.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Chubbs is taking a nap. Maybe we'll see him later.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? Huh?
Great.
There you go.
Ask Mommy and Daddy that they're a different neighborhood.
In a different
Yeah,
neighborhood?
Yeah, we're at our house.
To know?
Oh, she's confused because we're in the
Oh,
studio.
she thinks that we're
Yeah.
actually here.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it works.
Mommy,
Hi.
relax.
Where are we? We're in the studio.
Hi.
All right. Hey.
Are you at my house?
Yes.
Yes,
we're at
we
your
are.
house.
We're at your house. Yeah.
They just have a screen behind them.
A green screen.
A green screen.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna call you again a little bit later. Okay?
Really?
Yes, we are. You girls be sweet.
Bowling today.
You're gonna go bowling?
All right. That's so exciting.
Yay.
That is.
I make waffles with Papa to mix the batter up.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. That's very, very exciting.
All right. Can you tell everybody say matane?
Have fun, Mom.
Matane.
Bye bye.
Bye, my Joe. Bye.
All right, we'll catch up with you later, okay?
Have fun.
All right, thanks.
All right, so they're alive. They're doing okay.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well. I think that went about as well as it could have gone.
We made both girls cry in
Yeah.
about 30 seconds.
So that's probably about how it would be like here right now, without mom and dad's help. But they're doing a great job over there. So anyway, so we have a few things that we wanted to do during this first hour. And one of the first things that we wanted to do is take you on a little bit of a walking tour. There are some really cool things you can do now with streaming. We can tell you a lot about Japan, but why not just take you there? Why not just, let's just go. You know,
Come with me.
you can't
and
really,
we'll be
you can't really get on an
in the
airplane
world of pure imagination.
and get over there right now. But we can at least check it out on YouTube. So that's what we're going to do. So let me get this pulled up real quick. And
Have you told them why we're showing a walking tour of Sapporo?
why don't you tell them while I'm getting this ready?
Oh, okay. So, we have spent the last 2 terms in the Tokyo area, so about 4 years outside of Tokyo. So we could hop a train and be downtown, which was pretty cool. And we always thought that we were city people and we'd be there forever. And then God, in the last year, kind of got a hold of our hearts and has redirected us. So I don't have a map of Japan to show you right now, but we'll show you later. Hokkaido is the big island up north that looks like it has a little dolphin tail. That's actually where I spent most of my childhood, and we are going to be moving our family up there in the next year or so, Lord willing. And it's going to be a big change for us,
Yes.
especially Daniel.
Yes.
Because it snows about 6 months out of the year up in Hokkaido. I'm sure Aunt Muriel is She's nodding her head. She knows. So that's a big change for good old Tennessee boy over here.
Yes.
And Tokyo is a lot like Tennessee in that it's very, very humid in the summer and it hardly ever snows. And if it does flurry, it doesn't stick. So, yeah, I haven't been there. I haven't lived there since I was 12 years old. It's been a while. I won't tell you how many years that has been since I was 12. But, yeah. I remember the snow. It was stressful for me, but it's also really pretty. So we're going to take you on a tour of what Sapporo, that's the capital city of Hokkaido.
Yeah, Sapporo is the 5th largest city in Japan. And
I think it's about 2 million people, is that right?
It's the largest city in Hokkaido,
Yeah.
which is the northern island. So it's a big, pretty big city.
Yeah.
So let's just go. Let's take a look at what it looks like on the streets there. So let's get us out of the way a little bit. Here.
Oh, there's the map.
I am in Sapporo, Hokkaido now. Yesterday we walked into Japan's.
How is the sound from the video? Can somebody give me some feedback? Does the video loud enough?
Let's walk on the ground, see what else are here. Okay, let's go sightseeing.
All right. So this is downtown Sapporo, and we can pause the video like as this is going. And
Oh, this is so... Man, I used to go through this station every morning to get to school.
It's very
my
quiet. Okay.
Goodness.
For some reason, the video is very quiet. Let me see if there's anything that I can do to get the computer audio up.
So my family, we lived in the suburbs of Sapporo, and my brother and I, my younger brother, we went to school at Hokkaido International School. That was the closest school that did lessons in English. But it was about an hour away. So my dad would drive us to our train station. Then we'd take the train for about 20 minutes into this station right here. And then we would walk to the subway station and take the subway about another 20 minutes to the closest subway station to the school, and then walk about 10 or 15 minutes to school. At least that's how I remember it. Doug, you can correct me. He did it a lot more than I did, but I think it was about an hour in total. So an hour to get there, an hour home. Good
Okay.
times, good times.
I think the sound should be hearable now. Let me know if you still can't hear it, and I can do more troubleshooting. So you can see just different things right here. Over here is a karaoke place, and actually since Corona happened, it's a lot of those have disappeared or have gone out of business just because people aren't singing. In America, we call it karaoke, obviously, but karaoke, Japanese.
Yeah, and it works differently in the States. You rent out a room for an hour or a couple hours, and you can get like free refills on drinks, and you go with your buddies with the microphones, and you just sing your little heart out.
Yeah.
It's not a bar situation like it is here in America.
Still can't hear. Yeah, this is just ambient sound. There's not really any voiceover or anything for the video itself. It's pretty quiet.
Do you hear the little bird sounds from when you cross the street?
Yeah, so this is
they do
just,
that for the visually impaired, so that they can hear when it's time to cross the street.
So this is just a standard normal evening stroll, I guess you would say.
Yeah, I was talking about snow, but clearly this is the half of the year where it's not snowing. So, oops.
But that's fine.
It's
That's
cool.
fine. It's part of the culture. So.
Yeah, you just saw some teenagers in ties and school uniforms, so they're high school students. You can tell that this is a walking, biking culture. So there are cars, but in cities, it's harder to drive sometimes. Yeah, be careful.
That bike came right for me.
Be careful. Whew.
These people are just walking all over me.
If you want to help pay for Daniel's hospital bills, give to the this way. Scan that QR code.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, like I was saying, what was I saying? Oh, bicycles and walking. Yeah, so people drive, but it's harder to find places to park.
Uh-huh.
And parking spaces at your house are harder sometimes. That's, more Tokyo than up here in Hokkaido. But so yeah, people walk a lot. People ride bikes a lot. It's not uncommon to see a mom with like one baby in the front on her bicycle and another kid on the back on her bicycle. And yeah. So if you combine that with the Rajio Taiso that we did earlier, it's no wonder that Japanese people are so fit and live so long.
I'm trying to see what that is over on the left. I think it's just probably some kind of restaurant.
Is that the Akarenga place?
Maybe. Yeah, it looks like it is.
The red brick
Mhm.
building.
That is.
I used to pass that a lot.
Yeah, this is a famous touristy location. I think the places that he goes in this video are going to be some of those.
I used to pass this place to walk to my violin lessons every week.
Yeah.
When I was 10 or 11.
Good times, huh?
Good times.
Good times.
I had a Japanese violin teacher, and she was mean. Boy, was she
Bicycles.
mean.
You can see bicycles everywhere. And it's that's one of the things, like when I was in Japan and I was learning how to drive, it's just a different culture when you're driving. Well, first of all, like you drive on the left side of the road instead of the right, so that's a big change. But also, you have to like relearn. Okay, so this is the former Hokkaido government office, a tourist building, like a monumental building here. But anyway, one of the things that I had to learn how to do is just watch for. It's like you have a second lane of traffic that you have to watch out for, the bike lane. And because it's a biking culture, there's a lot more of a risk that you'll injure somebody.
Yeah, and the bikers are pretty fearless too. They'll just, jet out there in the middle of the road, and the idea is that they have the right of way. Mm-hmm. So you have to be really careful with the bikers.
Yeah. We don't have to watch all of this video because it's long. This is about a 30-minute video. We can come back to it if we just get really.
So pretty.
I mean, look at that. It's just.
I think Hokkaido is famous for their brick factories.
I didn't know that. If they are, that's really cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a really cool video. We may come back to it at the end, but there are some other videos that I want to get to, and we will be super pressed for time if we don't get to those videos. So.
I thought we had 8 hours.
Well, we do have 8 hours, but we also have like over 2 pages worth of content, and all kinds of stuff. Which it's always better to have like more stuff to talk about and do than not enough, because you don't want us just sitting here.
So do you think the guy filming this is walking around like
absolutely
holding a thing like this?
Absolutely, he's
looking
doing
ridiculous.
That. Yeah, he's doing it.
So have you noticed, like Daniel said, you drive on the left side of the road, but have you noticed that people tend to walk on the left side as well? I'm backwards on camera. Wait, is that right? I don't even know. Whatever. But yeah, so I have trouble with that when I'm here in the States. Even like if you're shopping at Walmart, and people tend to do their shopping carts on the right side also. So I'll be on the left and I'm going against the flow of traffic, and it's confusing, y'all.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the studio here. Oh, you just missed a bus going by, so that's interesting. So that, is basically just a little bit of an idea of what it's like to walk on a street in Sapporo. So in case
you were wondering.
In case you woke up this morning and you were like, man, you roll out of bed, your head pops off the pillow, and you're like, I wonder what it's like to walk down the streets of Sapporo. Well, now you know. And I'm glad you tuned in for that. So thank you so much for that. So we wanted to kind of get into some more interesting stuff about Japan in particular during the first hour. So one of the best things that you can probably do when you're thinking about this kind of stuff is just ask Japanese people what they think. And there's a guy on YouTube. His name is Yuta, and he goes around and he does that. He just asks Japanese people questions. And so there are some interesting. I don't think that there's. I can't remember if there's anything. I don't think there's anything like PG rated or anything in his videos. If there is something that comes up, we do apologize. I tried to screen everything and try to make it as absolutely as
now you got
family friendly.
everybody on the edge of their seats.
I know it's not like it's going to be like absolutely terrible, or anything like that. But I tried to screen these videos the best that I could. But the first video is what Japanese people think about religions, and this is like all kinds of religions.
This is super interesting. Yeah.
So this will be a really good video for you to check out. It's about 7 minutes long. We're not going to talk a lot. We're just going to be like hanging out in the bottom corner, watching the video with you. So let's.
Yeah, and feel free to shoot some questions
Yeah,
in the chat too. If you see something and you're like, that's really interesting, shoot us a question. We'll try to answer.
Yeah. So let's move back over to that screen and let's do that. So actually, I'm going to turn off the this QR code while we watch this video. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Let me know if the sound needs to be turned up.
Hey guys, it's Yuta. So many people ask me what religion
Okay, wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, the first thing is we need to turn off the Spanish.
Portuguese subtitles? Is that
Okay.
what that is?
Let's just keep going. Let's pretend like that didn't happen.
Cool.
So I asked the same question to Japanese people. Alright, check this
How's
out.
the sound, y'all?
仏教です。
Turn it up, he says. Or mom says. Hi, mom.
じゃあ仏教ってどんな宗教ですか？
南無阿弥陀仏。仏様。先祖。わかんない私も。何を信じてる？
じゃあキリスト教だったら普通に神を信じてるじゃないですか。仏じゃあ信じてますか？
信じてないです。
じゃあ仏教徒として自分は何をしてますか？具体的に。
何もしてないな。
The better?
それなのに仏教徒と思う理由は何でしょう？
仏壇があるから。無宗教です。なんか家自体は仏教、浄土真宗らしいんですけど、何も関係ない。姉妹なんで。
あんまりしてないですか？
お葬式とかはやっぱりそういう浄土真宗とか決まってるから行って唱えるのとかはなんとなくわかるんですけど、仏教としては全く何も興味ない。
宗教ないですないです。
ないです。
宗教自体についてよく分かってないからです。
なんかおばあちゃんとか自分の親とかってどうですか？
いや特に宗教には入ってないですね。仏壇はありますね。あります。
無宗教です。
ない何もないです。
ところは
盆があって正月
盆があって正月があってバレンタインも祝っちゃうし、
エイプリルフールもちゃんとやるしな。
ちゃんとやるし
あれは関係ないかな。ハロウィンもやっちゃうしな。
ハロウィンもやっちゃうし、
お寺とか神社に行くことってありますか？
なんか出雲大社とかそういう観光地とかやったら行くかもしれない。
そっか正月は行くね、地元の神社。
習慣的にないからなんでしょうね。もう考え方的にないみたいな。
お寺とか神社に行くことってありますか？
正月初詣の時にお寺行きます。
お寺に神社ですよね。
神社そうですね。神社ですね。間違えました。
お寺と神社の違いってちなみに分かりますか？
鳥居があるかないかとかわかんないです。神様は違う。神様は違うの？ちょっとすいません。
お寺が仏教で神社が神道なんですよ。
そうなんですか？初めて知りました。
で神道って現世なんですよ。
そうなんですか。
仏教は神羅となんですよ。だから葬式は仏教で神頼みとかするときは神
でも多分日本人ってアイデンティティがある時点で何年かはちっちゃい頃日本で過ごしてるから、その頃からもう仏像とかをちゃんとめでへんかっためでへんなし
仏像めでへんな。
多分仏教って結構そういうところに信仰心あげるんじゃないの？分からんけど。
人それぞれって感じ。
自分はどのくらい宗教的だと思いますか？
0%、50%ぐらい。
仏壇があるだけ。
何かそこに自分がすがれるっていうか、頼りに心が弱った時とかに頼れるものの存在があるのはいいなって思います。日本人ちょっと勝手だけど、テストとかの前とかに神様にお願いしたりとかそういうのはするけど、そこは神なんだみたいな。日本だったら仏教だから仏様じゃないのかなみたいなのは思ったことある。でもちょっと怖いイスラムとか
そういうところは怖いと思います。
なんかやっぱりそれに忠実になりすぎるのかわかんないですけど、それこそ人をちょっと殺めちゃったりとか、そういうのはちょっと違うなって思いますね。そんなことを神はしてほしくないと思う。
悪くなってしまうことばっかりがニュースに取り上げられてるから、ちょっと実際そのいいことっていうのは絶対ニュースに上がらないので、いい悪いがよくわかんないけど、その神様の存在は私もいると思うし、何かあった時にお願いしますってやっぱ祈っちゃうから、その存在はいていいものだと思うし、大切な存在だと思う。
ちなみに受験の時の神頼みって仏教じゃなくて神道ですよ。お寺じゃなくて神社に行きませんか？
あ、本当だ。確かに太宰府天満宮でした。福岡出身だから。なんで？全然わかんない。
いや、2つあるんですよ。神道と仏教があって、仏教ってインドから渡ってきたじゃないですか。でも神道は日本で昔からあるなんか自然を崇拝する場所。
日本のなんですか？
神道。
なんか朝鮮半島とかかと思ってた。
いやいや、天皇とかもだって一応神道。古事記とかわかりますか？
わかります。古事記。
でもなんかごっちゃにするのが日本人だから、結構そのごっちゃにするした時期とかもあるんですよ。
ああ、歴史的に。
そう、歴史的に分かるんだなっていうのは。
皆さんそれぞれの、自由だと思うんですけど、その宗教によってなんか戦争とか対立が起きてしまうことに対してはあまり良くないなって思います。
牛肉が食べれなかったりするのとかは日本人からしたら馴染みがないので。
牛肉を食べない宗教は何教か覚えてますか？
イスラム。
イスラム？
違う。ハラール。
イスラムじゃない？イスラム豚じゃなかった？あれ？
ヒはなんだっけ？
何や？
ヒンドゥー教？
正解です。
食べ物は自由に食べたいし、恋愛も自由にしたいし、信仰してる人はいいと思いますが、興味はないというかかっこいいなと思うんですよ、教会行ってゴスペルがなんやどうとか人ごと自分とは関係ないところにある感じです。
教会かっこいいですか？
教会かっこいい。
教会かっこいいよね。
どういうところ？青っぽいけどね、外国っぽい感じがなんかもうかっこいい。
いや、確かに私も食べるものは好きに食べたいなって思うけど、キリストとかユダヤとかの聖書みたいな物語考えた人すごいなっていうね。なんかあれ考えたって言われたらすごいってなるし、ほんまにあったことやねんって言われてもなんか信じ込めるぐらいの作り込み感がある。
読んだことはないけど。
So, as you can see, most Japanese people don't even think about religion at all, and going to a shrine or a temple is more like a tradition rather than something religious.
Yeah. So,
part of that is really funny to me, and part of it makes me really sad.
yeah. I mean, I think that video is a very accurate depiction of like a lot of people that we've talked to in Japan. Make sure that the mic is all the way up there. Of a lot of people that we've talked to, it just seems pretty indicative.
Well, you notice that they were interviewing younger people, so you'd get a little bit different answers if it were middle-aged people, elderly people. You'd get some different answers, but people our age and younger, I mean, that's typically what you hear is, yeah, I think religion is fine. It's cool if you want to do it. In Japan, there's no legislation really against certain types of religion, but it's like you heard a couple of the guys say, it has nothing to do with me. And the interesting part is when it does have something to do with them, it's when they're in a bind. And that's actually not that foreign to us here in the States either. So a lot of people practice Christianity.
If I ask some,
You know, the way that, or like, I don't know, in movies and things like that, there will be no religion whatsoever, and then all of a sudden there's a life and death situation, and they're reaching out to God, whoever they think God is. Yeah, so that's the way things are. I thought it was interesting that he said the church seems cool. And so the church, the Christian church, what he's referring to, is viewed as a very exotic foreign thing. So a lot of people, the guy in the video, the main host dude, was talking about how you do celebrations during life in the Shinto shrine, the Shinto religion. And then for after death, things like that, you turn to Buddhism because of the ancestors and things like that. But a lot of people will do marriages, will do weddings in a Christian church. And not because of any of the doctrine or anything. It's because they've seen it in movies. It's pretty. They like the chapel. They like the cross. They like the Western white wedding dress, things like that. So people are really just picking and choosing. And a lot of people, yeah. Did you hear the mixed messages where it's like, I'm not religious at all, but I'm Buddhist. Why are you Buddhist? Because I have an altar in a prayer Butsudan in my house. Or my mom was Buddhist, or my grandma's Buddhist. So it's more of a cultural tradition than anything else.
For some people.
Yeah,
some people take it very seriously.
Some people do.
You know,
I don't know that a lot of people our age really do.
I mean, I studied some Buddhism through a free class that you could enroll in through Harvard, and so there were some really good professors there who were teaching it. And I was trying to, understand, what they were teaching, so that I could be able to dialogue and talk to people in Japan about Buddhism and things like that, and why we follow Christ and why we're Christians. And of course, I'm not looking for answers in Buddhism, but it does help to know where people that you're trying to share Christ with are coming from.
Yeah.
And so, but the reality is that a lot of times you don't really have those conversations, because I don't think, unless you go to the temple, or, I mean, there are times when you may live next to, very serious worshiper of studier of Buddhism. So you just never know. But I think overwhelmingly, especially like in more urban places, you're going to get a lot more agnosticism, a lot more just kind of, whatever, religion doesn't really have a place in my life kind of attitude.
Yeah.
So.
I thought it was interesting that one girl said, I do believe that I do believe in the existence of a God. And then her friend or sister or whoever said, it's nice to have something to rely on during tough times. So they said they will pray to some kind of God for tests and hard things in their life. But if you heard, it's like, I don't really want it to affect the way that I live my life. I want to eat what I want. I want to date who I want. I want to enjoy myself the way that I want. So, I mean, that's a pretty common human reaction. I don't think that's only Japan. I think we do that here in the States too. I think there are a lot of nominal Christians who say, sure, I believe in the existence of a God, and I'll go to church on Easter and Christmas. That's not so different than going to the shrine on New Year's. But they don't really want anything about their day-to-day life to be any different. So I think we can all understand where people are coming from on that one.
Yeah, so we are going to switch. I mean, we're going to watch another video of Utah's right now, because I was going to show another video about Japanese religions, and we can talk more about that later, but I feel like we've kind of already been there for a little while. So we're just going to kind of shift gears a little bit, watch another one of his videos, and this is about bad manners. Now, manners are like, when you're in Japan...
I mean, you could even say manners are the national religion.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could say that. But
it's important.
Manners are important, and trying to do things like the right way. That's kind of an important thing, and you want to be seen as like an honorable person. So what we're going to do is show this video now about he's going on the street and asking people like what kind of people have bad manners. So
I'm kind of afraid of these. I haven't watched this video. Have you watched it?
I watched most of this video, and I hope that there's not some kind of shock like bad word or something at the end. But you know, it's live internet, so we're gonna try and do the best that we can with that. So let's go.
横柄な態度どうするのかとかね、店員に文句つけるとか。
なんか自分中心な人、電車で優先席とかに座っちゃう若い人とか、
ポイ捨てをする交通違反をするとか、赤信号を渡っちゃうとか、こっち方向に走るところ歩いてるのになんか逆走してくるとかはちょっとえってなる。
すごいわかる。
電車出るときに一回出ないでずっと扉の前で立ってる人。
電車つながりだとやっぱり電車で電話してる人、あれはダメだと思う。
列に並ばない人、
大きな声で喋る人、例えばレストランとかカフェとか電車の中たくさん残す人とか。
そうですね。
大声で叫ぶような人、
So loud.
ドアをきつく閉める。
That'll wake you up. If you're not awake, you're
電
awake.
車乗った時にお年寄りであったり妊婦さんに席譲んない。タバコをすぐ吸う人、喫煙ルームとかじゃなくてちょっと外出たらもうほんとすぐタバコ吸う人。
TPO に合わせて身だしなみとかあと行動ができる人だと思いますちゃんとしたお店なのにすごいラフな格好できちゃうとか、仕事でもちゃんとしたスーツを着てるかどうかとか、そういう自分基準じゃなくて相手基準で選べる人かなと思います、
道を譲るなんか普通に歩いててでこう前からこう来るじゃないですか。でなんか自然にこう道を譲り合う、たまに、ぶつかってくる人もいるからそういうので痛いですよね、肩とか、
よそ見してる。
よそ見してる。でもまっすぐ前を見据えながらぶつかってくる人もいるからね、なんか避けようと思ってもなんかさらにこっちがぶつかっちゃった優先席でお年寄りとか妊娠されてる方に譲るとか。エレベーターから降りるときに閉じるボタンを瞬時に押して出てく人はかっこいいと思う。
すごいかっこいいね。
あと回聞いてくる人とか。
そうだね。なんかちっちゃい気遣いができる人。
周りを常に見てるし気にしてる人、
譲り合える人と、あと何かあった時にちゃんと会釈をしてくれる人。
そうですね。子供とかおじいちゃんおばあちゃんがいるのに自分が入りたいから無視してどんどん入っちゃう人はやっぱマナー悪い
から。こう女の子に対してこう例えば車からじゃない方に立たせるっていうか歩かせる人とか、普通に肘つかない人とか、ご飯食べてる時に挨拶をちゃんとする人。
しっかりした敬語を使うとか、その上司に対してちゃんと敬意を払って行動するとか。
特に仕事の場面だと思うんですけど、相手に不快感を与えないようにとか、お客さん目線で言葉遣いとか行動とか服装とかそういったのを全て気を使うようにしてます。
話すときは人の目を見るとかですか？
ご飯を食べてるときになんかちゃんとマナー意識してフォークナイフ使おうとか。
そうだな、字書く時とかもなるべく丁寧に。
次の人になんか引き継ぐものとかは分かりやすくしとこうっていう意識を持つみたいな、
とにかく人に迷惑をかけない、嫌な思いをさせない、相手が気持ちよくなれる、お互い気持ちよくなれたらいいなと。
人に迷惑をかけない程度で席を譲ったり、なんか混んでる時に前をなんですかね、
並んでる時に譲ったりとかっていう、まあみんながこう心よく過ごせるよう、心地よく過ごせるように考えたりとかして、まあ行動はしてます。
なんか質問された時にちゃんとこう答える。
割と日本人って規律を大事にすると思うんですよ。割り込みしないとか列近並ぶとかで、外国人そういうところ多分ルーズなところがあるのかなと海外にと思ったので、そこは気をつけた方がいいのかなとは思っています。
偏見もあるかもしれないんですけど、割と電車とかですごい喋って騒いだりとかしてるのを特に都内だとよく見るので、やっぱり周りの状況とかに合わせてそういうところは行動できるといいのかなと思います。
電車の中になんか匂いのあるものを持ち込んでほしくないです。なんかマックとか日本人の人もやるけどね、そう食べ物の匂いとか結構するじゃないですか。
なんか外国人の人も結構マナーいいよね最近。
案外日本人よりいい人というか勉強してきてくれる人がかなり多くて、
なんか結構マナーいい人多い気がするね、逆に。
悪い人ってあんまりいない。私は見たことないな。
そう、あれ日本はやっぱ道が狭いんで、やっぱり改札出たところとか、街、横断歩道とか、やっぱり自分旅行者だけでガッと8人ぐらいで固まってると、どうしても自転車もそうだし車とか歩行者もそうだけど、やっぱり迷惑かかっちゃうんで、できればこう道路の端っこに寄ったりっていうことをしてもらったら、もっとこういう人たちに日本に来てほしいなって思うかもしれないですね。
花見の時期にそれは欧米の方だったんですけど、桜の枝を折ってたんですよ。そういうのもこの日本でちょっとダメよってされていることもちろん知らないんだと思うんですけど、そういうのだったり、あとゴミとか。
Not a good look. Not a good look.
そういうのも日本人、一般的な日本人を見てれば、多分世界的にもマナーがいい人種とされているので、そういう文化もぜひ見聞きしたり学んだりしながら、また自分の国に帰ってもらえたら嬉しいなとは思います。
スーパーとかで会計してから食べる。
でも割となんか挨拶外人とかしてくれたりするので、そこは
All right, let's pause that because I want to talk about that. No, like seriously, like who here hasn't? Who hasn't gone to the market? I know I've done this. Like, I don't know if it's acceptable to do this before, but like at Walmart or something like that, if my kid, if
I've only ever done it with kids.
Yeah.
And I feel like in the States, if you're like, hey, my 2-year-old was screaming, I opened a pack of goldfish. Yeah. I feel like they get it, and they're like, sure, eat the goldfish. I'd rather that than your child screaming. But I would never do that in Japan.
No, I wouldn't do that in Japan. And there have been times where like I would get food, that's like fresh, like ready to eat kind of food, like from the deli area, and it's like bite-sized chicken stuff, and I eat the chicken before I pay for it, but I know I'm going to pay for it, and the cashier is like, oh yeah, just give me that trash, I'll scan it and throw it away for you. Like it's just like it wasn't a big deal. It's almost like expected. So many people do that, but then like you get to Japan and it's like if people caught you doing that, it would just be. Oh man, it would just be so awful. So, I would die if people if that were the case. So anyway, video's almost over. Let's finish.
黙って入ってみたいなとは違って、マナーはいいと思うんですけどね。
見こうってしてくれるよ。
そう
見こうってすれ違うと。
Oh, that was it?
Yeah, that was it.
You paused it like 2 seconds before. Alright, so man, I could talk about that video for like an hour.
Well, we don't have.
No, I know. But okay, one of the phrases that is important though, I don't know if you were listening to what they were saying or not. It doesn't translate great, but the word meiwaku kakeru, that's like inconveniencing somebody or causing, it's more than inconvenience though, it's more like causing trouble or distress to somebody. And so the more middle-aged couple, they said that a few times, the younger dude said that a few times. So I don't want to cause anybody any distress. So I mean, you'll notice the more collectivistic society, the big thing is I don't want anybody else, I want to live at peace with everybody. So at work, I want to make sure I'm making this convenient for somebody else who's going to take the shift after me. When I'm out in public, I want to make sure that I'm allowing the elderly room to come in and out. I want to make sure I'm not blocking anything. I want to make sure I'm respecting the rules of who was in line first and elevator rules. That's a big thing, and that's just ingrained in Japanese society because it is a communal society. It is a traditional society like that, but also especially in Tokyo. So this interview was in Tokyo, and that's where we spent a lot of our time. That's just kind of how things have to work in order for the city to function, because it's like 38 million people. It's hard to get a good estimate on how many people live in the Tokyo area, but in order for that many people to be in a concentrated area and for society to function, you have to have these rules in place.
Mm-hmm.
And people know that. I mean, I think people would do those rules anyway, honestly, but it really is helpful for the lifestyle over there.
Yes. Whew.
You can't be tired yet.
No, I'm not tired. Look, we're at an hour in. We've already been here an hour. So, I mean, that hour actually flew by for us anyway. I don't know about how it was for you guys. How are y'all doing? How's everybody out there? Drop something in the chat. I want to see how you guys are doing. And anytime, we're going to have a set time here in just a few minutes for question and answer. Just if anybody has any kind of question about just about anything, feel free to ask it, and we will be glad to try to answer your questions. So so if you want to talk to us, we're here. I've got the chat like right here on a laptop, and be glad to hear from y'all throughout the day. So let's go. All right, it's the top of the hour. At the top of the hour, we're going to try to explain what we're doing. So we set up a giant green screen. We set up, I spent about a month trying to get all this stuff ready, all of the details ironed out, guests lined up, things to do, content, all kinds of crazy stuff for today. But today is not just about us. We want to spend time with you. And we just want to hang out, and hopefully it'll just be a fun day for everybody. And I know, we don't expect everyone to, hang out the whole day.
I do.
Kate expects you the whole day. So, thanks, Virginia. Yeah, she said, I'm enjoying learning more about the culture. Yeah, well, thanks. That's encouraging. So, yeah, these are really cool videos. We tried to find some fun stuff, and
yeah, we'll be doing lots more different little informational things about Japan during the day.
Yeah.
So hopefully some of this is educational and valuable to you, or at least interesting.
Yeah. So let's see. So Doug said, Kate just appeared from nowhere. Yeah. Well, actually, hang on just a second. Let me take a look at this here. We can actually just ghost you if we want.
What? You can't ghost just me.
Just pop back in.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, that's crazy. It's just too crazy. Technology these days, I mean, it's just magic. So, but yeah, okay, Doug wants to know, how do you partner with us if you're using a phone to watch? That is a great question. So what I'm going to do is drop a link here in the chat. Right here. So if you want to partner with us, there's the link right there. And hopefully there it is. It's live. So hopefully that will work.
There's the QR code on your screen. If you'd rather just click the link in the chat, you can do that.
Yeah.
Also.
So that question that Doug asked goes into the other part of why we're doing this. So we're hanging out, we're having fun, we're spending time with you.
We're sharing information about Japan. Hopefully, teaching you something that you didn't know about Japan.
Yeah, and we are trying to raise the sum of the money that we will need to be able to go back to Japan to do career missionary work, and in particular being a part of a church plant with Doug and Marion Bishop. and actually recorded an interview with Doug last night, and I'm going to share that a little bit later on in the stream. So hang out a little bit later. I think that's going to come up probably in the 1 o'clock hour, maybe closer to 2 o'clock. So that's about when that's going to happen. Anyway, so yeah, we're doing this. If you want to join in, if you want to give to help us get back to Japan, you can scan the QR code. You can click the link that's in the chat there, and then you can. It'll take you right to the page where you can give. You can give monthly, or you can give a one-time gift. That's between you and the Lord, you know. And really, like when you're giving and you're supporting missions, it really is between you and the Lord. Like it's not on us to like try to compel you or put you in a situation where you feel like, oh well, I have to give. Like no, I mean the Bible says that people who give should give cheerfully, with a heart for wanting to give. And so, you know, that's all we can ask people to do. And so anyway. Yeah, so that's kind of what we're doing today in a nutshell. It's going to be fun, I think, the rest of the day. Probably more fun for Kate because there's some stuff probably in my near future that's...
Daniel's got some trials ahead of him.
Well, we'll see.
I don't want to give it away, right?
We'll see. So, all right. All right, so moving on, what we're going to do now is play a few songs for you, and I hope that this goes pretty well.
My mom taught me this very important Southern cultural phrase. She said, y'all pray for us, we ain't practiced much. So, that is true.
Yeah, well, we... a lot of last night was spent... Here I go. Popping down out of nowhere. Wow, that was loud.
Wow.
So a lot of last night and like leading up to today was spent, you know, just getting the like technical side of things working. And so I spent so much time doing that, we didn't have as much time to practice actual music. But what we're going to do now is...
We thought, you know, you've heard some Japanese spoken already today, but the big thing that we're going over to do in Japan is to help with music. So just before we sing, I have to share a funny story. So when I was involved with gospel choir stuff, the guy who's in charge of that, the guy who is heading that up in Japan, is a lovely Christian Filipino man. He says that he's a musicianary. And I was like, that is a great word. So we kind of borrowed that from him, and we call ourselves musicianaries. Because that's primarily what we have been doing and what we're going to be doing up north in Hokkaido. So we were at a kids service 2 weeks ago in East Tennessee, is that right? We led a kids Sunday school, and we were talking about what we do in Japan and trying to make them help them understand what missionaries do. And I told them our particular job is doing music. And I said, it's kind of a funny word. We're musicianaries. And this kid was, I don't know, he just turned 5. Wasn't it his 5th birthday? Is that right?
I think so.
And he said, that's not really that funny.
He was like, that's not that funny.
I was so deadpan. And
like,
I was like,
he was like serious.
Yeah.
And like the adults in the back were just kind of snickering because it's like a cheesy pun, you know.
Yeah.
But this kid was just like dead on, like.
I meant funny, like
haha,
not
funny.
like rolling on the floor laughing, you know.
Oh, that was hilarious.
But I wanted to roll
so
on the
good.
floor laughing.
It was so
now
funny.
every time I think of the word musician,
Yeah.
I think not funny at all. Anyway,
All right.
so what we want to do is sing a couple songs that we have sung in church in Japan. Typically we've sung them all in Japanese. We're going to do one in both English and Japanese because the words are great. And yeah, this is all live, so if we mess up, we mess up. That's how
If
it
we
goes.
mess up, that's just the nature of the beast.
We should have recorded it last night.
Nah, we'll do it live.
Ganbarimasu.
All right.
Right.
主の深い あなただけが救いの主、あなただけが希望、死を超え命与える、あなただけをたたえる。
主の十字架が道を開き、背いた心に愛が主の愛が今もあなただけが救いの主、あなただけが希望、死を超え命与える、あなただけをたたえる、あなただけが救いの主、あなただけが希望、死を超え命与える、あなただけをたたえる。宮城を天の御祭の地の主を、宮城を天の御祭の地の主を、宮城を天の御祭の地の主を、宮城を天の御祭の地の主を、あなただけが救いの主、あなただけが希望、死を超え命与える、あなただけをたたえる、あなただけが救いの主、あなただけが希望、死を超え命与える、あなただけをたたえる、あなただけをたたえる。
That was the song You Alone Can Rescue. And I haven't sung it in English very much, so I'm not sure what the English lyrics say, but the lyrics in Japanese are beautiful. The chorus says, "You are the only hope, and you are the only one that I will worship." And there's a part in the chorus that says, you conquer death, or you overcome death, and you give life. And it's great. And yeah, there have been many times in my life where there's nothing to hope in other than Jesus, you know? Everything else is it's messed up, it's broken. If not for Jesus, there is no hope. And I feel that, man. Boy, do I feel that.
Yeah. Like the old hymn says, all other ground is sinking sand.
Yeah.
And, you feel like just being out in the world, it's broken. I've felt that, at different times in my life. It's just, it can't sustain. It just can't. It doesn't provide the depth that you need to be able to endure the suffering of life and the things that are gonna come your way. But Jesus is not only more than enough. He's an eternal hope, and there's just such a difference there. The world just can't offer anything like that, and I'm not ashamed of that. I'm not ashamed of that. So we're going to try this other song. And how does this? Does it sound okay? Does the guitar, everything sound okay? If it does, can somebody write something in the chat? Say, hey, it sounds good, or hey, no, it sounds.
Hey, it sounds potato.
Scuffed.
Tell us.
Yeah. I'll wait for a few seconds and just see.
So, this next song, while we're waiting.
Sounds good. Okay, Christy said it sounds good.
Good.
I will trust you, Christy.
Yay!
I don't need anybody else to tell me.
Hey, Christy.
Christy said it. Hey,
Woo-hoo.
we're good.
All right. So this next song is "Yet Not I, But Through Christ in Me." Who's the guy who wrote this song?
I don't know. I think it's City of Light.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Great words. We're gonna sing a couple of the verses in English. Typically in Japan, we do everything in Japanese, but for your benefit today, I think it's cool to hear some stuff in Japanese, but also it's nice to know what we're singing about. So, yes, these words are great. Some of these lyrics have really sustained me through some times of depression. This song has also, God has used this song to speak to women at my parents' church at Good News Chapel and really stir their hearts. And yeah, it's beautiful. We like it.
The Savior, He will stay. I labor on in weakness and rejoice, for in my need His power is displayed. To this I hold, my shepherd will defend me. Through the deepest valley He will lead. The night has been won, and I shall overcome. Yet not I, but through Christ in me.
Read that last verse in English because it's great. To this I hold, my hope is only Jesus, all the glory evermore to Him. When the race is complete, still my lips shall repeat, yet not I, but through Christ in me. My favorite part in Japanese, it says, Kanashimi koe yoake wa kuru. And it says, so overcoming sadness, the break of dawn surely will come.
I believe it. I believe it. If you believe it, drop it in the chat because hey, it's worth talking about. It's worth telling about. That, you know, my hope. That's our hope in life.
My hope is only Jesus, is what the song says.
Yeah, it's our hope in life. He's our hope in death. He's our hope in eternal life, and in the life to come, in the kingdom to come that He's going to bring. So
He's the only hope for these people in Japan that we love.
we do. We love the people there, and you know we want to give our lives so that they can hear about the gospel. And so we're going to be talking some more about specifically, you know, why Japan, why we're going to Japan a little bit later in the day. I think after around 1 o'clock, we're going to be spending some time talking about that. So stick around for that if you want to. And but for now, we're going to go back to the main cam. Here we go. Back to the studio.
Hello.
All right. So now we're going to do question and answer time. So let me turn on some nice.
We didn't get a ton of questions on Facebook in the last week. We have them over here, but if you have questions right now, go ahead. We're watching the chat on Facebook, so go ahead and ask a question. I would say there's no such thing as a stupid question, but I haven't seen the questions yet. So.
All right. Do you hear the? Does everybody hear the nice royalty-free coffee jazz playing in the background?
Very nice.
Oh, thanks. Shane said he likes the studio. Yes, I built this by myself with my own blood, sweat, and tears over the past month. You know, I had to travel out every day in the early morning hours to an undisclosed location and labored.
All right. We get it.
Building this studio.
We get it.
Okay. So let's see.
Question.
Here's the first question. This was submitted by, I believe, Derry Goodfellow submitted this question. So thank you, Derry, in the past for submitting this question. Past Derry. And I hope that present Derry is watching the stream. If not, that's okay. Do you hear the jazz? Does everybody hear the jazz? All right. My shirt's amazing. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. This is like what I think this is what every man dreams of right here.
Hey, you know there are bears in Hokkaido, right?
And this is what's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, that does kind of look like you with a beard.
Yeah. This is an old shirt. Like, this is one of the first shirts I think that I ever ordered off the internet.
Wow.
That's a little bit of trivia for you.
Wow.
Just hold on to that, stick it in your back pocket.
That one was free. You didn't have to pay for that.
Yeah, that's good. Do you hear the jazz? Nobody's talking. Nobody's asking, or nobody's talking about this. If you hear jazz, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you hear jazz.
Just answered the question.
Okay. What the question submitted by past Dear Goodfellow is, what kinds of activities / innovative ideas do you have for making contacts with the community? And I think it's a great question. Do you want to start?
Go ahead. What kind of crazy ideas do you have?
This is a crazy idea.
Yeah, Daniel actually last night was talking about wanting to do more live streams from Japan too. So, if so far this is interesting for you.
Well, no, I mean, like, I'm just saying live streaming is still in its infancy, I think, as a medium. Because we live now in a time where anybody, as long as you have a good internet connection and a decent computer, you can order a few extra things and you're good to go. And I mean, it's really, the software and the capability to do this is there. I just think a lot of people haven't realized it yet. And we are sort of at the precipice, I think, of a lot of like really good and interesting and fun, crazy live streaming content that you can do, and also use that as a bridge to connect to your community.
Well, I mean, Corona has shown everybody that, you know, all these churches that have never done anything online before, everybody's got something online now.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's-
Everybody.
It's what he's saying is it's an not untapped, but it's becoming a more viable way to reach people.
It is. I think it's becoming a way, and especially in a world that is as stilted as ours is right now, where you
What do
can't.
mean stilted?
I don't know what that means. Maybe I used that word incorrectly, but in a world that's as convoluted and difficult as it is right now, like you can't just do things the way that you used to anymore. You have to be a little bit more creative, and I'm just tired of sitting around. I'm just like, we have the opportunity to do things like this. Why not do it?
So that's one.
It's hard to get out. Yeah. So anyway, that's just one thing. That's one thing. Another thing that we've done in the past is gospel choir, and we actually have a video that I want to show of a concert that we've done. And the cool thing about Ann Brown asked the question: "Jazz is nice. Is jazz popular in Japan?" Yes, jazz is very popular in Japan. Some of the best jazz musicians in the world are in Japan. In Tokyo especially, there is some really, really good jazz music coming out of there. So yeah, it's a popular.
The best jazz musicians are the ones who have been classically trained, because they know their instrument, they know all the scales and stuff, and you just don't get better classical, more dedicated practicing classical musicians than Japanese musicians.
Yeah.
And so they're also just really great at jazz.
Yeah, if the jazz, by the way, speaking of jazz, if it gets too loud, let me know, and I can turn the jazz. I can, de-jazz a little bit. If you need to do that, if we need to do that, we'll do that. So,
Well, let's answer the first question first. So other ways of reaching people.
other ways of reaching people in the community.
Well, this isn't, when you talk about methods, this isn't like a method, but it's something that people do, and it's invaluable, and that is just being a part of what's going on in your community. So by virtue of sending our kids to Japanese school and being in the community and going to the park, I'm going to try to intentionally take my little kids who aren't in school to the park, the same park around the same time every day. And it's so easy to talk to other Japanese moms. Your kids start playing and they ask you a question. They'll say, "Where are you from?" Or, sometimes you just start talking about your kids and they just skip the whole introduction, like, "Why are you a white person?" kind of thing. And you just talk like normal people. And it's really easy to make friends and contacts that way. So we're going to do a lot of that being out in the community. I also thought it might be fun to start doing some craft classes. We're just kind of spitballing right here. Is that the right word? Is that a word?
I don't know.
I don't know.
They're just basically the sky's the limit when it comes to using your creativity and your God-given talents to be able to reach people. But the thing is, what both of us feel very strongly about is we want to go where people are. So there has been sort of a paradigm, I think, in the church planting world where you have a lot of events and you draw people to the events, and through those events then you try to have people come to your church. And so a lot of the movement has been let's hold events, let's focus and organize around the locus of where the church meets. But I think a lot of people, don't naturally, organically meet in those places.
And going to church can be scary. That's true here in the States, but especially in Japan when they don't have a reason to go for Easter or Christmas. That's that can be a big jump. So kind of going where people are is a good thing. But we really just want to use whatever we can. Daniel had an idea about having a game night in the community for teenagers. One time, 2 terms ago, I taught a macaroon baking class at a community center, and some women from my mom's English class and they later became gospel choir women. They came to this class and learned how to make macaroons, and just kind of using whatever you're interested in and see if other people are interested in it also. Maybe not as much English teaching.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. It just depends. I'm open to it.
Yeah.
I'm open to whatever. Whatever the Lord wants to use of us, He's got it. And so in whatever capacity that is. And we just want to try to do, to be good stewards of our abilities,
Yeah.
but we also want to be good stewards of our home. But
That's
also,
one thing that
But
I've been really trying to work on. Is I'm not naturally a good housekeeper, and hospitality is something that's hard for me because I feel like my house has to be presentable and perfect to have people over, and I'm always like embarrassed and self-conscious and whatever. So I'm trying to work. That's something that I want to work on, is keep my house at a reasonable, and it doesn't have to be perfect, but just picked up enough that I could meet somebody at the park and be like, hey, my kid needs a nap, but do you want to come over and have a cup of coffee with me and we can keep talking? I would love to be able to do that. So that's something that I have felt convicted about recently.
Yeah, and that one of the things too that we've been reading and studying and have been kind of moving in this direction is the idea that the gospel in like Jesus is for all of your life. So all of your life needs to be saturated by the gospel. There's a guy that you need to read. His name's Jeff Vanderstelt. So check out Jeff Vanderstelt. He's got a book called Gospel.
Vanderstelt.
I'll put it in the chat. So, so Jeff has written a book called Gospel Fluency.
It's about speaking the gospel into your everyday life and how that affects every aspect of your life.
I think that's it. Just Google that. If you put that name into Google, it's going to come up for him whether that's the right spelling or not. So, but yeah, gospel fluency. Basically, every area of your life is impacted by the gospel. Your home is impacted by the gospel. Like how I treat Kate is impacted by the gospel.
Or should be.
Should be.
I didn't mean.
You know
what I'm saying.
I've got a lot of work ongoing. It's an ongoing process.
That wasn't a slam.
It's a slam. It was a slam.
Not
It
a
was
slam.
a slam.
It's not a slam.
So yeah, that basically because of that, because every area of our life is impacted by the gospel, every area of our life has the potential to be able to share the gospel with other people. So we want to be involved in other people's lives, and we want them to be involved in our lives.
But in order to speak gospel truth into the places in other people's lives where they need it, you have to become, that's the premise of this book, you have to become fluent at speaking it to yourself, to your spouse, to your co-workers. You know, when you're struggling with something, being able to say...
Shane just put slam in the chat, so I had to do it. So.
Did you warn me, man? Is that payback? I don't even know.
So it was a very serious conversation.
It was. I think I was saying something important, but it's gone now. Go ahead.
Every area of your life is fluent, like it's impacted by the gospel. So
you need to learn how to speak gospel truth fluently to yourself. So when you're worried about blank, you need to be able to say, okay, I don't need to be worried because...
Yeah.
Give yourself a good answer. Give your spouse a good answer. Get really good at speaking the gospel.
Yeah.
And then that way, when you meet people and you know their real hurts and needs, and they share those with you, you know how to share that in a practical way with other people. Not just well, Jesus died on the cross for your sins.
Yep.
Which he did. But we need to be able to apply. How does that? You heard in that video we watched earlier. Religion doesn't have. It's not applicable to me.
Yeah.
So finding those intersection points where this really has an impact on your everyday life.
All right, Mom said the jazz is too loud, so we're gonna de-jazz a little bit and then continue.
I don't think jazz can ever be too loud.
Is that better? Is that better? No? How's that? Is that better? I think that's probably, it's a little bit less jazzy now than it was before. But I think still appropriately jazzful. Appropriately jazzful. So that was the first question. Brett asks in the live chat, how do you think the last year and the precautions that people have learned to take will impact your ability to connect with the people you're trying to reach once you're on the other side. Once we're on the other side of it.
The other side of COVID, not the other side of the world, right?
Yeah, the other side of COVID.
Okay.
I think that right now, well, you have to talk about like changes that are going on in the context of America, and then changes that are going on in the context of Japan.
Yeah, it's different.
Be careful, it's about to fall over. Japan is so unreached with the gospel that, maybe it's really hard to say. So there aren't really any expectations that, an average Japanese person might have about what, how a person does ministry, or how a person might try to reach them, or like what a church would look like, or anything like that.
How church services will continue post-COVID.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, really, that's kind of an exciting place to be, because you're sort of like building from the ground up. So there are tons of opportunities that are there, and of course challenges too, but with a little bit of creativity and a little bit of just coffee maybe, you can work with what you have. And so I think that there are definitely going to be challenges in trying to reach people. One of the challenges is, we don't know what's going to happen as far as being able to sing. So
That's been a big setback.
And not just singing, but like gospel choir singing. Like we were in Japan doing gospel choir ministry, and it all just kind of came to a halt because we were there, and then COVID happened, and then nobody wanted to get in a closed small room and sing loudly with each other. So it was sort of hard.
And some, like at Good News Chapel and some other churches, some of the members of the church struggle with being in the sanctuary and singing hymns congregationally together, and I've even heard that in Australia, people, congregants will hum songs, and like somebody from the front, like a worship leader, will sing the songs. So it's not just a Japan-specific concern, but it was a really big bummer for us. We were right in the middle of gospel choir stuff, and it was going really well, and so my hope and prayer is that will be able to continue. I really would love to start that up in Hokkaido and have a Sapporo chapter up there. That would be great. We've had good response and good success with getting unbelievers to come to the church for the first time, having devotions in Japanese, and just having that be like a fun bridge point to other church activities, connecting people to Bible studies and stuff like that. Plus, I just really, really like it.
Yeah.
So, we're praying that will be able to continue.
Yeah, that kind of goes into another question that Lynette Miley had for us about what does your week look like and what is your ministry? And that is going to look a lot different when we go back than it did the last time, depending, and who knows what the situation is going to be with the Japanese government and the whole virus world situation when we get back to Japan. Before COVID hit, our week there, because when we get back to Japan, like the first 2 years, we're going to be doing language school, and so before COVID hit, I was able to do a little bit of language school, and we had weeks where I was doing language school full-time during the day, Monday through Friday, and then we had a gospel choir that met on Saturday, and then we had church on Sunday where we did music, and that was like every week for months. And so but it was it probably, looking back, to set a schedule like that is pretty unsustainable, but we did it for a little while.
Yeah. And plus we had 2 kids, not 3 kids.
Yeah.
Babies. So
yeah. The thing about missions and your schedule and what your week looks like is it can be pretty busy in seasons, and then there are some seasons where it's not quite as busy around holidays, things like that, and so you just kind of have to roll with the natural rhythm of the culture.
But the first 2 years when we get back, Daniel will be doing most of the language school. I'll get to do some, which I'm super excited about. I've never done any Japanese language school before. So I'll get to do, I don't know, like an intensive course or a semester or something. And so while Daniel's in school, I'll be home with the little kids who aren't in school yet. Audrey will be in elementary school. Annalie will be transitioning to Japanese kindergarten, right? I think. And on Sundays, we will be doing music for New Life Church. And then we'll be helping out with whatever other outreach things are happening with New Life Church, trying to get that church off the ground. And like I said, going to the park, meeting people. I'd love to have some women in my house and, read through, a Bible study together. And that's sort of what we're anticipating right now. But as Lynette knows and other missionaries know, things change. And then the 2 years after that, we're hoping for a 4-year term. We're not exactly sure yet.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll be done with the language school aspect. Daniel should be able to start preaching simple messages in Japanese, right? So he might be, taking that from Doug once a month or whatever. We can sort of be a little more gung-ho about capital M ministry stuff.
Yeah.
Whatever that means. So that's the tentative plan, but we like to, it's good to have something in mind, but also we just trust that God always sends people. You have no idea who the people are going to be that you live next to, or the people who end up coming to your church service, or the classmates at your kid's school. So we just trust that God will bring us people, He will bring us things that we need to be doing, and we'll just try to approach that prayerfully and following His Spirit.
Yep. All right, we're gonna transition here. So thank you.
No more questions? That is it?
Well, that's all for now. If anybody has any other questions, feel free to ask them. We're running over time on our schedule, so it looks like we need to go ahead and. Well, first of all, we're gonna move something up here. So I'm gonna call. Mom said it's a good time to call and check in with the kids. So we're gonna do that.
Let's see if they're still crying.
Yeah. Let me stop the jazz. Is somebody mowing out yard?
Yes.
Out in the yard? Okay. I guess our neighbor decided to mow. If you hear mowing going on in the background, that's what it is. You're not hearing things. All right, so we're gonna step over to the studio real quick. And well, I guess we're still in the studio, but we want to go to the desk.
That this studio is right close to our other studio.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
So all right, let's call Mom and talk to the kids. Let's get an update.
Are there any kids here?
All right. Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh wait. It's too. I'm hearing double. I have to pause every time. I have to pause the actual Skype. Okay. What's up?
Are there any babies around? Oh, there he is.
There's Owen.
Hey, chubby buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
How are you?
Stop bouncing on your baby.
What happened to my parents?
Is he laughing?
Hi.
Hi, buddy.
Yeah. There's our guy.
Hi.
Can you say hi?
There's Annalie.
There's Curly Bob.
Hi, Annalie.
Hi.
Hello.
What you doing?
Hi, everyone.
Tell them that we went for a walk.
Did you go for a walk? Where did you
On
go?
our walk.
Where did you go?
Your name's Annalie. That's a good name. Do you have a big sister? Who's your sister?
Okay.
Another minute, and then we'll see sister.
Hey,
Okay.
Go sit back on the swing. I'll be over there in a minute.
Let's talk to Audrey. Let's get Audrey on. Is Audrey on the swing over there? Oh, there's Dad. I see Dad.
Hey.
Oh, hey, there's Audrey.
What you doing?
well, we went on a walk and we saw wild mushrooms, and we saw berries on dogwood trees.
Wow.
And goldenrods. We saw a lot of cool stuff.
That is cool.
Yeah, anthills.
Anthills. Wow. That's cool.
Is it raining?
Is it raining over there? No.
Not really raining.
Not really raining. Okay. Are you doing okay? Are you having fun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's so exciting. Okay.
What are you gonna eat for lunch?
Hot dogs and macaroni and cheese.
Perfect.
Sounds
And then
good.
What are we having for dinner?
Pizza.
I had a suspicion.
And we're gonna watch a movie.
Oh, that sounds so much fun.
Mom and Dad are gonna eat Tombstone for lunch.
Actually, Nick's gonna bring us some.
What?
We're getting some chicken for lunch. So.
Oh. Chick-fil-A?
Nope. It's from somewhere else. No.
It's called
It's a surprise. We'll eat it.
Oh,
We'll
sorry.
eat it later.
It's a surprise.
It's surprise chicken. The best kind. The best kind of chicken is surprise chicken. All right.
I'm confused.
Well, thanks for the check-in, and hope there's Owen. There he goes. Look at that
Can you
guy.
make him laugh? Can you make him laugh?
He's a chunk.
Yeah, he is.
No. He wants to.
He loves his sisters. Oh, he said, "Stop kissing me on camera."
All right.
Okay.
All right. You guys be sweet.
Good to check in. We're having a great time.
Okay.
Good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
We'll talk to you. Surviving, Papa said.
Yep, surviving. All right.
Annalie said bye, everyone.
Bye, Annalie.
Bye-bye.
All right, good. Everybody seems happier than last
Yeah,
time.
yeah. I'd say that's a good improvement. That's a good improvement over last time. So, Evelyn just waved and said hi to Audrey.
Aww.
So that's great.
One of their little cousins. That's so sweet.
Yeah, so 8 people are still here. Thank you so much.
Hey!
Our loyal,
Hey!
loyal 8 people. Thank you. We weren't sure how this was going to go, like if anybody was actually going to watch it or not. And, if not a lot of people end up watching it, that's okay.
Yeah, well, we don't expect people to sit here for 8 hours. And
No,
watch
no,
it,
no, definitely not.
Just-
But one way that you can help is by sharing the stream. So
Mhm.
if you're on Facebook, make sure you go to the stream and share it on your timeline with other people so that we can help get the word out about missions in Japan and our part in that and how people can be a help. Because part of what we're doing today is doing this as a fundraiser so that we can be able to get back to Japan. So, yeah, please do take the time and share the stream. We would greatly appreciate it. So, let's see.
What's next, sir?
What is next? So, let's do a giveaway.
Okay.
Does anybody want stuff? Do people like stuff anymore?
I think people in America like stuff.
Do you like things? If you like things, then this is your time. This is a time for you. So what we're going to do is throughout the day, we're going to give things away. And we brought a bag of goodies that's not from Target. It's actually stuff that we brought from Japan and stuff that we've gotten from other places, but most of it's from Japan. And we're going to do some giveaways throughout the day. So right now we're going to give away a very smashed up, hang on, is this the right thing? Yes. It's a very smashed up box. This is an edible bonsai tree. Bonsai, sorry. Bonsai. So this is an edible bonsai tree. And it's a kit. It's all, the box is all in Japanese. There are instructions on the back. Look at the box. It's just all beat up.
Sorry.
Like it came back in my, I packed it in my suitcase. It's all just beat. And then we're also going to give this away. So if you can see that, this is a refrigerator magnet, but it's Godzilla. who is in the middle of the Great Wave.
The Great Wave over Kanagawa, but it's the Great Gojira.
It's the Great Gojira. You know, when you think of Japan, you think of Gojira.
I do.
So, yeah, Brett says that Marie Kondo made him not like stuff anymore. So, Brett, this is not for you.
Thank you for saying that correctly. That makes me feel happy.
Yeah. So, all right, let's give this away. The question is, the first person in the chat who can answer this question gets this stuff. And you'll have to send me your information, mailing address and stuff like that. What is the 5th largest city in Japan?
Oh,
Do you know?
amazing.
Do you know? The first person to answer that in the chat,
We just talked about this,
I will
y'all.
mail you this stuff for the giveaway. If you ever wanted to, you know, own something like this.
If you ever felt like you wanted to eat a bonsai tree, now is your chance.
To safely do it. I mean, you could do it like an
I mean,
actual...
you could. Should probably go see a doctor about that or something. But nobody wants a bonsai tree.
Nobody wants it.
Fine, I'll eat it on camera.
Does anyone know what the 5th largest city in Japan is? If you know what the 5th largest city in Japan is, you can have this stuff for free. Yes, that's right. Lindsay got it. That's correct. Lindsay Akers.
Yay!
You're now the proud owner of a Godzilla magnet and an edible bonsai tree set from Japan, brought all the way over to America by us. So just send me your mailing address and we will be glad to get that to you. So, yeah.
Here, I'm gonna write down Lindsay so I know.
Yeah, please
who
do.
to send it to.
Yeah, we don't want to.
Awesome.
We don't want to forget. Okay, so the first thing has been given away, and we're
Hey.
gonna keep on going. So what
All
time
right.
is it?
It is 11:50.
All right, I guess it's time.
It's time for what? What's the time for? What?
All right, let me get this set up.
I'm so worried.
Thanks, Gowdy, for letting me know that no sound. All right, yeah, this is going well. So,
Take 2. too.
Kate and I have a little friendly competition that we've done over the years with this game, with Dr. Mario.
Actually, we've never played it against each other.
Yes, we have.
No, we have not.
That is such a lie. We
We
have
talked about it many times.
No. We've played. You just forgot.
Okay, who won?
You blocked it out of your memory
Who
because I
won?
won. You blocked it out.
Lies.
So anyway, we have, we're going to play Dr. Mario basically on the stream. So let me finish trying to get this going here.
So, Mario, in case you were wondering, is about as Japanese as it gets. Nintendo is from Japan, Mario is from Japan, even though it's about Italians. I don't really know.
Alright, I think is that set up? Alright, let's do this.
Alright, can y'all hear the music?
Can you hear Dr. Mario coming through? Japanese lip reading. Oh, yeah, definitely.
I mean, half the fun of this game is the music, I'm not gonna lie.
Yep. Alright, I think we're good here.
Alright, who's going first?
Means. Hold on just a second, I'm trying to get this going. Alright. Alright, we're good.
Oh boy.
We're good.
Okay, full disclosure, I have not played this game in about 10 years, even though Daniel says I have. And Daniel practiced last night.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
That is such a lie.
He was like, I'm just
How does
setting
this-
it up and testing it, but he played at least 5 levels.
Is the sound too how's the sound?
Too
Does it
loud?
sound good? Is it too loud? Is it good? Hang on, let me turn my speakers down.
Alright, so what are the stakes, Daniel?
Alright, we're just gonna play until like whoever wins the most games doesn't have to do diapers for a week. So
if you win, you do exactly what you do all the time.
No. I do a lot of diapers. She is just lying to you on the stream. She's just lying. What is happening? My sister is saying that she beat me in this game as a kid. This is just ridiculous. I'm not gonna put up with this. This is just harassment. Alright. There we go. You ready?
Do the, is it the fever music or the chill music that we like? Is
Well,
the
the fever, like it's a little bit.
Oh, is it too fast?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright,
Oh,
here we
I
go.
didn't know you could do two. Which side am I?
Oh, you're
Wait, why am I this side? That doesn't make any sense.
you're gonna lose.
Okay. So they can see the screen, correct?
Yeah, they can see it.
Okay.
Here we go. I'm 1P. I'm on the left side.
We're backwards from each other.
Oh, this is gonna. Look at this. Look at this. Easy.
Wait, it's
Easy.
you.
Easy clap.
It's a competition to see who does it fastest.
It's just a competition.
Ah!
You don't remember from the last time that we played?
We didn't. So no. I don't think I've ever done 2-player before.
Lies. Here we go. You ready?
No.
It's the same. This is the easiest level. Oh, come on. Some diapers in here. All right, this is a warm up. I'll tell you what.
Always diapers in my future. What are you talking about?
Oh, here we go. Look at that, guys. That was a pro move right there.
Wait, did you just give me your yellow trash? How
I
does
did.
that work? That's dirty, man.
Easy, guys. I'm telling you.
Guys, I'm more of a slow and steady, think it through gamer.
Here we go.
Say that like I actually.
This is just warm up. Is all this is.
Sure it is. I'm just here for the music, guys.
Alright. It's looking good. I like this.
What is this? Give me something good.
Oh no! Did you do that? Oh no! No!
Come on! Ooh, I got this.
Ah! That was such a dumb move. Ah! That was terrible. Alright. These games don't count.
What? They don't count because I'm winning? Is that why?
Does it look like you're winning?
Will you play this music at my funeral?
No.
Oh, it just makes me happy, man.
Oh, no.
What's that music? Don't give me your oh, dude! Not cool!
Well, I just messed myself up, so...
Serves you right.
Oh, no.
Ah! Come on, Kate.
No!
Are ours the same little virus dudes, or are they different? I haven't bothered looking.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Alright. You ready for the real challenge?
No!
Go up to 5. You ready?
No.
Alright, it counts now.
Counts for what?
It counts for diapers.
Diapers that I change
It counts
anyway?
for diapers and
Oh, I
wipes.
have so much to lose.
For the next week is what it counts for.
I thought we were talking about dishes.
Alright, go on up.
Going up to,
Go on.
I have to do it too? I see.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Are you ready?
I don't do this
Wait,
too
let me
quick.
see. Let me make sure. Alright, I'm just getting somewhere messed. Alright, here we go.
Alright. Oh no! What have we done?
Big time. Here we go.
No bueno. Oh, okay, this is not good. Fail. I've already lost it. Diapers are in my future forever.
Oh no.
This is not going well, guys.
Like
Alright, I
this.
can save it. I got it.
I don't know what I'm doing. Nope.
Why did you pick level 5? Oh, I got this.
Alright, now we're talking.
I don't think I've had enough coffee for this to be working out. Oh no, not good.
I don't even know that I can like finish this like normally without the competition.
So bad.
We may need to like back off.
But yeah, level 5 was a bit ambitious for our current skill set. Oh no! No!
That's my tactic.
I'm done!
That's my tactic. I'm gonna get you talking, and then you'll lose.
I mean, I'm losing anyway, it's fine. I'm gonna save it, watch. It's totally fine.
No!
Yes.
Oh man, look at that! The game knew to troll me like that.
Oh no!
There we go.
What am I doing with my life?
There's no way. There is no way. Oh, let's do
Why
this.
did I do that? Why did I do that? Big time fail. Okay.
Yeah, we were way too ambitious.
I got this. Don't even talk to me right now. I totally got this.
Oh no.
Are your little dreams coming true, Daniel? Like becoming a video game live streamer?
No, I don't
Oh,
care
it's
about
getting
being a video
faster.
game live streamer. Oh. Yeah, there's no way.
I got it.
There you go.
No!
Have another one. There we go. Is it getting faster? Or is it
Yes.
Okay. I like where this is going. No! Oh, this is gonna be a nail biter.
Yes. Oh no! What did I just do? No! It's getting faster.
It is getting faster.
Alright, I got this. I got this. I got this. I got this.
No, man, that's it. There's no way.
Oh, I totally got this.
It's getting faster. Oh, it is. Every time it goes dit 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 dit, like it, I'm losing.
Skills! You think I've been trash shining you for 10 years for nothing?
All right, let's.
Are we tied? No, that was the first one, right?
Yeah, but we need to reset this, right?
You're just saying that because you lost.
No. The level is too much.
I mean,
you'll still get that win.
I
That-
did it.
That win still counts.
All right.
We just need to back it up a little bit because the games are lasting too long. Is that right? Am I the only one that thinks that? How do you back out of this? Can you not?
There's only one start button. Is this level 6 now? Oh, it's. Oh.
No.
I'm in it!
All right, let's just do it.
I got it.
We'll just do best out of 3. We'll just do best out of 3. Somebody has to win.
That's usually how that goes.
Nobody wants to sit and watch this like.
I do.
Oh, man, that's so hard.
Oh! Fail. That sucks. Okay. Whoa!
Oh, somebody's at the door.
Someone's at the. Hey! I was in a groove here. Daniel's such a sore loser. Hello! We have our first and only actual house guest. Come on in.
Let's go. We're playing some Dr. Mario.
Daniel's losing at Dr. Mario.
I'm down bad.
Say hello, Nicholas.
Hello, Nicholas.
Yeah, so this is my friend Nick. Some of you know Nick.
Down here.
Yeah, there he is.
Here he is.
I'll just squat right here.
He's in Studio Speer.
I'm actually y'all's roommate.
Really?
I really need y'all to clean up.
I mean, it's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie.
It's a mess.
I'm doing my Pilates here later.
It's an absolute
I wouldn't
mess.
tell the whole internet that.
We had to trash the house to get this set up.
All right, so far.
You're playing Dr. Chris Pratt?
Yes. There's 1 and 0. Are we doing 2 out of 3?
We're doing the best 2 out of 3.
All right, let's
This
go.
could be it.
Let's go.
You ready?
Yep. I'm so ready. No! I was not ready.
Yes.
Oh, I'm still winning this.
No. Ah. This is just ridiculous.
It's only ridiculous because you're losing.
Are y'all taking out the COVID?
Yes!
Oh, no.
No,
That's going to be impossible to get rid of. That right there is the end for me. That's it.
Oh, yeah, she's got it.
That's it.
Oh man, this is the only video game I will ever be able to beat Daniel at. This is big, guys. Oh, why did you do that?
Oh, that was beautiful.
Stop dumping stuff on me. I didn't know that's how this game worked.
Yeah, there we go.
Seriously, stop.
Oh, there's a blue that's like buried over there in the corner. Oh, that's gonna be a big one right there.
Alright. No.
I like where this is going.
Oh, that's it.
Alright, go.
I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
There it is.
No! Yes! It actually helped me! Yes!
Come on. I feel like this is a race to the death right now.
It knew. The game knew that I needed.
There it is.
2 out of 4!
If I'm counting right between the last game and this, y'all are even.
Well,
No.
It's 3 and 3.
it should be, but that was a warm up.
Alright, you wanna go?
No, that's
You wanna go
no,
sudden death?
I don't want to go sudden death. The warm up doesn't count.
You just don't want to get smoked 3 times in a
I
row.
just what the last like little vestiges that are left of my pride.
Listen,
are.
I told you. Okay, Daniel spent his whole life playing video games. This is the only game I'm any good at. That and Little Mermaid Pinball.
All right, let's go.
Ah!
Bring it.
That was cheap.
I don't want to hear it anymore.
That was cheap.
I don't want to hear it. I just want to see. I just want to see it on the court. Just leave it on the court. Let's go.
All right, let's go. I'm in a groove now. I said that, but
No. Ooh.
Oh, what am I doing? No. Oh, thanks. Thank you. Sort of. No, stop! Arrgh! Does mine dump stuff on you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Alright, just checking. Oh,
I'm concentrating. Don't bother me.
I'm in trouble over here. No. Oh, okay.
Come on, let's go.
Oh, why did I do that? That was stupid. Dang it. Okay. Trouble! I'm panicking over here. This is not good. Okay.
Oh, this is locked.
No.
This is locked. Let's take my time with this one. Oh no!
Oh, not good. Bum, 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 bum.
Oh yeah, this one's in the bag. This one's in the bag, boys. Just go ahead and ride home.
Oh no! What am I doing with myself?
It's over.
It is. It's over. I'm done. I've messed up too much. There's no coming back. That was still 2 out of 3 though, wasn't it?
Megan said that you're also good at Tamagotchi.
That's true. I don't know if you need skill for that or not, but
I mean,
Do you know-
most people die.
Do you know
so
Alan?
yes.
Do you know Alan and Lisa Thomas?
Yeah.
Yeah, they said hi.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, you wanna pop in and say hi? You wanna pop in? So
Alright,
Nick,
so what's the verdict? Like,
the verdict is Kate. I think Kate won. I think she beat me because that's fair. That's fair. That's 2 out of 3.
yeah, that's true.
I think that's fair.
Okay, alright. Well,
I'll take the diapers. You know,
I don't believe this.
I have no pride left.
Well, you won't by the end of this live stream, that's for sure.
What do you know?
I know things!
Well, when you consider what's coming next.
I know. Here, pull up a chair for Nicholas. He doesn't need to stand there.
What is coming next?
Here, Nick, have a seat.
What?
Yeah, what is coming next? Daniel, aren't you the master planner over here?
Yeah. So let's see. Let's get that out of the way. Let's get the controllers out of the way. So Nick was kind enough to bring us some lunch. So
Yay!
applause, claps for Nick. Yeah. So what we're gonna do today? Well, we did some Dr. Mario battle.
It's good.
Just in case anybody is here that hasn't been here before, what we're doing is a live stream today. We're trying to raise funds so that we can get back to Japan. Yeah. Welcome.
Hey, welcome to the studio.
You can scoot a little.
I like being like a half person.
Okay, I mean,
That's fun.
If that's what you prefer.
So here we are in half Nick in the studio. What we're doing today, we're doing a live stream. Kate and I are trying to get back to Japan to be career missionaries because we have.
We're already career missionaries.
Well, we have been we've been classified as career missionaries now, so we're excited about that, and we're planning to go back and work with a church plant. And so we're asking people, like, as you're watching the stream, if you want to join in and you want to be a part of the ministry, the work that's going on there in Japan. There's a really practical way that you can do that today, and that's by giving. So there's a QR code down toward half Nick's side of the stream over there. You can take your phone and scan that, and that'll take you to the giving page, and you can either do like a one-time gift or you can give monthly. And if you give monthly, that's going to help us get back to Japan a lot faster. And
even if it's $5 a month.
Yeah, even like anything.
It really helps. It really does.
Anything helps, really.
Yep.
And another way that you can help is just by sharing the stream, because we're going to be here all day. Like we're only like 2 hours in.
I know.
We still have like 6 hours left to go, so it's gonna be a long day. So.
And it just gets weirder from here.
That is true. Well, I mean, that's why we did some of the. We sang first thing because we're gonna be like yelling and laughing all day.
Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for this? If you're ready for this, put a 2 in the chat. If you're ready for this, because I don't know if anybody actually is ready for this.
I don't know what they're.
I don't know what you're referring to.
What
But you're ready,
what are we
right?
ready for?
I don't know what you're ready for. Are you ready? Are you ready? Just generally, yes. Is nobody? Well,
No
there's a
one's
delay.
ready.
There's a delay. So I'm just going to believe that people are ready and keep going. So what we're going to do now?
Oh no! What is?
Oh, here.
Is-
You need the hot seat.
Here we go. Let's get this going. Do people hear this?
Here.
You guys hear awesome Star Wars music playing? Are you ready? Yeah, there are people who are ready. Look, Ann Brown wants to know what are you ready for the rest of the stream, and it's going to be great.
Wow.
I don't even know. What am I watching?
Let's see. We're in the studio together. Let me see if there's a better,
Better background. Just the green.
Would you
Let's
like
just do the
something to
green
drink,
screen.
Nick?
No, I brought
Not that.
I brought a
Whoa,
sweet
that's
tea.
way too crazy. Let's do that. All right.
Okay.
Scoot over. You're too close to No, then you'll see the answers.
Oh!
All right. So Nick is here. Nick is going to play Star Wars trivia. So give it up, everybody. Claps for Nick. My sister gave me a thumbs up. We're good to go.
Where's the Star Wars backdrop?
There's no Star Wars back
It's
there.
green, man.
This is, I mean, George Lucas.
Yeah, you're right.
This is a Star Wars backdrop.
George Lucas. Yeah. So,
just imagine like the Senate Hall or or the Jedi Temple right here.
That's voodoo.
Well, yeah, which actually there was was it Revenge of the Sith that was all done in the studio, right?
Yeah, like
completely.
It didn't have a single piece of stormtrooper armor. They were all CG.
Yeah, it was all.
Yeah.
Everything was CG.
I hope that was a question. This has now become the Nick stream. I could literally say anything to your watchers right now.
You could.
And I wouldn't be in trouble because I'm not on the mission.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. You know what? I trust you. It's all good. It's all good. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna play some Star Wars trivia because Nick is like a huge Star Wars fan.
I got my Star Wars hat on.
Yeah, you can scoot a little bit for everyone.
Like 6 feet. It's COVID, man.
The problem is not that as much as it is like I don't want you to see the answers because there's a lot on the line for me in this. All right, and there are 8 people watching, and my punishment is all right.
Is that the prize?
This is okay. Just as a consolation prize, Nick gets just for participating today a Star Wars Episode 1 version of Jar Jar Binks. There's too much glare. Let me try to angle it. Jar Jar Binks.
Beautiful.
With Comtech, and on the back it has the Japanese labels.
No! This is a Japanese figure?
Yeah, I bought it from Japan. It's not just Jar Jar Binks, but he talks too. The Comtech chip lines are Misa called Jar Jar Binks, Gungans no Lycan outsiders.
Very Japanese.
Ouch.
It's like,
and then the final.
Does it say Gaijin on there?
No. And then it says, "Whoa, Yusa guy's bombad." Yusa guy's bombing. I don't know. That's what you get just for playing Star Wars trivia on the stream today. So here we go. I hope that if you're a Star Wars fan, that you enjoy this.
I do really want this.
Here are the prizes.
I'm not gonna lie.
Here are the prizes. There are 4. If you get 4 questions correctly, then you get to choose whether I get a pie in the face.
Yes.
Or if I get a bucket of ice dumped on my head. So you get to choose one or the other.
I have to get 4 right? That's it?
You only have to get 4 right to choose one.
Nice.
So it's almost assured that that's going to happen.
Okay.
I'm not thrilled about that. But it was my idea, so I did it myself.
You made these rules.
I made the rules.
How many questions are there?
There are 12 questions.
Okay. So
if you get 8 questions correct, then you'll get another prize.
Oh.
Then you'll get an extra prize for being on the stream.
Is that the Jar Jar?
No. That's the prize you get just for being on the stream.
All right. Good night, guys. This is all I wanted.
Peace out. No punishment for me.
Misa gone.
So, yeah. If you get 8 questions right, you get another prize on top of that. It's a mystery prize. I haven't revealed it yet. And if in the event that you get all of these questions correct, like 1 through 12, all of them, I'll get what I am going to coin this new term. It's called buckapied. So I'm going to get an ice bucket dumped on my head and then a pie in the face immediately after.
Ooh, okay.
Which is, as far as I know, nobody's done that. You take the 2...
That's a new trend.
You take the 2 worst possible, things that you could have done to yourself as far as a fundraiser goes, and you get both of them back to back.
I really want to get 12 now.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Because the ice first, you got to do the ice first.
Yeah.
Because there's the shock of that.
Yeah.
And then the pie in the face.
The shock and then the pie in the face.
That would
one
be
after
spectacular.
The other. Yeah. Kate, well, let's not get the pie ready until we know for sure, because I don't know what he's going to pick. All right. I hope Chat. Are you ready?
I could just be bad at this too.
Chat. Let's go. You could be terrible at this. The first question is basically a gimme question. Which Golden Girl played the role of Akmina, the night shift bartender in the Star Wars Holiday Special?
Oh, is it? I'm not good with the Golden Girls. B. Arthur?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. As the Darth Vader music plays. All right. So Nick has one question correct. Are you keeping track? Okay. No.
You got one.
Nick's keeping track. I mean, you don't have 12 fingers.
I could fudge it too. Like I could just say.
I'm not trusting Nick to keep track. All right. Number 2. In Episode 6, Return of the Jedi, the growls and sounds of the Rancor in Jabba's palace were actually made by what animal?
Oh no!
Is it a wolverine, a pigeon, a dachshund, or a panther?
Oh, stink. Okay, read those again.
No bucket pie for me. A wolverine, a pigeon, a dachshund, or a panther?
I'm gonna say a wolverine.
That's incorrect.
Oh!
It was a dachshund. It was a dachshund.
Really?
Yeah, it was a dachshund. That's correct.
That's crazy. Because like Chewbacca is like a mix of a walrus and lion and a bunch of that. So I was like, it's got to be something wild.
It was a good guess though. I wouldn't have. Okay. Whew. That's off the table.
Oh man.
I'm so glad. All right, next up, who is the only non-Jedi in the original Star Wars trilogy to use a lightsaber? R2. Okay, you already know it. Han. That's
Empire Strikes Back. He cuts the tauntaun.
That's right. Han. Yeah, he knows. He knows.
Wow.
I told you. That's why. Like, this is his wheelhouse. He knows these things.
I mean, except for the last one.
Oh yeah. That's. All right, number 4. So he's got two correct. Which bounty hunter in The Empire Strikes Back is wearing an old costume from a Doctor Who episode? Is it Boba Fett, IG-88, Dengar, or Bosk?
Bosk.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't even know who that is.
It's the yellow. He's the lizard man.
The lizard guy with the yellow outfit.
Yeah, he's got the yellow spacesuit, and that was from a Doctor Who episode.
Yeah, it was actually in a Doctor Who episode a long time ago. So.
And IG-88 has a cantina head.
That's true.
From the first movie. Look at the cantina, his head is there.
That's very true. He found his head again. That's so great. Okay, number 5. Approximately how many languages can C-3PO speak? 6 million, 10 million, 16 million, or 20 million?
Fluent in over 6 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct. Okay, so you've gotten...
The 16 was, I was like, is it 6 or 16?
So you've gotten 4 correct, and so what, I guess you have to pick my punishment now.
Oh, so I do get the 1.
Yeah.
Oh, it'll be pie in the face for sure.
Okay, alright, so there you go. For the, I think, 4 people who are still watching, I'm getting a pie in the face here in just a few minutes, so there's that. Alright. Next question. In The Rise of Skywalker, who makes a brief cameo as the bartender in the cantina on Kijimi? Is it John Williams, James Earl Jones, J.J. Abrams, or George Lucas?
It is John Williams, because immediately when I saw him, I was like, that's John Williams.
Yeah.
They didn't hide it at all. He has like a cyborg eye.
Yeah, it's John Williams.
But that's clearly John Williams.
That's right. It's definitely John Williams.
Oh, don't give me more Rise of Skywalker.
What creature lives in the garbage compactor? How many questions is that?
Dianoga.
That's 5? It's the Dianoga. The Dianoga.
Wow.
This is why I wanted to have you on, because you know this stuff.
I think you made the rules a little too easy, Daniel.
What creature lives in the garbage compactor of the original Death Star? And the correct answer is the Dianoga.
There's been a couple that have been tricky.
So what? You're up to 6 correct now, right?
I've missed 1. I've only missed 1.
Okay.
So I don't know which question.
Yeah. So I think that was number 7. So now we're up to number 8.
Okay.
So you've gotten 6 correct. So you're still in the running for the secondary prize.
Yes. I need 8.
Yeah, you need 8 for that. All right.
Just need 2 more.
Okay. What Wookiee Jedi Master was renowned for his ability to sense the future? Was it Gungi,
This is expanded universe.
Kursantan, Tyvaka, or Hanhar?
You're just making stuff up.
I'm just making it
Is this
up.
old expanded universe?
I'm not sure.
Or is this the video game?
It's from a website. How about that?
It's from Wikipedia. Okay, read the names off again.
Gungi, Kursantan, Taivaka, or Hanhar?
I'm gonna go with whatever C was.
Taivaka?
Yes.
That's correct.
Yes!
Just a lucky guess!
It sounded B and C.
Yeah.
Were very Wookiee sounding. The
Yeah.
first one was Gungar?
Gungi.
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 Well, I thought it was supposed to be
Sounds like
crusty. What was it?
Itchy, scratchy.
Scratchy. Can everybody, the people who are in the chat, can you hear us like very well, or like do I need to turn something up or something down? Just let me know.
I've never been told I need to be louder.
Number 9. Question number 9. If you get this correct, then you win. Why did I only get 10 questions?
You are
That's
not
so
only
scuffed.
12.
That's so scuffed.
You are
okay.
not good at
You know
this,
what? Even if you get these last 2 wrong, because I don't have 2 more questions, I'll give the prize to you. How about that?
Wow.
All right. Who is the last character? You'll get this. Who's the last character to slide down the garbage chute in A New Hope? Is it
Han? He goes head first.
Yep. Leia, Luke, Han, or Chewbacca? It's Han. So you got it. Good job.
All right, come on. Give me the
last question.
Give me the last ones.
What ocean planet was first introduced in the Star Wars Holiday Special? Camino, Pana, Manan, or Glee Anselm?
Water planet in the holiday special? Oh, it's the animated section. Say those again.
Camino, Pana, Manan, or Glee Anselm?
Oh, I know this is wrong. But I'm Camino?
No, that's wrong.
Yeah,
it was Pana.
Pana.
Yeah. I wouldn't have known that.
Has it ever come back?
Yeah. So it says sometimes it's hard to hear me, but they're driving on the interstate, so that may be part of it. Okay. In that case, I will turn this volume down just a little bit.
I love how you gave me 2 holiday special questions.
Mm-hmm. That's about as obscure as it gets.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but I know that you've seen the holiday special like multiple times.
I have, but
all right.
My question is,
You
how
can't
can you
can't
watch
pay
it?
attention to the holiday special when watching the holiday
How
special.
can you watch it more than once? Is my question.
With riff tracks.
That's so bad.
That's how you get through is people making fun of it.
Yeah.
So you don't get any of the details.
Oh, yeah.
Was that the last question?
That was it. That
You
was all.
ended on a holiday special.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm not
So
sorry.
now you
That
get
is
to
the
pick.
worst.
Does he get a pie in the face?
Oh yeah, it's totally pie in the face.
Okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
Pie in the face.
You get your pick.
What do we got? What do we got?
So as a prize for getting 8, actually you got 8 questions, right?
At least.
Nick gets to pick if he wants this Japanese wall scroll with R2-D2 sailing over Mount Fuji.
That says Fuji-san right here.
Nice.
Yeah, Fuji-san. So he can have this one, or he can have this one. These are slightly used. We put them up. we put them up in our house.
Blew our nose in them
We
earlier.
we put them up in our house. So there's Yoda over the on a cliff over the Great Wave with.
And I don't know what.
Yeah, I was like, what does that say?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a difficult one.
Yeah, take your pick.
Oh, I'm not a Darth Vader fan, so I'm gonna go.
All right,
R2.
Yes.
All right, R2
Good choice.
sailing over Fuji.
I know that's like
That's
a
it.
horrible thing to say because
All
people
right.
love Darth Vader.
Give it up for Nick.
Yay!
Great.
Awesome. I get this and
And Japanese Jar Jar.
Japanese Jar Jar.
another fun fact. This little talking chip. This is super nerdy. You stick it
no.
on this thing for it to talk,
Uh-huh.
and that is a Gillette razor.
No way.
This thing.
Wait,
Do you remember that from the 90s? I don't know if the stream can see that. But that, in the movie, they just took a Gillette razor to make this, like, thing that they talked into in the first movie.
Are you kidding?
Yeah. It was like when the, like, women's razors were, like, massive for some reason.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
They looked like a soap brick.
I,
But
Had no idea.
So much
And
sadness right now.
So they'll like get on eBay to buy these old razors so that they can make them into this
Oh my
little
goodness.
comlink thing.
Where did you even hear about this?
This is the random.
I'm glad I didn't ask you that question.
Yeah. This is the random knowledge that is Star Wars.
Yes,
stuff.
yes.
But this is great.
All right. Well,
I'm excited.
it looks like I'm soon going to be due for a pie in the face. So I
Is that
probably
before or after lunch?
No, I need to get ready for that. So we're gonna eat something, but while we're eating, I'm gonna do a video that's really. I hope that you find it interesting. We're gonna do a video that's about the history of Japan, but not just Japan in particular, but Hokkaido. It's gonna be all about how Hokkaido was colonized by the Japanese people, and I think it will be interesting. Just some Japanese history. So stick around for that if you want, and if not, right after that, after we come back, hopefully I'll be getting a pie in the face.
Hopefully.
Well, not for my sake, but for your sake, everybody who's watching. So I'll be getting a pie in the face. We're going to eat some Japanese import food. And then Nick actually has brought some Prince's hot chicken in. And not just Prince's hot chicken, but the hottest possible chicken that is on their menu.
It's literally, there's like regular no heat, mild, like 2 steps up of like medium hot, then X hot, 2X hot, and 3X hot.
What have you done?
I've never had anything over medium there.
The only thing I've ever had from the menu there, as far as hot chicken goes, is like medium, and it's enough to light me up.
The medium, is sweats.
So what you're saying is you're going to be spending the rest of the stream in the bathroom,
No.
and I will be handling it myself.
No. I don't know. I mean, I may only be able to eat like 1 or 2 bites of it, but like, I don't know. It's going to be something. So there's a lot for everybody to look forward to. So just stick around for that. So let's let's get this going here. This video while we if you want to go ahead and get some food.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Not the hot stuff. I don't want the hot stuff yet. All right. So let's.
I'm gonna make Daniel eat it with chopsticks.
Yeah. All right.
The pieces will have to be that small in order to.
All right. Let's see here.
We're bringing it back here or up here?
Yeah, that's the only table we have.
Oh. Alright, I can start opening that then.
Yeah. So this is going to be really, if you're interested in the history of Japan, and especially the place where we're going to Hokkaido, this is going to give you a really good background of how Japanese people even came to be there, sort of the native people who used to live there. They're called the Ainu people, and the video is going to explain a lot more of that and show a bunch of pictures and maybe even some old video and some locations of Hokkaido. So if you're interested about Japan, this is a good time to be on the stream. So let's move over to the secondary screen, and we're just going to be sort of hanging out in the top right while the video is playing, and yeah, so enjoy while we eat some lunch.
Alright.
Far to the north of Tokyo, beyond the shattered dome of Mount Ban, beyond the scattered islands of Matsushima in Miyagi Prefecture, the rough-hewn bays of Iwate, and the axe-handle-shaped Shimokita Peninsula in Aomori, and across the freezing straits of Tsugaru, there lies the island of Hokkaido. Fringed with high mountains and blessed with wide-open plains perfect for pasture, with fast-flowing rivers, vast wetlands, dark forests, and deep winter snows, the island, the world's 21st largest, marks the most northerly extent of modern Japan. Its distinctive shape looking for all the world like the horned head of some dragon or seahorse floating atop the long body of Japan's largest island, Honshu. Along with that island, as well as the two more southern and somewhat smaller islands of Kyushu and Shikoku, Hokkaido serves as one of the 4 main islands of Japan. These 4 islands create the famous shape of the country, perhaps one of the most easily identifiable geographical silhouettes of any state in the world. And yet Hokkaido, now considered so indisputably, integrally Japanese, has only truly been part of the Japanese mainland for the past 150 years. Before that, before the Japanese colonization of Hokkaido, the mysterious island was a frontier beyond the frontier, a faraway and indistinct place peopled by those known in Japan by many names: Eizo, Ainu, Emishi, all of which meant some variation on a similar theme: barbarian. Indeed, the name Hokkaido itself is a modern creation, first applied to the island as it was incorporated into Japan in the Meiji era. For far longer, it was known by the same name as the so-called barbarians who occupied it. Eizo, a word made up of 2 kanji with the interesting meaning of shrimp and barbarian. Eizo, as the land was for so long known, has been inhabited for at least the past 20,000 years. Yet the people we think of as the modern Japanese, an ethnicity now usually known as the Yamato people, and who in past times referred to themselves as Wajin, only first arrived to the island 800 years ago, and even then only in small numbers, their population limited to the southern tip of Oshima Peninsula, nearest to their native Honshu. The rest of the vast interior of Eizo remained a foreign land. So, who was it who lived on Eizo so long before the arrival of the modern Japanese? Hey there everyone, and welcome to Unseen Japan, the Japan you don't learn about in anime. We focus on long-form, in-depth content about Japanese people, history, and culture, with the goal of helping educate people about the real Japan. Our work is largely based on original Japanese sources, which we do both to minimize distortion, as well as to bring you, our audience, the views and concerns of Japanese people in their own words. We also work to fight misconceptions and prejudices about Japan that exist in the English-speaking world. I'm Noah Oskow, and I'll be your host for this episode. I'm also the author of the original article this video is based on. Japan's historical encounters with indigenous and foreign peoples to its north has been a major subject of my study and authorship for the past year, so if you'd like to go further into the subjects covered here, Japanese dealings with Russia, the settlement of Sakhalin, conflict with the native Ainu, Nivich, and Oroks, or the short-lived samurai republic of Eizo, feel free to click the links below. And if our mission and content interests you, go ahead and hit subscribe. Otherwise, back to the history of the colonization of Hokkaido. Those who lived in the most distant past of the island are, in many ways, lost to our modern knowledge. How they arrived and what became of them remains a hotly contested mystery. Some were the Jomon people, a Neolithic tribal hunter-gatherer society who lived in scattered settlements throughout the islands of modern Japan for a period of over 15,000 years. While the largest concentration of the Jomon lived in the central and northern areas of Honshu, some from among their tribes migrated slowly northward, eventually settling in far Hokkaido around 8,000 to 6,000 years ago. This long Jomon period continued until around 300 BCE in Honshu, where the arrival of another people called the Yayoi, perhaps from the Korean peninsula, and the introduction of rice agriculture eventually saw them and their way of life disappearing into the mists of time. The people who emerged from the Yayoi and Jomon cultures became the Yamato, the modern Japanese ethnic group. In Eizo, however, far beyond the reaches of the incipient Yamato culture, the Jomon lifestyle continued for some hundreds of years more. Meanwhile, another group of people arrived in Eizo from the north, crossing the frozen sea of Okhotsk from the large island we now call Sakhalin. These Okhotsk people arrived around 600 CE, fishing the northern shores of Eizo and hunting sea mammals. The Jomon people had meanwhile morphed into a culture now called the Satsumon. and they and the Okhotsk people lived side by side on the island, the Satsumon hunting the deep interiors of the island while the Okhotsk plied the cold seas. During the 12th century, Yamato further south in the imperial Heian court in modern Kyoto were seeing the end of an age of high art and poetry. The age of the samurai was just beginning, and the far reaches of northern Honshu were, at least momentarily, still inhabited by another seemingly non-Yamato people known as the Emishi. But the Okhotsk people in Ezo seem to have disappeared. Whether they were absorbed into the Satsumon culture, or whether they retreated across the sea to Sakhalin or beyond, is not known. Meanwhile, the Satsumon culture seems to have been influenced by yet another arriving people group. The Emishi, the native inhabitants of northern Honshu, whose origins are also shrouded in mystery, had long been in conflict with the northward advancing Yamato people. Through a series of wars and incursions, the Emishi had slowly seen themselves become surrounded by Yamato. Though some Emishi decided to join their power to the Yamato settlers, intermarrying, trading, and living side by side with them, others found themselves pushed farther and farther north, eventually fleeing across the Tsugaru Straits to Ezo. While the Emishi living in Honshu eventually faded into the overall Yamato population, their separate culture and identity extinguished from history, the Emishi in Ezo may have found themselves integrating or perhaps influencing the Satsumon culture that flourished there. Exactly what became of the Emishi, the Satsumon, and the Okhotsk is unknown. But in their place, perhaps as a continuation of all three peoples, emerged the indigenous people of Hokkaido who still live on today, the Ainu. Speakers of a distinctly non-Japonic language, one perhaps on a continuum with the Jomon or Emishi languages, the Ainu also appear vastly different from their southern neighbors. Indeed, early Western visitors to Ezo perceived them as a sort of lost Caucasian people. Americans tended to liken them in appearance and custom to Native Americans. Their men wore huge, burly beards, and their women tattooed the area around their mouths in a distinctive black ink. The Ainu of the time lived across Ezo, with separate communities in Sakhalin and the Kuril Islands northeast of the Ezo mainland, speaking different dialects. They hunted the interiors of their island homelands, fished the seas, and traded with people to the islands even farther north, and with others on the nearby Asian mainland. To the Ainu, Hokkaido was their ancestral homeland, the Ainu Moshir, as said in their tongue. To the slowly encroaching Yamato Japanese, it was Ezo, a foreign land of so-called hairy barbarians. What exactly Ezo was to the Yamato remained hazy, as the term referred to all the lands of these barbarians, including Sakhalin and the Kurils. It was not until hundreds of years later that accurate maps were made of the area that distinguished between these various landmasses. Legends remain of early Japanese Buddhist priests who had gone to Ezo to proselytize to the Ainu, but of what became of them, we know not. Needless to say, their religion did not take root, as the Ainu animist religion remained strong. Though some Yamato trading outposts were probably set up on the island as early as the 700s, the first real Yamato population to settle in Ezo only arrived in the 12th century, as some seeking refuge from wars and famine in northern Honshu crossed the Tsugaru Strait and set up small communities in the southern parts of Oshima Peninsula, where the rich fisheries off the coast supplied them with food and trade. Others came to pan Ezo rivers in search of elusive gold, while the newly established Kamakura shogunate, which ruled over Japan from 1185, began sending convicts into exile in this distant, foreign land. These small Yamato enclaves could perhaps be compared to the earliest English settlements in North America, like Roanoke and Jamestown, although the Yamato here had much easier access to their homeland, with Honshu just across the short Tsugaru Strait, rather than an entire ocean away. Like those colonies, these new Yamato transplants had to learn to subsist in a new land where their usual crops might not grow, and where the local climes were more extreme than they were used to. They found themselves both coming into conflict and simultaneously completely reliant on the local peoples they encountered there. People who vastly outnumbered them and whom they considered barbarians, but who knew the lay of the land and how to survive there much better than these initial interlopers could dream of. Trade with the Ainu was key to these settlers' lives in Ezo, but their relationship with them was tenuous enough to require the building of simple wooden forts and barricades to ward off Ainu attack, complete with surrounding Buddhist cemeteries. Ainu taboos regarding the dead were thought to prevent them from coming too close. For their part, the Ainu's interactions with these southern foreigners were just as complicated. While intrusions into their land and the disruption of important salmon spawning grounds by Yamato hunting for gold in local rivers was irksome, the Ainu also came to depend on goods they could receive via trade with the Yamato. Rice, sake, and advanced metalworks brought across the Tsugaru Strait. As trade with the Yamato became more important, Ainu lifestyles shifted, just one example being the abandoning of a tradition of Ainu metalworking in favor of superior wares from Honshu. Another item they came to treasure was Japanese lacquerware, which became a traditional item for the storage of family valuables. But desire for healthy trade was not enough to prevent real conflict from breaking out between the Ainu and the foreigners in their midst. While trade between the two peoples had started off more or less as that between equals, the Yamato began to see the Ainu more as a lesser people, bringing tribute to a more powerful neighbor. Abuses of power by the Yamato and unfair trading became more prevalent, and Ainu resentment grew in turn. As has happened throughout history, these unfair power dynamics between indigenous and foreign interloper made violence almost inevitable. The first major war between Ainu and Yamato on Ezo broke out in 1457, known as Koshamines War, or Koshaman no Tatakai. What started as a simple trade dispute regarding a sword was enough to fan the fires of resentment into a full-blown blaze of violence. A Yamato blacksmith, enraged by an Ainu customer's displeasure with the quality and price of the short sword he had ordered, plunged the bespoke dagger into his young customer's body. Seeking revenge, Koshamine, an Ainu leader, led groups of infuriated Ainu to attack the 12 fortified Yamato outposts on Oshima Peninsula. They managed to defeat the Yamato defenders at many of the forts, sacking them and razing the outposts to the ground. These Ainu victories were not enough to drive the Yamato off the island, however. While 10 of the 12 forts fell to their attacks, one fort withstood the Ainu barrage under the stout leadership of one Takeda Nobuhiro, a young samurai associated with the locally powerful Kakizaki family. Successfully defending the fort, he led a counterattack against Koshamine's forces. After various battles with many losses on both sides, Nobuhiro finally managed to ambush Koshamine, felling both the Ainu leader and his sons under a hail of arrows. The Ainu revolt had ended, and with it their greatest chance to beat back the advancing Yamato. Nobuhiro became one of the great Yamato heroes of the history of Hokkaido, and the Kakizaki officially invited him into their family. Eventually, he became the head of their clan, which itself came to supplant the local Abe clan as the leaders of the Yamato settlers on Ezo. In 1516, the Ashikaga shogun granted the Kakizaki the right to tax ships coming in and out of Ezo harbors. As the Kakizaki consolidated power in their area of Ezo, more skirmishes and battles with the Ainu came at intermittent periods. A peace was formed in 1551, and the Kakizaki at first worked to implement fairer rules regarding the Ainu to prevent further conflicts disrupting their trade. In 1560, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, fresh off his conquest of the Japanese mainland and the unification of the country, bestowed upon the Kakizaki the right to administer their part of Ezo as a fief. He admonished them to use their border holdings to protect Japan from the northern barbarians at their doorstep. The newly empowered Kakizaki changed their names to Matsumai, constructing a castle in their capital of the same name. Thus began what is now known as the Matsumai era, a period of over 200 years where the Matsumai clan held sole power over their part of Ezo. In many ways, the Matsumai holdings were a colony in the true sense of the word, an extension of foreign power on a distant land far from that power's capital, where a minority group administered land occupied by a majority indigenous group, taking advantage of the resources of the occupied territory to send it off to the mainland, all the while privileging themselves over the native inhabitants of the area. Despite all this, Ezo as a whole was not truly part of Japan, at least not yet. The Matsumai created an official delimiting line between the area where Yamato were allowed to settle, this area being called the Wajinshi, which occupied just part of the southern Oshima Peninsula, and between the vast majority of Ezo that was to be considered the frontier lands occupied by the Ainu, called the Ezochi. All trade with the Ainu and the Ezochi was to go through the Matsumai and be taxed by them, giving the clan a monopoly on wealth created via Ainu trade. Any fishing or trade outposts in the Eizo-chi were also to be made only with Matsumai permission, and no Yamato were allowed to winter in the Eizo-chi. Nonetheless, fishing outposts from this area eventually developed into many of the major coastal towns and cities of modern Hokkaido. Despite initial attempts to keep good relations with the Ainu, the Matsumai could be heavy-handed in their treatment of their indigenous neighbors. When they opened a fishing outpost in Kushiro in 1635, the Matsumai forcibly moved an inland group of Ainu to the site in order to use them as manpower for their fishing exploits. This sort of wanton use of the Ainu barbarians, almost perceived as non-humans by the Yamato, resulted in more outbreaks of war between the colonizers and the colonized. In 1668, a charismatic Ainu leader named Shakushain launched a war against the Yamato for their interference in an ongoing rivalry he had with another Ainu clan. He gathered other clans to his cause using anger at Yamato unfairness as a rallying cry. His army assaulted Yamato towns and took Yamato ships at sea, killing as many as 400 Yamato people. The war became serious enough that the Tokugawa shogun in distant Edo, modern Tokyo, commanded his northern lords to send troops across the sea to assist the Matsumai in their battles against the Ainu, something which shows the importance the central government put on the Matsumai domain as a frontier fief. Shakushain and his forces were eventually routed, and he surrendered. During a celebratory feast following the peace treaty he had signed, Shakushain was murdered in cold blood by the victorious Matsumai soldiers. Yamato domination was once again asserted. In 1716, the Matsumai lord was conferred the official title of daimyo, recognizing his suzerainty over the Wajinshi, and bringing the area even closer into the mainland Japanese system. The shogunate's interest in the Ainu continued. In 1717, saw the creation of an office for Ainu affairs located in Eizo, which was supported by taxes levied on local fisheries. The fisheries themselves were the lifeblood of the Wajinshi, with huge amounts of caught herring being sold farther south as a treasured source of quality fertilizer. Eizo herring may have fertilized up to 50% of Japanese rice fields by 1740. In order to increase profits, the Matsumai would subcontract their trading posts around the island to interested merchants, who would then use or even force nearby Ainu to work as seasonal laborers. This system, called Basho Ukeoi, became the standard feature of the unbalanced Yamato-Ainu relationship for well over 100 years. The 1700s saw the Yamato population in their section of Eizo grow, as did their abuses against the Ainu. Conversely to the Wajinshi population boom, the indigenous population continued to fall, their communities ravaged by new diseases and emaciated by the diminishing stock of deer and fish, as the Yamato population took more of the island's resources. In the year 1600, there had been approximately 50,000 Ainu on Hokkaido, as opposed to only 12,000 Yamato. A century later, in 1700, the Ainu were only barely holding on to their majority. Their population decreased to only 30,000 Ainu against 20,000 Yamato. Yet another 100 years onwards, in 1800, there were only 20,000 Ainu, while the Yamato population on the island had grown to 30,000, meaning that by the turn of the 19th century, the Yamato now outnumbered the Ainu in their own homeland, even if those Yamato still mostly lived in the geographically smaller area of the Wajinshi. The final major Ainu uprising occurred in 1789, spurred on by horrific mistreatment of Ainu in the east of Eizo under the Basho Ukeoi system. Bands of Ainu raided eastern trade posts and towns, killing up to 70 Yamato before the revolt was put down. 37 Ainu, captured and held as instigators of the revolt, were executed. This was the end of major armed Ainu resistance to the Yamato. It was around this time that the Ainu were replaced as the source of major Yamato concern in these northern borderlands. The frontiers of Japan and Russia came into closer and closer contact between the years 1770 to 1813, as Russian exploration of their newly acquired Far East melded into the Japanese northern frontiers of Eizo, including the poorly mapped and still mutually mysterious areas of the Kurils and the large island of Sakhalin. Russians and their ever-growing population centers in Siberia hoped that Japan would prove to be an apt source of trade, the products of which could more easily be brought to Siberia via northern Japan than from distant St. Petersburg or Moscow. Russian missions to Azo in 1778 and 1779 managed to meet with Matsumai officials, but this was during Japan's long period of official isolation, which is often called sakoku in modern literature. And the Matsumai, ultimately bound by the strict isolationist rules of the Tokugawa shogunate, simply directed the Russians to trade with the Ainu in specifically decided locales in the Kurils, or to make the long sea journey south to Nagasaki, where perhaps they could trade via Dejima, the only site of allowed, although limited, trade with Western powers. Following this suggestion, other Russian officers later went to Nagasaki in search of trade. However, they were kept waiting in the harbor for months on end, disallowed by Nagasaki officials to even set foot off their ships. After this long period of waiting, they were finally rebuffed, causing their leader, Rezanov, to send ships to attack Japanese outposts in the Kurils and Sakhalin. They burnt the outposts to the ground and also attacked 2 Japanese ships at sea. These attacks touched off a period of great paranoia regarding the Russians and incited panic in Azo. Troops were sent to outposts throughout the frontier to ward off attacks, and a system of bonfire beacons was installed from Cape Soya to Matsumai to warn the capital in case of Russian incursions, though none more came. The situation with this new neighbor to the north was of extreme concern to the shogunate on the mainland, leading them to take interest in the island of Azo. They sent expeditions to the island to see the state of Matsumai control there, and came away disappointed. Worried that Matsumai mismanagement of the Ainu would lead to the resentful among them to side with the Russians on the occasion they decided to make a move on Azo, the shogunate made a decisive move. By 1799, they took over direct control of eastern Hokkaido, installing troops in the trading posts there, effectively militarizing the border area. To the south, in the Wajinshi, they set up a magistrate.
If anybody wants to know, we're finishing up our lunch right now, and we'll just finish up this video, and then it's got about 10 minutes left. That's what it looks like. And then right after the video, I'm going to be eating the hottest hot chicken from Prince's Hot Chicken here in Nashville.
With chopsticks.
With chopsticks. That Nick brought over, and then I'm going to be getting a pie in the face. So if you are interested in that kind of stuff, just stick around. And
if you're a masochist,
that's what you're into.
You know, if you get on the internet every day and you want to see people get pied in the face, you're in luck.
In the town of Hakodate, minimizing Matsumai power in their own domain. Soon after, they forced the Matsumai to relinquish the domain entirely, moving the lordly family away from Azo, and placing all power in the Wajinshi in shogunate hands. 200 years of Matsumai rule seemed at an end. The shogunal magistrate in the new Azo capital of Hakodate tried various schemes to begin developing the island, hoping to populate it more thoroughly with Japanese, thus heading off any Russian ideas of conquest of the island under the guise of it being some sort of unclaimed land. Samurai farmers were brought in to settle some of the more northerly parts of the island, but the cold Azo winters defeated them. As the 19th century moved on, more and more foreigners found their way to Azo, whether on purpose or not. The age of whaling brought to the seas surrounding Hokkaido American and British ships in search of the numerous cetaceans for whom the waters were home. Whaling ships in search of provisions, as well as foreign castaways washing ashore, meant that the people of Azo, both Japanese and Ainu, kept on encountering foreigners despite the sanctions against such meetings imposed by the shogunate. Despite these worrying developments, the shogunate eventually withdrew from direct rule of the Wajinshi for lack of funds. The financial situation for the ruling Tokugawa family was becoming more dire with each decade of the 19th century. The shogunate returned the Matsumai to power as defenders of the Azo frontier. However, the Matsumai rule could not last long. Unbeknownst to either them or the shogunate, the age of the samurai and of Japanese isolation was coming to an end. American President Millard Fillmore had sent Admiral Matthew C. Perry to Japan under instructions of opening up the country to foreign trade. When Perry's so-called black ships, powerful steam-powered vessels of war brimming with cannon the likes of which Japan had never seen, steamed into Uraga Harbor in 1853, the age of isolation came tumbling down. By the time Perry returned to Japan a year later as promised in his ultimatum to the shogun, the Tokugawa government had decided to capitulate to foreign demands. They opened up 2 ports for American trade, one in Shimoda in modern Shizuoka, and the other was in Hakodate in Ezo, both locations perhaps having been chosen to keep the Americans as far away from central power as possible. In fact, Perry himself had requested access to Matsumai, which he believed to still be the capital of Ezo. However, it was refused him. The shogunate claimed it was controlled by its own lord, and thus was beyond the powers of the central government. Perry sailed to Hakodate to ensure the port met his standards, which it did amply. He called it one of the best harbors in the world, likening it to Gibraltar. The townspeople fled as the ships approached, and Hakodate officials, claiming ignorance of the Tokugawa decree to open Hakodate to the Americans, resisted their landing in the harbor. Perry prepared a bombardment, but was spared the need to act when officials acquiesced. The townspeople remained hidden during his initial visit, and Perry's sailors saw not a single Japanese woman their entire time in Hakodate. They did, however, encounter Ainu, who Perry's men described as under the absolute will of their Japanese taskmasters. Thus began Hakodate's history as point of contact between Japan and the outside world, fitting as it was for a major port on land that was only just starting to be considered anything other than a frontier. Russia soon had its own treaty allowing trade there, and they began to make their mark on the city. Ezo officials began investing in farming to help cater to foreign seamen, especially with the raising of cattle for beef. In fact, Hokkaido remains a major domestic source of beef and milk for Japan to this very day. Meanwhile, foreign attention towards the Ainu worried Japanese officials, who were concerned about potential Ainu revolts. From 1855, Japanese settlers were officially allowed to move into the Ezochi lands previously reserved for the Ainu, and those specially designated military and business enterprises. The full colonization of the Ainu lands had begun, and the more Yamato who moved into the land, the less the Ainu could practice their traditional ways of life, and the less likely it became that they could ever overcome the Japanese in a revolt. Like so many other settlement enterprises throughout world history, the land of the Ainu was deemed empty by the Japanese government, ripe for full-on colonization. The Ainu, long dominated by the Yamato but still generally free to live in their own land, would soon be surrounded and pushed out of even that. To put it mildly, these were tumultuous times for Japan. Hardly a decade after Perry forced the Tokugawa shogunate to open up Japan to him and an ever-growing list of foreign countries, the samurai of Satsuma and Choshu domains, far in the south of Japan, rose up in revolt against the 250-year-old shogunate. Intending to return the emperor in Kyoto to real power and to restore Japanese honor vis-a-vis the foreign powers they perceived the shogun as practically kowtowing to, their revolution saw the weakened Tokugawa regime falling far faster and more easily than could ever have been anticipated. This brought major change in Ezo as well, as the fleeing shogunate loyalist forces led by Admiral Enomoto Takeaki sailed to the island, defeating the Matsumai in battle after battle. Matsumai itself and Hakodate fell to Enomoto's army, and for almost a year's time, Ezo became a separate breakaway state from the Japanese mainland, referred to by modern scholars as the Ezo Kyowakoku, the Ezo Republic. Enomoto's entreaties to be allowed to maintain the samurai way of life and to develop Ezo under the leadership of a Tokugawa heir were denied by the new Meiji government now ruling the Japanese mainland. His brief era as president of his so-called Samurai Republic saw new attempts at organizing the island and outreach to the foreigners and Ainu in his new domain. But whatever changes he hoped to carry out were cut short by the invading Meiji army. The major battles that occurred at sea and on land between the rebel samurai forces and the Meiji were deadly, leaving 2/3 of Hakodate in ruins by the time they had finished. Enomoto finally capitulated. The age of samurai on Ezo was over. After the rebels and their short-lived republic had been put down, the Meiji began the final and full incorporation of all the main island of Ezo into Japan. The residence inside the star-shaped fortress of Goryokaku that had housed the Republic of Ezo government was demolished, and the reconstruction of Hakodate was begun. To bring the land fully into modern Japan, the Meiji needed a new name for the island that would separate it from the connotations of Eizo, a land of barbarians, a frontier that was beyond the knowledge and scope of most Japanese. Matsuda Takeshiro, an explorer who had covered more ground on Hokkaido than perhaps any other Yamato Japanese, and who had befriended many Ainu and even learned their language, submitted 6 potential names, including Kai Hokudo, meaning Ocean Northern Route, and Hokkaido, Northern Kai Road. Matsuda, who had respect for the Ainu, had chosen the Kai in his Hokkaido to represent their people, as he somewhat erroneously believed this was the word that they used for the island in their own tongue. The government liked the sound of Hokkaido, but preferred the kanji meanings of Kaihokudo, and rearranged the former to be read like the latter. Thus, Hokkaido, Northern Sea Route, was born. Eizo, both as the homeland of the Ainu and as a breakaway samurai state, was no more. The Meiji began work on a newly planned capital for their new Hokkaido, to be named Sapporo. Unlike southern Hakodate, so close to Honshu and deeply entrenched in the lands that had been part of the Yamato Japanese settlement for centuries, Sapporo was deep in the former Eizochi, and thus traditionally Ainu, territory. An inland capital farther north and more central to the whole island indicated the permanent ownership of the entire land now claimed by Japan. Hakodate was consigned to the Eizo past. Sapporo was the future, one in which this newly named Hokkaido was simply another part of the homeland of the Japanese Empire. A postal service was established in Hakodate in 1872, and the telegraph service came in 1875. A ferry route soon plied the waters between Yokohama and Hakodate, and another ferry departed Aomori on the mainland every 4 days, crossing the Tsugaru Straits for Hokkaido. Only decades earlier, an explorer from Honshu hoping to see Eizo would have to wait for months simply to receive approval to venture into this borderland. As perhaps the final signal of just how much Hokkaido was now being considered fully Japan, the Meiji Emperor himself visited the island in 1876. He met not only with his Yamato citizenry on the island, but even a group of Ainu, and attended an Ainu dance. He returned again to the island in 1881. Both times, the people greeted him with great fanfare. The story of Hokkaido continues with the tale of its development by the Meiji state. But this is a story worthy of its own detailed examination. By this point, the island once known as Eizo had been completely colonized and annexed. So much so, in fact, that it is now simply taken for granted as part of the Japanese mainland. The development saw a huge wave of immigration to the island as Meiji officials and hired foreign experts figured out how best to endure the frigid winters and make use of the vast lands of Hokkaido. Thousands of former samurai, including a group who had been part of the Republic of Eizo, destitute and without purpose now that their way of life was outlawed, moved to Hokkaido. These so-called tondenhei, former warriors turned farmers, founded many modern Hokkaido towns that exist in one form or another until this day. Mining, agriculture, and fishing industries flourished. Such agricultural developments nearly drove the Hokkaido deer to extinction. The Eizo wolf, one of only 2 species native to the Japanese archipelago, was not so lucky. The Ainu were subsumed by their colonizers. Their identity as a separate ethnicity and culture actively repressed by the increasingly imperious Meiji state as it began to stress a uniquely homogeneous Japan into which the Ainu could not fit. Yet today, they live on in Hokkaido, perhaps 30,000 among a population of almost 5.5 million. The Ainu language, like the Eizo wolf, is now thought extinct, having recently lost many of its last native speakers. Serious efforts to revitalize their culture are underway, however. In 1947, after World War II but still during the American occupation period, Hokkaido was made into a full and equal prefecture, on the same level as the other 46 prefectures of Japan. Ironically, towards the very tail end of the war, the island had barely avoided invasion and potential annexation from Russia, a fear strikingly similar to the one that had spurred the central shogunate government to incorporate Eizo more firmly into Japanese suzerainty over 150 years earlier. The aims of the Tokugawa shoguns of the time have now been carried out. Hokkaido has become irrevocably Japanese.
All right. I hope you picked up, something interesting. If you're into history, that's a good it's a good video to watch. Japan is just so surprising. I think in so many different ways because the history is just so long, and I think that's one of the things that I just am still trying to wrap my mind around because our country, the country that where most of us are watching this from. There may be some people from somewhere else who are watching it from other places, but in America, our history is not as long by any means, and so these videos are just a way of framing that we're when we go over to Japan as Westerners, we're coming into a country that is very historically rich and has a lot of precedent that has built up from generation to generation to generation, and so it's just a completely different way of sort of looking at things and trying to figure all that out. It's interesting. I enjoy it. I enjoy that. So I enjoy that a lot more than I'm about to enjoy this chicken. I can tell you that much.
Really good segue. Good job.
Yeah. Okay. So Nick, my friend Nick,
half Nick over here.
Half Nick.
I'll be 3/4.
Nick was very kind in coming all the way over here today, bringing us some lunch and participating in Star Wars trivia. He did great, and but he also brought, at my request, I will say that he brought Nashville's I'll say it's Nashville's hottest chicken.
It has to be. I don't
Are
see
they
how.
claiming that it's the hottest?
Well, Prince's is the original.
Prince's
They do
is
claim that.
okay. When you're talking about Nashville hot chicken is world. I mean, it's just famous. So when you're talking about hot chicken, Prince's is the go-to place, and this is the hottest chicken on their menu by orders of magnitude above what I.
Yeah, tell them the levels of the hotness.
So there's original nothing,
right?
Then mild, medium, hot, then X hot, 2X hot, 3X hot.
Guys,
And
I
we
had
ate
mild for lunch.
Yeah, for lunch we had mild.
And that was, for me, pretty spicy.
Yeah, that's
So.
That's usually if you go anywhere else in Nashville and they have just one hot chicken on the menu, that's about the heat that it's at.
Yeah, I need to get something. I need to get some milk.
Milk's good.
Milk. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some milk. I'll be right back, and then I'm gonna eat some chicken.
Oh, that's nice.
You're just trying to find everything in this video.
Well, it's appropriate too. She's eating it.
I thought we should just eat wasabi as ice cream.
Oh man, if you put wasabi on this chicken.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, is that your mom?
That's Daniel's.
Right.
Yeah.
Is she's not still there?
No, she's not.
Okay.
She's been sitting there the whole time.
Because I watched when y'all video chatted her because I was like, I love it. I love the studio setup because it's she was in the weather window.
Tell us about the weather out there in Charlotte.
Y'all, if y'all call again, y'all need to do that.
Yeah.
Say, now the mom with the weather.
I don't think she would pick up on it though. She'd be like, what?
I love that your dad is still got that incredible beard.
Yeah.
And he is just killing the Santa
That's where
Claus look.
Corona lives though. You gotta shave that stuff off. It can't be sanitary,
You gotta
right?
wash twice a day.
Do you condition your beard?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
Actually, because Lord Beth bought me some thingy that I do in the shower.
Some thingy.
It's like a little tiny bottle. It probably costs $87.
What?
I don't know. But every time I see a tiny bottle like this, I'm like, you're probably overpriced.
Probably right. Are you ready, sir?
Alright, you got the hot chicken?
I got the hashi.
Yeah, some hashi.
I gave you hashi.
No, they're right.
I don't even want to touch the sides of it for fear of touching
Do you
my
need a
face.
plate? Let's get a plate. Now that we know which one it is.
All right, we are back. I think our mic was on the whole time.
Oh, was that?
No,
was our
it
mic on
wasn't.
the whole time? Yeah, I think it was. That's cool.
Sweet.
Well, now we gave away one of our bits though because we were talking about maybe doing where Mom would be in the studio.
It's actually. I was like, what is that? Ranch?
All right. So I have I've got milk here. We've got just some insanely hot chicken.
Nick said he's afraid to touch it.
Nick doesn't even want to touch this. I don't blame him. This looks.
I can smell the hot. Oh my gosh.
This looks crazy.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because I didn't obviously check it, but it looks.
The pickle is just for garnish.
All right, show everybody.
Oh.
Like garnish, like there's a subtlety to the flavors. It's
and that's the coloring is correct. If you're wondering that,
it's scary.
It is that dark.
It's dark.
It's not burnt. It's it is spice.
Or try.
Daniel, that is not.
Make
what
that
you do
bigger.
with
Yeah, that is
chopsticks.
not what you do. Do not
Ooh,
ever.
Don't ever do that, Daniel.
But I had to do that because I had to move the.
Move the pickle.
I really don't want to do this.
If you don't want Daniel to burn his mouth, donate money to them.
No, don't. No,
Just kidding.
we're not doing that.
All right.
Guys.
Hey, it's a cultural experience, right?
Yeah.
When you're in Nashville.
All right, here we go. Some hottest chicken. I really don't want to do this. Why did
you?
I did you. I didn't want you to do this.
Nobody wants me to do this. If you want me to do this, put a 1 in the chat. If you want to do this. I'm gonna do it anyway. All right.
Okay, we sang our songs earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Because there ain't no singing after this.
All right, here we go. I'm just gonna do it. Here we go.
Just take a bite.
Oh.
I was wondering what was gonna happen.
Woo! Oh, that's hot. Oh.
Also, don't do this.
Yeah. Well, it means death. So,
Right.
I mean,
I guess that is appropriate.
It's the. Oh man.
Yes. You're gonna eat more?
I'm gonna eat more.
Are you? Okay.
All right. Well.
Oh.
Have fun.
All right. Here's second bite.
How many bites are we?
I'm just gonna try 2. That's about all I think handle right
I mean, I was impressed with 1, but okay.
Look at the.
He's already lost his sense of smell. He's trying to lose his sense of taste
This
now.
poor chicken. He died for this.
All right, here we go. My mouth is on fire.
Your lips are
Take it
orange.
We need to take it away.
Okay. Goodbye, chicken.
Milk. Oh.
Your lips are orange.
Yeah, just hit it back. Just mix it in.
Oh.
You know what really helps with hot chicken?
Guys.
Whipped
cream.
Are you okay?
That is spicy. I'm not gonna lie.
Are you a fire-breathing dragon now?
It's just lingering like that. It's just the. It's not like a.
All right, Nick, your turn.
Yeah, go for it.
Not.
Do it.
No way.
Wow.
It's not what I expected. I'm gonna say this.
What did you expect?
It's not what I.
Is it the hottest thing you've ever eaten? Because that's my first thought.
It's
What about that karage you and Rusty had in Japan? Is it hotter than that?
no. I think I don't know.
Karaage is Japanese.
What this is staying in my mouth. Like this, it's just a super long.
You just need to
burn.
do, like mouthwash. Like swish that stuff around.
Ew. I hate mouth noises. Let's just
It's,
put it on the internet. That's great.
Get close to the microphone and then swish it around for all the ASMR people out there.
The chicken was good, y'all, but
Was it?
oh, it still burns.
Do you want more milk?
No,
Do you want whipped cream in the face?
no. All right,
Not too bad, because it's that time.
let me. All right, yeah, it's time for that. Ugh. Boy, that burn! It still burns. It still burns like crazy.
You know, put like technical difficulties.
Yeah, hang on just a second. All right, we're gonna switch over to the cell camera, and we're gonna go out back. So hopefully, hey, there I am.
Okay, what about that? Oh my gosh, it knocked the dimple off your face!
Oh man, that burns.
It's hot time!
All right, we're on. I hope that this is still picking up. The audio is still picking up. So we're gonna go. That's a great angle, by the way.
Is it?
It's probably my best angle.
Up the nostrils.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Alright.
You get to see behind the scenes.
Like, cold.
It was frozen.
Oh.
Yeah, it was frozen. Okay, so Nick, let's see, front camera. Let's sit
You just
back.
call him Nick.
Nick's holding the pie.
Here.
There it is.
Or you head out.
All right, I'm heading out.
I'm gonna.
Ugh.
Yeah.
All right. So,
You want me to film this?
yeah, film it. All right, let's just get this over with.
Japanese Proverbs.
No, this is awful, guys. Okay, I'm gonna get cleaned up here. Kate's gonna talk to you, and I'll be right back.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. Oh. Alright.
Alright.
I don't even know how to start cleaning this up.
Wow. So that, oh no! We just dumped water all over everywhere.
Oh, no.
It's fine, everything's fine. Thank you. What?
Did anybody say anything?
Let me see the chat. Cheering you guys on. Thank you. Seth says fire.
Oh, that was for what I ate the chicken.
Shane says chicken fire.
Chicken fire.
So, nothing about your Phantom of the Opera impersonation yet, but it's coming, I'm sure. Alright, so Daniel's going to put a new shirt on because that one's been creamed. And I didn't like that shirt anyway. So, you know. Alright, let's talk about some Japanese proverbs while we're doing that. So, some of the Japanese proverbs are sort of parallels to ones that we have in English. Some of them are rather humorous. Oh, there was one that I thought was perfect for Daniel. Let me see if I can find it. Well, anyway, let me, I'll tell you a couple of these that are similar to English ones. Let me read this one for you. 一条の矢は折るべく、十条は折るべくらず。折るべからず。Okay. One arrow can easily break. 10 arrows do not easily break. So I'm sure you guys understand what that means. And we have similarities in English. A cord of 3 strands is not easily broken. I think we understand. I don't have to explain that one too much. This one says, though this proverb applies to military forces as well as to mass opinion, the appeal to conformity to a like-minded group rather than an individual is also implied. So like I said earlier, Japan is a very collectivist society, and what the majority does is very important. Popular opinion is very important. The majority is the boss. So, if you're out by yourself, you will break easily, and 10 arrows do not easily break. That one's pretty simple. Let me see if where were the funny? Let's get some funny ones. Oh, here's another one that is very similar to English. 水底の針を探す. To search for a needle at the bottom of a barrel of water. Or our English one is to search for a needle in a haystack. So this book says that our Western version of that is even more dramatic than the Japanese one, because a needle looks more like a little piece of hay, but finding it at the bottom of clear water wouldn't be quite as impossible. So maybe the Western one is more, what's that word? Exaggerating than the Japanese one. Let's find another proverb. Do we have any comments for Daniel? No comments for Daniel.
What?
Oh, nothing. All right. Here's an interesting one. カニは甲羅に似せて穴を掘る. Crabs dig holes according to the size of their shells. Or another way you can take that is make sure that you cut a hole appropriate to your own shell size. So this is a really good Southern saying, don't get too big for your britches. So you have to make sure that you're cutting a hole for yourself that is appropriate to your station in life. Let's see, we got anything else interesting? I really like expressions like this. And there's a lot of English ones that I don't really know. Sometimes I hear a new English expression and it's like, never heard that before. And let's see, something else interesting. Okay, I like this one. Endo wa hikage de mo hajikeru. Even beans grow even in the shade. So I kind of tend to go spiritual on that one, even when it seems like nothing is happening, nothing is growing. Just because you're not in direct sunlight doesn't mean nothing is happening. Something is always growing. And I think that, you know, we as humans think you have to have sunlight for something to grow, and God says, I make things grow. In fact, in the scripture it says, I will make my church grow. We plant the seeds, we water them, other people water them. God makes the church. He grows his church the way he sees fit, even when we think there is no sunlight. So I've definitely had that happen over COVID, when I thought nothing is happening here. The things that we want to do can't happen. And God was still doing things. God was doing things that I hadn't even thought of. And it's really cool, because when things like that happen, you say, well, it had to be God and his providence and his Holy Spirit working, because it was not my excellent planning that did it. We've got Daniel returning from the dead. He's got a new shirt.
Yeah, we need to hear our background is kind of
Yeah, it's a little
wobbly here.
We messed up going outside.
No, that's all right. The lighting just got all messed up here. We can close the blinds.
Daniel, the master planner, is going to tell us what's coming up next. I'm going to wipe.
We have no more content.
That is not true. I'm going to wipe up all this water that's on the floor. It's probably Daniel's tears from the hot chicken.
That was some hot chicken, you guys. My mouth is still on fire. I'm not gonna lie, but like it wasn't the kind of heat that I expected. Like I was expecting like instant pain, and it was like a delayed onset, and it was brutal, and it still is.
But you can still talk. That's good.
I can still talk.
I was afraid I would just be talking for the next 5 hours.
I have this like sneaking suspicion and fear that I'm gonna miss some of that cream, like, and throughout the day, like it's just gonna start to stink or something. I don't think it goes that bad that fast though, right? I can get a shower. It won't go bad before I get a shower tonight, right? I hope not. If you start smelling something weird, it's me.
Your hair's wet.
Yeah, I tried to wash it out.
Oh,
Anyway.
you got some in your hair.
Mhm.
I know Lumberjack Man did on his shirt.
Oh, look at that.
What? Oh, what? It's green Mountain
It's my
Dew.
Mountain Dew.
That's so cool.
Ooh, okay. All right, guys.
All right, tell Nick thank you for everything.
Nick, don't go yet.
What?
We're gonna do some.
Inflicted a lot of damage already.
Let's
Oh yes, you can join us for exercise time.
let's do it.
All right, Gowdy Taiso, take 2. It's good to do it after the lunch slump. Come on, Nicholas. Our screen is backwards too, by the way. Oh, is this different?
Yeah, it's a different.
Oh no! Why are you switching it up like that? This one's harder.
That's hard on a flat.
How did their arms
Just hit
just
you in
hit
the
me in the
head.
head? How do their arms?
There's no room in here.
Are they double jointed?
I can't.
Oh, I don't even know.
You're almost as good at this as you are Dr. Mario.
I beat you, Dr. Mario.
This is like waist
I was-
up
I was
ballet.
I was
Right.
just going easy.
Oh, please.
Oh, I'm going the wrong way.
Wait.
And you gotta
We're
go
backwards.
opposite to make it look right on the screen. No, I hope everybody who's watching this, I hope you're up doing this.
This is the hot chicken dance.
Let me tuck my shirt in.
Oh, wrong way again. No!
No. Wait.
So it is that way.
Oh no.
Ow, you hit me. There's no room in our tiny kitchen.
You mean Studio Speer?
That's okay. We need to
Oh no.
make it micro.
Oh no. What is this? I didn't know we were doing hit training over here.
Oh, I almost kicked over your computer.
That's fine. I don't need it.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
We're still.
I can't do this one.
Nope. That's.
I don't know what I'm doing.
I can't reverse it in my mind.
I know, right?
I have to do it.
Like you think you're a
this way
fairly
that they're-
intelligent human being until you have to do something backwards.
Nope.
Just try to do it forward.
Oh. We're in 3/4 time now. Okay, that's cool. Ow! Stop hitting me! That's very graceful.
Yeah.
Yes. Beautiful. Your daughter's so proud, I'm sure.
Nope.
Is it winding down? Is it? I think so.
much. That was Dajio Taiso
Part 2.
Part 2.
Nicholas?
Thank you so much, Nick.
That was very graceful.
Yes. Had a great time, man.
Not in the least.
Thanks so much for coming. We had a great time.
Thanks for the chicken and the whipped cream.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Everything was fantastic, man. It was
Was it?
great. We are so we're so overshot for time. But that's fine because we've got more time. We'll just maybe we'll stay on an extra hour. Who knows? Who knows what we're gonna
Don't
do
be
today?
making crazy promises.
Who knows?
Well, I will join y'all back on the stream.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you in the comments.
All right,
We'll see you in the,
Thanks,
see you in the
Nick.
comments.
I call him Chicken Nick for the rest
All
of
right,
his
Megan says, Megan says it's a little difficult doing it in the car, but it feels like the baby's doing it in her belly.
Oh, I love it. I love it. That's great.
That's cute. Okay.
Hi, baby.
Giveaway time.
Woo!
Giveaway time. So if anybody wants some swag, we brought some swag from Japan because I've been planning this thing for, here, let's go back to the studio here.
Yeah, please.
Back. All right, here we go.
Hey.
We're too big. Here, let's make it a little smaller.
Is it a coffee tap?
There we go. Yeah, go get some coffee. I'll do the giveaway.
All right, cool.
Here, could you make me some?
Yeah.
All right.
Decaf for you.
Here's my cup. Here's my cup. If everybody else, like, now's a good time to get some coffee. Like after the giveaway, we're gonna go ahead and do this. So right now I'm going to give away. Let's see, some Mount Fuji socks. If anybody wants some Mount Fuji socks, these will fit probably about a size up to like about size 9. You may be able to squeeze like size 10 into them, but these are just some standard, Mount Fuji socks with the top of the mountain up here at the top of your foot. And I also have these. These will work great as Christmas ornaments, but people buy these little hangers and they put them on their cell phones in Japan. And these are some traditional style Hello Kitty hangers that you can hang on your phone, or you can hang it on your Christmas tree at Christmas if you wish to do that, or you can make earrings out of. I don't know what you want to do, but if you want this, then maybe you can answer this question. What is the name of the network of high-speed railway lines in Japan? In Japanese, what is it called? And the design of these trains was inspired by a kingfisher. So these are bullet trains. It's like a bullet train, but what is it called in Japanese? If you know the answer to that, then I will mail you both of these things. So whoever can guess it correctly in the chat. If you've already won something, then just hopefully somebody else will win it. But yeah, if you know the answer to that question, leave it in the Facebook chat. I'm looking. It's a little bit delayed, so I'm going to wait and see if anybody knows the answer to that question. And if nobody knows it, then I guess I can just say, if nobody knows the answer to that question, then the first person who says, "Hey, I want that." How about that?
That's not fair.
Well, like, if anybody wants it, if anybody wants this, I'll mail it to you. So I don't even know. Let's see if anybody can get the question right. What's the bullet train called in Japanese? Nobody's chatting. Maybe people are watching, or maybe people are Googling it right now. Either way. Okay. Well, I have this. So the first person. Well, I have more questions for later, but I don't want to use all the questions for later right now. Debbie Griffin says she knows it, but it's unfair to answer. Yeah, Hannah, you can Google it if you want to. Google's, yeah, totally. Like, it's, the internet's there, use it. What is the name of the bullet train in Japanese? And I will send these to you. Okay, so while people are trying to get their guesses ready for that, I'll just go ahead and get ready for the next section here. So what we're going to do kind of for the next little bit is we're going to talk about missions, like in particular. And so if you wanted to know a little bit more about missions, why we're doing what we're doing, then now is a good time to be here and to hang on and to watch some videos and learn a few things. So there's one video that I wanted to show, and then I wanted to talk a little bit about from the Bible about missions and why we're doing what we're doing. And yes, Hannah, you got it. Shinkansen. That's right. The Shinkansen is the name of the Japanese bullet train. She even put the kanji in there. Look at that.
What?
I didn't know you spoke Japanese. Hannah. That's incredible. So I will mail you these. And just send me, actually I'm going to write your name down and I'll get your mailing address. And we'll mail you those. So, Hannah, congratulations. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to watch a video. And when we talk about unreached people groups, that's one of the big things that we like to discuss and that we always are talking about as missionaries. Unreached people groups and frontier people groups. And the Japanese people are part of one of these. Actually, the Japanese people in Japan are the second largest unreached people group in the world. So what exactly does that mean? This video, I think, will... ni narimasu ne. So if you want, grab a cup of coffee yourself and put this video on in the background. And yeah, I think that you'll find it very informative. So let me close this video out. Let me just get this thing ready here. So pull it up. Let's see.
So we've got Hannah and Aunt Debbie.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for watching today. Like, this is just a crazy day. This is a crazy idea that I had. We'll share more, as we go out throughout the day why we're doing this. But right now,
I don't really know why we're doing the pie in the face stuff, but the rest of it,
we're doing it because it's fun.
people love that stuff.
Well, no, I mean it's fun. It's fun. So, all right, here we go. We're gonna move over to watching this video on this screen. We're gonna move down here in the corner. All right, so this video is about, here, let me get rid of this. No more hot chicken. No.
Hey, did we throw it away? Where is the hot chicken?
I think we've still got it. The cursed chicken is back there in the back.
All right.
Yeah. All right, so let's watch this video
Let
together.
us know how the sound is, if it needs to be higher.
Yep.
Let us know.
Yep, and grab some coffee and let's learn a little bit about the remaining mission task in the world.
Understanding the remaining mission task. Who has already heard the good news about Jesus, and who is still waiting to hear for the first time? Nearly 10% of the world's population are committed followers of Jesus, who believe Jesus is who he said he is, and who have given their lives to him. They believe anyone can know God through Jesus, and they tell people around them about him. Many other people also identify as Christians. These other Christians need deeper faith in Jesus and a personal relationship with God through him. About 33% of the world's population identify themselves as Christians. But where do the world's Christians live? The good news of Jesus is spreading in the world, but not evenly. First, let's divide the world into regions by population, then show where the Christians live. Two countries, India and China, each have 1/5 of the world's population, so they will get their own section. The Muslim-majority countries also get their own section because they are similar to each other. There are other Asian countries and other non-Muslim majority countries in Africa. Here is Europe's population, and North America lumped with all the Pacific Island countries, including Australia and New Zealand. And finally, Latin America from Mexico south. In each region, let's show the followers of Jesus and the others who identify themselves as Christians. Latin America has the highest total percentage of Christians, followed by North America and the Pacific. Europe has many nominal Christians, while non-Muslim Africa has many committed followers of Jesus. Today, China has also many committed followers of Jesus. Other Asian countries average about 1/3 Christian, including Korea and the Philippines. Some Muslim-majority countries have had Christian people groups for centuries. Of all the large areas of the world, India has the lowest percentage of Christians. As you can see, the Christians are not evenly spread around the world. Today, most Christians live in the Americas, Europe, or Sub-Saharan Africa. In each region, the committed followers of Jesus can renew the faith of the other Christians and can tell the non-believers in their own people groups about Jesus. Let's call these people culturally near non-believers and show them as green. These non-believers are their relatives, neighbors, and co-workers who speak, eat, and dress like them. In China, hundreds of millions of non-believers are now culturally near to followers of Jesus. 40% of the world's non-believers have many Christians in their own people groups who can reach out to them without learning a new language or culture. So their groups are called reached people groups, because the good news is spreading there. Believers in China have a challenging job to share the gospel with so many non-believing relatives and neighbors, yet thankfully they can do it in their own language. In the reached people groups, committed followers of Jesus can encourage the other Christians in their families and communities to become fully committed to Jesus. They can also tell the many culturally near non-believers in their own people group about Jesus without learning a new language and culture. Many people in the world live in other ethnic groups, which have almost no followers of Jesus who belong in their communities and know their language. They have no chance of learning about new life in Jesus from someone within their own people groups. 60% of all non-believers in the world have few followers of Jesus in their own people group. They are culturally distant from believers. Let's show these culturally distant non-believers in blue. Most of them live in India, Muslim-majority countries in Africa and Asia, or other parts of Asia. They need believers from other people groups to come, learn their language and culture, and tell them about Jesus. They live in unreached people groups, distinct ethno-linguistic people groups made up of less than 2% followers of Jesus and less than 5% other Christians. Which unreached people groups are the frontier peoples? Some culturally distant non-believers have so few believers that they have no chance of hearing about Jesus from people they know. Let's use a darker color of blue to show those with less than 0.1% Christian in their own people group. About 1/4 of the world's population live in frontier people groups, and over 95% of them are in India and Muslim-majority countries. These frontier people groups have no movement to Christ and no breakthrough of indigenous faith. Now is the time to unite what we know with what we do. So, we know that the reached people groups have lots of followers of Jesus who can tell them about Jesus. But guess what? We send 30 times as many cross-cultural Christian workers to them as we do to the people in unreached people groups. 30 to 1. These workers are not just going out from the West. They're going from everywhere to everywhere. But most of them are sent to work with other churches in their training or outreach programs. Currently, for every 30 cross-cultural Christian workers that go to the reached people groups of the world, roughly 1 goes to the unreached people groups, including the frontier people groups. As a result, the needs of people in unreached people groups, especially those in frontier people groups, are being grossly overlooked. The remaining mission task is largely in India, Muslim-majority countries, and Asia. We need many more witnesses for culturally distant non-believers in unreached people groups and in frontier people groups. The frontier peoples are still waiting to hear about Jesus for the first time. This is the mission mobilization challenge of our generation.
And we're we want to be one of those one, you know. We want to be one of those one to go to the hard places, to go to the people who need to hear and who don't really have a good opportunity by any way you look at it, on the books, you know. We want to be one of those people who go. And we're going to give our testimonies later, probably toward the end of the stream, just to kind of split things up a little bit. But yeah, we'll share a little bit about how the Lord in particular, like, sort of moved our lives and reoriented the way that we were going, and going and moving a different direction. So we're going to share a lot about that later. But for now, with that in mind, of the task that we still have, the people who still need to hear, I just wanted to share a little bit about God's heartbeat in the world, because when we're talking about missions, we're talking about things that we do. And there's a distinction that we have to make between missions and mission, because the mission that we're on is God's mission. Like, it's called the Missio Dei, God's great mission in the world. And one of the things that's really important, I think a lot of times we talk about the Great Commission, and rightfully so, because if you know anything about Scripture, if you grew up in church or Sunday school, or even with the Bible college, things like that, you've studied and you've looked at Matthew chapter 28, where Jesus commissions after he comes back from the dead, and he talks to his disciples, and he sends them out right before he ascends to heaven. He sends them out into the world and tells them to go, you know, into all the world and preach the gospel to every nation, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all things that I've commanded you. And so Jesus sends out all his disciples there. But if you only focus in and you have just a narrow view of what God's mission is in the world, you kind of miss out on a little bit of the heartbeat of what God is doing and why he's doing it. And I think that there are two passages in Scripture that I like to go to. And so if you got your Bibles, I've got mine. I'm going to be reading from the King James actually today. And then I'm going to read in two different passages. So I'm going to be in Isaiah chapter 49 and verses 5 and 6. So that's the first one, Isaiah 49, 5 and 6. And then we're going to flip over to Acts chapter 13, and we're going to read verses 44 through 49. But first I want to be in Isaiah chapter 49. And so Isaiah 49, verse 5, this is the Lord talking here. And now saith the Lord that formed me from the womb to be his servant. So this is Isaiah prophesying about the servant. Now when you see the servant in this passage, it's talking about Jesus. So you have to keep that in mind. This is a prophetic passage about Jesus from many, many, many years before Christ came into the world. And so this is right in the middle of the Old Testament. And what I like about these two verses is it connects the Old Testament to the New Testament. So you get to see God's mission in the world throughout the whole Bible. And so it's really good to get some perspective here. So now saith the Lord that formed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob again to him. Though Israel be not gathered, yet shall I be glorious in the eyes of the Lord, and my God shall be my strength. So it's talking about Jesus being glorious, and like that's the heartbeat of really like that's what drives me more into mission than anything else, is the glory of Jesus. Because when you start to get your mind around and your heart around how big and how awesome Jesus is, and you start to see more and know more about how glorious he is, that motivates and that drives everything. Because Jesus is amazingly glorious. Like he conquered death. I mean, death could not hold our Lord. And because Jesus conquered death, and he went to the cross and he paid the penalty for our sins, like whoever believes in him can get his reward, eternal life. And not just eternal life, but to be in his kingdom. And he's going to come back. He's going to remake the world. He's going to remake everything that is. This is just the basic things. These are basic things that the Bible teaches. And so if you follow Jesus, like, you begin to see like Jesus is glorious. And this is talking about, this is Jesus' glory. Though Israel be not gathered, yet shall I be glorious in the eyes of the Lord, and my God shall be my strength. And then verse 6 is very key. Listen to this. And he said, it is a light thing that thou shouldst be my servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the preserved of Israel. So it's a light thing. So basically he's saying that it's not heavy enough, it's not a big enough thing because Jesus' glory is that big. Jesus' glory is too big for it just to be about the redemption of just the Israelites. Because God's plan has always been from the very beginning for the whole world to know. And then it says, I will also give thee for a light to the Gentiles, that thou mayest be my salvation until the end of the earth. It's right there. I mean, in the Old Testament, like Jesus is glorious, and his glory is for all the nations. It's for all the people in the world. And you see this exact same passage in Isaiah, or not in Isaiah, in Acts chapter 13, starting in verse 44. And in this passage, sorry, I'm preaching, but I'm just going to, I'm going to preach. Hey, let's go. So Paul and Barnabas here, Jesus has already been resurrected. Jesus has sent out his disciples. The Holy Spirit has come in power at Pentecost, and the disciples are all beginning to reach out, and Paul has already been converted. And so Paul and Barnabas are out on a missionary journey in a place called Antioch of Pisidia. And so Paul and Barnabas had been teaching in the synagogue. And then when they came out of the synagogue, the Gentiles came up to them, so the people who weren't Jewish, and they said, hey, what you were teaching them, we want to hear about that. So then Paul and Barnabas came back the next day. And then this is starting in verse 44, so Acts 13, verse 44. And the next Sabbath day came almost the whole city together to hear the word of God. Almost the whole city to hear the word of God. But when the Jews saw the multitudes, they were filled with envy and spake against those things which were spoken by Paul, contradicting and blaspheming. Then Paul and Barnabas waxed bold and said, it was necessary that the word of God should first have been spoken to you, but seeing you put it from you, and judge yourselves unworthy of everlasting life, lo, we turn to the Gentiles. And then verse 47, this is it. For so hath the Lord commanded us, saying, I have set thee to be a light of the Gentiles, that thou shouldst be for salvation until the ends of the earth. And then verse 48. When the Gentiles heard this, they were glad and glorified the word of the Lord. And as many as were ordained to eternal life believed. And the word of the Lord was published throughout all the region. When I think about the ends of the earth, that Jesus is glorious, his glory is for all the nations. But when I think about the ends of the earth, like in our day and age, like where are the ends of the earth? Like it's the people who still haven't heard. It's the people who are living in places where they just don't have the opportunity to hear. It's those even harder to reach than unreached people groups. It's those frontier groups that a lot of times the reason they're not reached is because they're in very difficult places. They're in closed access countries where people risk their lives to go and take the gospel there. I mean, we can openly share about Jesus and about the Bible. We can teach. We go as religious workers to Japan, but there are places in the world where you can't do that. But when I think about the ends of the earth that it's talking about there, I think about the hard to reach places. And those are the places that we ought to be throwing ourselves into. We ought to be throwing ourselves into those places. And, everybody has a part in that. We have a part in that. If you're in the church, I'll say that because this is going out public. Like, I get it. Not everybody who watches this is going to be a Christian. So I'm talking more to believers. If you don't believe in Jesus, none of this is for you. It is for you. You just don't know it. It is for you. You just don't. Well, if you're not following Jesus, you don't care about what his mission is in the world, and I get that. But if you're watching this and you're a Christian and you know who Jesus is and you know what he's done for you, and I think that just by knowing him, you want to share him. It just comes natural because he's great. And so that's just our heartbeat. But our heartbeat is only ever really vibrant, I think, whenever we get close to God's heartbeat. And God's heartbeat in the world is to make his son glorious in all the nations. And the Holy Spirit's great mission in the world is to reveal the glory of Jesus to people, convict men of their sins, and to lead people to Jesus because he's the glorious one. And, it's not about us. It's not about our talent. It's not about being able to put together some kind of crazy live stream thing. It's all about him. It's all about him. So, I know we're going to be doing some crazy stuff today. I'm probably going to get a lot more, pie in the face or water dumped on my head or, I don't know what's going to happen. I do kind of have an idea of what's going to happen. I put this thing together. So I don't know. But what I do know is that Jesus has been great. He's been good to us. He's a gentle shepherd. The more that we lean into him, the more we just fall in love with him, and the more we fall in love with him, the more we want to lean into him. And I think that's about it. But I wanted to take some time just to share our heart, because our heart is it's drawing more and more closer, I think, to God's heart in the world. And so we're excited to be a part of what God's doing in the world. We're excited to invite you to be a part of what God's doing in the world. And we're just, if we don't get all the money today through the live stream that will get us to Japan, then we're just going to keep going. We're just going to keep going. We're going to go. We're going to go. We're going to go. We're going to visit church. We're going to visit church. We're going to talk to people. We're going to ask people, hey, can you give monthly? Hey, can you give monthly? As long as it takes really to be able to go back, assuming the borders are open and all that. But so anyway, I've said a lot. That's all I'm going to preach at you. So, if you're scared of tuning in because you're afraid that I'm going to be, all over you today with the Bible, I'm not going to be, but we did want to take some time and, I did want to take some time and share about that today. So, Whew. All right. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right. Is anybody still there? Is anybody still there in the chat?
I think so.
All right. Seth said amen. Hey, amen and amen. Let's see. What's next? So we've talked about the Great Commission. I pre-recorded an interview with Doug Bishop. So I did this last night. I hope this works. So this should work. So I recorded a video. I'm going to show that video now. So if you're interested in learning a little bit about the church plant that we have, that we get to be a part of, that's going to start hopefully next year in Japan. That's the plan anyway. Just watch this video. So stick around for that. All right, so Doug is here at Speer Studios, so I'm so glad that you could join me for a pre-recorded video that we're going to show tomorrow during the live stream. So what do you think of the studio? Do you like it?
Yeah, it looks really good. It seems really professional.
It's well, I spent a lot of time, a lot of like heavy labor building it with my bare hands.
Yeah.
It wasn't easy, just trying to put everything together, but it finally came together. So
Yeah, it almost looks like I'm in a spaceship.
yeah, well, I guess that's one way to look at it. I mean, I never really thought about that, but that's one way to look at it. So anyway, well, thanks for coming on. And I wish we could have done it tomorrow, but you guys are going to be driving. Is that right?
Yeah, we have a 10-hour drive ahead of us. So
okay, so you'll be on the road as this goes out. So
yeah, we will. I'll probably be able to tune in some, but just with kids in the car and driving and all that, it probably wouldn't be the safest thing to try and talk through that process.
Probably not. Yeah, just driving, keeping your eyes on the road and stuff. It's kind of a big deal. So
yeah.
So anyway, well, if you get a chance to listen in or something, that'd be cool. But the reason I wanted to record a video with you before the stream is just so we could talk about the church plant. I wanted to talk about New Life Church and really kind of hear from you guys, because we're planning to go over and work with y'all, and we're super excited about that. But I just wanted to give everybody who's watching the stream tomorrow sort of firsthand view, at least from your perspective, of like what y'all are excited about, sort of how this started. Can you give like a little bit of background, sort of, what led up to the church plant, just sort of in a quick nutshell?
Yeah, well, we initially took over pastoring the church around year 2 of our 4-year term. And we ended up taking over the church because the pastor that was there resigned, and he went to take a church or work in a church down in the Tokyo area.
Right.
And his name was Pastor Sasaki. But when he resigned, he started looking for a pastor. And at the time, all the Japanese churches in the area had Japanese pastors. But with him resigning, this left a hole in that church. And so Miriam and I were praying about what the Lord had for us, what we should be doing after she graduates language school. And it really just seemed like he was pointing us in this direction. Mm-hmm. And so we talked with our leadership, and we talked with the Japanese leadership. And ultimately, we felt like everybody was affirming that this is probably what we should step into. And so I stepped into being the pastor of, it was Mihara Shidai Furrow Baptist Church at the time. And I was not ordained, and so I ended up going through the Japanese ordination process. And so it was the Japanese ordination process, and it was a year of observation. And so while I was there pastoring, I ended up becoming ordained as a Japanese pastor. So I know I look like this, but I'm actually a Japanese pastor. But that was all around 2020 when I was finally ordained. But right around that same time, we had different difficulties, family situations that made us need to come home earlier than our scheduled 4 years. And so we ended up coming back in July. And when we did that, because the church only had 3 members when we took over, we ended up just shutting the church down and just saying we were going to shut it down while we were gone, then we would pick it back up when we came back. It was during COVID. Some of the members just decided to go to a different church. And so there's just not really any reason to keep the church open and available. But we left with the idea and the thought that 95% of the Japanese people have never heard the gospel. And on top of that, there's only one church for every 16,000 people in Japan. And there's 542 cities and towns that have no church whatsoever. And so we just felt like when we go back, we needed to go back to that church, reopen that church. But this time we wanted to replant it or restart this church under a new name, calling it New Life Church, but also so that we can maybe structure it in a different way so that we can make it more attractive to the Japanese people, both by remodeling it, but also by maybe trying some different things out in terms of how the worship service would go and how we can start the church up in general. So that's kind of in a nutshell, long nutshell, but
yeah. I remember we were at Field Council a few years ago. Well, I guess maybe it was last year. I don't know. A lot's happened since then, but I remember the Field Council when you guys were up there and were giving the report on what was going on and everything. And I remember you saying that the church hadn't had any music, like any musicians or anything in a long time. And so we, Kate and I, that was one of the things that sort of moved us to consider, prayerfully consider going up and joining you guys. And so, and not only that, I mean, just the opportunity to go up and work with y'all. I mean, your background, you grew up as a missionary kid in that area, right? So
that's correct. Yeah.
So I mean, those are sort of your like stomping grounds. I mean, you already know. You're already familiar with a lot more of the culture and the people in the neighborhood and everything like that. And so, as far as kind of walking into this from the ground level of doing a church plant, we have a lot going for us in the terms of sort of we kind of know because of you, and Kate spent some of her childhood in that same area, and because of Kate's background. We know a little bit of what we're getting into sort of right at the beginning. And so that's good. I think that's a good thing. So
that's exciting.
Yeah. So what's the timeline? What are y'all looking at as far as getting back to the field? What are your needs right now? And what timeline are you looking at?
Yeah, Lord willing, we still have monthly support needs. And once we're able to shore up the rest of that monthly support, we're at about 80% now. And so once we're able to shore the rest of that up, we'll be able to leave. We're targeting January because that way we could get there, we could get settled in. We're planning on hosting a team, Lord willing, in March, THP team, to start the remodeling process. And in that area of Japan, you get a lot of snow. And so we're hoping to have two different THP teams, one in March that would kind of do more interior modeling, because March you still have quite a bit of snow on the ground and you still have a chance of getting a lot of snow.
Right.
And then another one in the summer to really help then fix up the outside, new paint, some concrete work, different things like that, to really just get it looking great, having great curb appeal, so that people can go by and they can actually see that there's a church there.
Yeah.
Because when I was pastoring, there was a guy from another church in the area that another one of our Free Baptist churches ended up visiting us on a Sunday. And he said, I drive by this church every day on my way to work, but I never really realized that there was a church here. And so we want to be able to change that. We want people to see that there's a church there when they drive by. We want the church to stand out so that even its presence will call people into the church and call people into a relationship with Jesus.
Yeah, that's good. We're just really excited about the opportunity to come up there with y'all, and I know it's going to be a big change for our family. The climate is a little bit different. There's a lot more snow. And so as far as personally, I've never really lived anywhere that's in a climate like that. So it's going to be a big adjustment for me. But I think overall, though, the climate and things like that, that's, you can take it or leave it. But the goal is to go and share the gospel with Japanese people. And I think that, that's both of our hearts. That's both of our families' hearts is to see that happen. And so we're excited to keep moving forward with you guys. And And I guess like if there's anybody watching the stream and they want to join up with you guys and they want to partner with you guys too, there's down there in the corner, there's a QR code. And when you scan it, it'll pop up with the giving website for IM. And it's going to have our name there because that's just what the QR code goes to. But you can change that name over to Doug and Miriam Bishop if you want to give monthly to their account and help them get back so that we can sort of get the ball rolling on our church plant or the church plant that's going in there, because ultimately it's Jesus's church.
Yeah.
So
it's our church. It's not the Spears church, but really it's God's church that He's planting there, and
yeah,
love to partner with you guys to be able to plant that church.
Yep. Yeah. So and we're excited to ask people to be a part of that too, and so through giving, please be praying for the church plant. We're excited about it, like I said, and we're just going to keep on going. So
yeah, we're really excited to have Kate and Daniel, and we probably never really talked about this, but in our talks with Miriam and myself, we were just like, man, it'd be really cool if we had somebody musical like Kate and Daniel that wanted to come up to Japan or wanted to come up to Hokkaido, but we thought that they were so in love with Tokyo that they wouldn't really want to ever come up. But the Lord works, and He answers prayers sometimes that we don't even pray. So we're really thankful for that.
Well,
thankful that they're willing to come up and work in that area and kind of venture into some unfamiliar territory. They're really taking a leap of faith there and stepping out in faith. And so we're really excited for this this live stream and everything that you guys are going to do in it.
Yeah,
we're excited to be a part of it.
I wouldn't say too much about it. You don't know how the stream has gone before this, or you don't know how it's going to go after. So,
that's true, but I'm sure it'll be great.
At least this part will be okay, maybe. All right, man. Thank you so much for coming on, and I hope y'all again have safe travels, and we will continue to meet, have team meetings, all that good stuff. And we're looking forward to Hokkaido, and looking forward to continuing asking people to be a part of that here in the States. So,
sounds good.
All right, man. We'll catch you later.
All right. Bye.
See ya.
Unmute.
Okay, we're unmuted now. So my hair is all slicked over. I think I've still got some of that whipped cream in my hair. That's like, man, that is the new hair gel.
You look like Owen.
I do. I look like my infant son.
Yes, you do.
So yeah, that was the interview with Doug. Thank you so much, Doug, if you're watching, for taking some time out last night. They were busy trying to get ready to leave.
Trying to get them and their 6 children ready.
Yeah, trying to get everybody ready. That is quite a task. So yeah, but thanks for taking some time out to talk about the church plant.
Yeah.
And so we're really, really happy to be on a team with them and to be able to go to Hokkaido. So what we're going to do now is we are going to...
What are we going to do?
Let's eat some Japanese snacks.
It's snack time.
Yeah, so let me turn on some more light jazz. Some cool... Hang on.
Can't have snacks without jazz.
Yeah, you can't have snacks without jazz. Jazz and snacks.
So we actually meant to eat some of these snacks while Nick was here. Sorry, Nick. But we had a lot of other things going on when Nick was here. So
yeah,
we have some beverages.
Yeah. So what I'm going to start off with, actually please show the people what you're drinking.
This is a ramune. It's like a soda. Ramune is a traditional Japanese candy. It's kind of like a Smartie, I guess. But you can make it like packed with powder and anyway. But this is ramune flavored soda, and these are really popular in Japan. You can get them here in the States at different places, but what's cool about them, what the kids love, is it has a marble in the top. I can never open them right. Hi, I'm Kate, and I'm 33 years old, and I still can't open a bottle.
Let's see her do it.
I can't. I'm already telling you that I can't do it.
All right, let's try it.
I have admitted defeat.
Here we go. I actually am going to get a towel because I have a bad experience with opening one of these and it exploding all over my face. So just in
This is
case.
gonna get all over Daniel's fancy computer.
Uh,
Why don't you just be a man and open this for me? Thanks, dear.
Where's the lid part?
That is the lid.
No.
Oh, yes. Okay.
She really doesn't know.
I know things. Okay. All
doesn't
right.
know.
So
All right,
Daniel's
so this
gonna,
is the lid
So
part?
here's the marble is right at the top. But what's cool is you use this little plastic doodad and you push the marble into this little crevasse of the glass bottle. So you can drink it while the marble is in your bottle.
So you gotta put this thing on the top.
Put that thing on the other thing.
And you pop it down. You ready?
No.
Oh. Wait, what just happened? Oh, okay. All right.
Ah!
So.
All right, let's try that again.
All right. So now I've got the topper. Here we go. I'm gonna pop it down.
You're a popper with the topper? Did it open? Hey!
It's trying to. I think it's trying to spew.
You're so manly.
There we go.
Yay!
And now it's open and ready to drink. And the marble's floating in. Can you show them the marble?
Can you see it? Do you see the marble in all
Yeah.
its fizzy glory?
So this is Damune.
So you drink it, and then when you're done, you can unscrew this part, and the kids get to keep the marble.
Has anybody
pretty
had
cool.
one? Has anyone in the chat? Have you ever had this drink?
You can get them at international flea markets. You can get them at places like World Market. You know, like the fancy house decor place. Where else can you get them?
You can get them wherever.
Wherever Damune are sold.
Wherever fine Damune are sold.
Yes. Oh, there's another flavor over here. Mine is strawberry flavor.
Yeah.
This one is melon. Oronaminshi.
I'd say it again.
Oronaminshi.
Oronaminshi. So this
Not
is
even
what I'm
close.
drinking. I've never had one of these. I've always seen them in the machines and places around Japan, but I've never had one.
It's like the OG Red Bull of Japan.
Oh.
It's like an energy drink. I don't know the caffeine content, but they advertise it as an energy drink.
Yeah.
And that it has like a bunch of good vitamins in it.
Wow, look at that. It's just coming right off of there.
Yeah. It tastes like it has a very distinctive.
Look at that. That is genius.
A lot easier than that.
Hannah Goucher in the chat said she has had Damune. Yeah, you can get these. I think you can get them at Walmart now.
Can you really?
Some Walmarts carry them. I don't know if every Walmart carries them, but come by.
Come by.
All right, here we go.
Here you go.
Let's
Daniel's
try
gonna
this.
be tap dancing for the whole rest of the stream.
Whoa, that's crazy tasting. That's got a lot of sugar.
Well, I mean,
Woo!
so does this.
I taste like hints.
The question is, can you taste anything after Prince's hot
No.
chicken?
No.
Yeah, are you qualified to describe how this tastes?
My taste buds will never be the same.
Cheers. So I have very fond memories of my younger brother and I biking to 7-Eleven when we lived in Miharashidai, where that church is that Doug was just talking about. We would bike to 7-Eleven to buy batteries for our Game Boy so we could play Dr. Mario and Oronaminshi. Just because we didn't have anything else to do.
Right.
Right. How is it?
I have to say
Yeah.
that I will be getting this again when we go to Japan.
Good answer. Good answer.
That is.
It's
that is
interesting. It's like
phenomenal.
slightly medicinal, but kind of like I would drink that over a Red Bull any day.
Ooh, that's
Red
good.
Bulls are disgusting.
I've got a little bit of like an apple-y aftertaste, and I like it. I really do.
A little like a vitamin-y.
Mhm.
You know what I'm talking about?
A little of your daily vitamins,
Yes, vitamins.
all for a healthy diet. Part of a healthy
And sugar.
and sugar. Okay, what else do we have?
We have some lovely dorayaki.
Dorayaki.
So dorayaki is a traditional. It's like a pancake, as you can see. Well, actually, here, open this one. He's the designated opener of the things. So dorayaki have been around a really long time. They have typically sweetened bean paste on the inside. So it's kind of desserty. And dorayaki are super famous because of Doraemon. I don't know if you've seen this Japanese character before. So his name sounds Doraemon and Dorayaki. He's like this robotic cat from the future who has a bunch of gizmos in his little pouch right there. But it's a very popular cartoon, and he's the robotic cat that loves dorayaki. So there you go. That's a useful tidbit that you never needed to know.
And there you go.
But these ones are a little different because they are matcha flavored. So
Yes, they are.
matcha is Japanese green tea.
Matcha flavored red bean cake, baked red bean cake.
So there are a lot of desserts are matcha flavored in Japan, as you can imagine.
Has anyone? I know we've got some people who have been missionaries in Japan who've been watching the stream, and other people who've been to Japan.
About eating.
Have you had dorayaki? If you have, let us know.
Yeah, so I like matcha. Like, I like hot Japanese green tea. I don't always love matcha flavored things, but
Oh, it smells good.
we can use all the caffeine we can get right now.
Itadakimasu.
Oh, it smells very matcha-y.
Very matcha.
Very distinct matcha smell.
Very matcha.
Very matcha.
Hmm.
But it's good though. So Japanese desserts are a whole different thing than... Are they playing Happy Birthday?
It's happy birthday music. I was thinking. Why are we listening?
Is
to
it
Happy Birthday?
Doraemon's birthday?
Happy birthday, Bossa Nova.
Okay.
That is long.
Interesting. Anyway,
Wow.
what was I talking about?
I don't
Oh,
know.
Japanese desserts. They are sweet, but not in the way that us Westerners are used to. Japanese desserts are a little more like subdued sweetness, or subtle sweetness, if you will. So mat's more from natural flavorings like matcha and beans and fruit, and most birthday cakes are just like a sponge cake with sweetened whipped cream and strawberries or kiwis or some kind of fruit on top. Sometimes it'll be a chocolate cake with sweetened whipped cream and all that. They don't really do like the Duncan Hines canister of frosting that's been sitting on the shelf in Kroger for about 2 years. Although I do like that stuff. But we had this big joke at our church at Kamifukuoka in the Tokyo area. One gentleman there, every time we had a celebration, like Christmas, or we would get a sheet cake from Costco. And it's American style cake. Although I know some Americans who argue that it's not as sweet as like a Publix sheet cake. Is that true? That's probably true.
It's the richest icing is probably that stuff that you get, the generic like a Walmart cake.
Mm-hmm.
You know, used
it's
to be.
not as sweet as those Walmart cakes, but to a Japanese person. So this gentleman in our church, every time we brought the Costco cake, he would be like, "Oh man, it's so sweet, I can't handle it." And so we just started joking about it all the time, like, "Here you go, here's your favorite sweetened cake."
No,
So-
actually, we did eventually let's just
We
not
switched
buy
to-
those cakes.
We switched to like a lighter strawberry thing. But anyway, my point is, Japanese desserts are a lot different than American ones.
That was good. I like that.
Yeah, this is better than I thought it would be.
Ah.
Wash it down with some strawberry soda.
Woo! All right, what's
we got,
next?
We got more snacks.
We've got snacks on snacks on snacks.
Speer Studio snack something. All right, we got. What should we do next? How about these? Let's
do
go
it.
from sweet to umami. You want
Sweet.
to explain what umami is?
Umami. Oh, look at that. This bag is see-through. Because it's green.
Oh,
The green is filtered out. So this is umami seaweed. Umami is like a mix of these different flavors that produce like a...
What do they call it? The fifth flavor?
Yeah, it's like a
sweet,
fifth
salty, savory, sour, and umami.
Something like
I
that.
still don't exactly know what that means.
I don't know that anybody knows what that means. If you know what umami means, really, like without Googling it, I'll be really impressed.
That's it. That's all.
Let me smell this. That is interesting. I think I'm gonna like these.
I mean, yeah.
hearty potatoes, umami flavored seaweed.
I think anything with soy sauce or seaweed is like automatically umami.
Yeah.
Because it's like its own flavor.
Have some.
I mean, I just had matcha in my... It's getting weird.
Alright, let's try it.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I mean, it's potato, it's crunchy, it's got seaweed. What's not to like?
Oh, that is good.
That is really good. Okay, I love seaweed. I love it.
I think I'm experiencing umami right now.
Is it a state of being? Umami is a state of being.
What?
What is this European music though?
Well, my mommy is watching the stream.
Oh.
Sorry, that's terrible. That's
Is she
awful.
really, or did you? Yeah, she is.
Everybody just left. There's my mom.
Oh boy. So, a lot of what you like is obviously based on your upbringing. And so I can't do mashed potatoes, but I love seaweed. I can't do fried okra, but I'll eat sushi all day. So it really is just kind of what you're used to. Seaweed comes in big sheets like this at the grocery store in Japan, like a size of A4 piece of paper. And I just used to eat it out of my pantry just by the sheet because it's good, man. It's really good.
I gotta say,
Yeah.
I will be buying those again.
Oh, that's really good. I've never seen this. I've had these jagariko before, but I haven't had this flavor.
Those are
I
good.
think it's my sisters, Amy and Caroline, who are the jagariko queens.
Oh, really?
They love jagariko.
I like it.
Fun fact. These are potatoes. Jagaimo is the word for potato. Hokkaido is very famous for their potato agriculture. Potato and dairy. So, there you go.
Yeah. Ah, that's good. Okay.
Alright.
On to the next snack. Oh, hey, Moogie says hey.
Moogie!
Moogie, hello. Thank you for hanging out on the stream a little bit today. We're eating snacks. We're eating Japanese snacks. Alright, I gotta say, this is almost not even fair having this. And actually, like, I was hoping that Nick would be, we were gonna do this while Nick was here, but time got away from us. We got really hungry, and so we watched one of the longer videos while Nick was here. So, but anyway, Ebison. Any Ebison enjoyers out there? Because I love these. But one of the things about Ebison, these are shrimp flavored crackers, as you can see, shrimp chips.
I would also call those umami.
Yeah.
It's got the salty and the
Yep.
something else.
When you open this, it smells like shrimp. I mean, you get it.
Shrimp.
Shrimp. There it is. That is it is strong. It hits you all at once. And they taste very shrimpy too. But after you start eating them, you just can't
well, that's
stop.
the advertisement in Japan too, is that you can't
stop.
eating them.
What
it's
is
kind of
it?
like the
Pringles?
Pringles. Once you pop,
Yeah, or the Lays, like you just can't eat one. It's
you
like
can't eat just
you can't eat just one. You can't.
What?
You can't just not eat one.
Right. Once you shrimp, you can't scrimp.
Don't scrimp on the shrimp.
That's it.
Enjoy.
I really should save these for the kids because our girls are, you know how they're really pretty tall for their ages?
They're gonna mold.
If
they
they're
see
like
that-
they're 80% Ebison.
If they see the stream and us eating this and them not able to get some, they're gonna be upset.
I could probably live off of Ebison and Lucky Charms. You got your salty and your sweet.
Yeah.
What is this music? I feel like I'm on a female talk show.
It is. We're on the talk show. We're in the Speer Studios. Having a great time. I hope you're having a great time. I hope everybody who's watching, I hope that you're having a great Saturday.
I wish we could pass snacks through the internet. Snacks for everyone.
Yes.
That would be great.
That's the one thing that you can't do over the internet. I think just about everything else you do.
Smell-o-vision. Can't do smell of it.
We're just doing light snack samplage. We're not going like full bore eating all the whole bag. We're not doing that.
I could.
This is just we're just trying to describe these snacks to you and maybe give you some ideas.
We would be terrible on a food show where you're like trying to describe what the food is.
Yeah.
It should not be our
Well,
job.
a large part of Japanese TV actually
I was just thinking about
is people just eating food and saying how good it is.
They eat it and they look at each other and they go, Oishi!
Oishi, umai, umai. And it's it's fascinating. You can learn about some interesting restaurants and stuff that way. But if you're into that, there's lots of that out there. So, what else do we have? Do we have anything else? I know we've got some
Two
stuff.
more things. I'm about
2 more.
snacked out. Here.
Good. We are going to eat some senbei. This is pota yaki. Pota yaki.
It's like a hot, bubbly, or puta is that.
Now, senbei are these are like baked Japanese snacks, rice crackers. They're baked rice crackers, and a lot of people have these. You keep these in your house, and if you have guests over, you bring out the senbei. And like after church on a Sunday, everybody sticks around and eats senbei. You'll drink coffee or green tea, and enjoy.
Maybe a couple little sweets, but
Yeah. So that's what we're doing. Randall said he's going to need us to save some snacks for him for the next Tombstone night. Yeah.
Done.
We'll do that.
Done, Randall.
If you don't know about Tombstone Pizza, I think everybody knows about Tombstone Pizza. Go get you some. That stuff's good. That is good. You have my permission. Go buy yourself a Tombstone Pizza tonight. Do yourself a favor. Just buy yourself one. Those things, they didn't pay me to say this. It's just the best pizza by far that you can get in the frozen section. I'm not even going to entertain any other opinions on that. It's done. That case is closed. So I'm going to eat this now. Let's get it in closer. You can see it.
Let's do the other side. The other side, yes, is where they have all of the
look at that.
The sweet soy sauce flavoring on it. If you don't like soy sauce,
oh man, that's
you
good.
should probably not go to Japan.
Wow, that is really good. This may be the best piece of senbei I think I've ever had.
Even like the fresh baked stuff at like a little.
It's sweet,
salty, crunchy.
Sweet, salty, crunchy, savory, all in one.
Is this salty and savory? No, it's not the same thing. I don't know.
Boy, that's good. So just imagine that you're at our house.
This is what our house looks like.
I need a house background, but I don't have one. That's one thing I didn't do. I don't think I have anything. Oh well. Oh, it's good.
That was really good.
You know what that tastes like?
Home.
It tastes like...
Childhood. What?
No, I mean, it's not comfort food to me. But it tastes like a warm, like, stove or something on the inside a house. Like you're like sitting around a hearth.
A what?
A hearth, like a family hearth. And you... and your obachan brings out
Your
some
grandma.
of these. And you take this and you eat it.
Is that Nintendo music? I don't know.
That is so good.
I don't know why the word hearth is so funny. It's just a funny word.
We have one more snack.
I'm snacked out, man.
No. You gotta do this one.
No, I'm done.
This is pachi pachi paniku.
So pachi pachi is like pop 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 pop. It's a sound. It's an onomatopoeic word.
So these are like the Japanese version. I've never had these, but they're like the Japanese version of Pop Rocks. Pachi pachi paniku. Which one do you want, grape or strawberry? Strawberry.
I'm already drinking strawberry soda.
All right.
I really don't want a panika right now.
Let's do it.
Shouldn't I put this in your...
Whoa, it's got some extra stuff in there. Let's show you what's inside this.
This is not traditional Japanese candy.
I don't know what that is. There's some mystery pills in there. We're gonna find out. All right, you ready? Do you dump the whole pack in your mouth?
I would not advise that.
That is sawayaki. Sawayaki. Sawayaka. Oh yeah, sawayaka.
It says it's a big, not party. What's osawagi? A big to-do inside your mouth.
All right, here we go. The whole packet.
No. Oh!
Whoa! Wow. Ah! Can you hear that? Wow. That is really good. Ah!
It is a big party in my mouth. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
I think our girls would hate that.
Whoa! This is getting a little carrot.
Did you put the whole thing in your mouth?
Yeah. I'm good.
I just saw some little white things like this.
Yeah. It's Japanese pop rocks.
Although their name is much better. Pachi Pachi Paniku. It's like Pop Pop Panic.
Whoa!
That's a great name. Hun? Could we not
This stuff's
have
going.
to make an emergency trip to the dentist, please?
This stuff's going nuts in my mouth.
That's what it says on the package. It
Well, I
says
know.
there's a big party in your mouth.
Okay. Well,
Wow.
while I'm trying to recover from this, let's go on to the next thing here.
I can still hear him going.
Let's do a giveaway. Who wants some stuff? Who wants some things? If you want things, get ready because here comes some things. All right, the next gift actually that we're giving away is a copy of the Manga Messiah. No,
So I'm sure you know what manga is, right? Manga, however you say it in America.
manga.
It's like Japanese style comic books with the really cool art illustration style. And this is the entire New Testament?
No,
Entire life of Jesus?
it's the life of Jesus. So basically, this is not the Bible. It's not a translation of the Bible. Hang on. Is the stream frozen? Oh, there it goes. So this is not a translation of the Bible. This is just Bible stories that people have taken, made it into manga form, just as a way to introduce Bible stories to Japanese kids. But they took the original version that's in Japanese. We have a copy of that, but we're gonna give away the one that's in English.
So you can read it. Look how cool it is.
Yeah. So there's that, and then along with that, we also bought some.
This is traditional Japanese
This
candy.
is.
Look at that.
It's the green
It's
screen.
beautiful.
Hang on. Let me put the so you can see it.
This is like the old style candy that they make in. They still make in the traditional way where like they melt all these different colors together. They do these long cylinders
Yes.
and then they chop it. So
And
that
this
they
is
have little-
this is not made in America. This is made in Japan. This is imported. So we will. Whoever gets this question right, we will give you these two things. I'll send them to you in the mail. So the question is, what are the main two religions in Japan? The first person to answer that in the chat will get these two things mailed to them. So,
we talked about earlier. Please don't say Pokemon and Nintendo.
yeah, the main two religions in Japan. If you can get that right, you can use Google. I don't care. Just Google it. What are the main two religions? And if you, I hope that somebody answers it and gets it right. If nobody guesses it correctly, then I'll just do something. Buddhism and Shintoism. Yep, that's right. All right, my sister actually got it.
Is that fair? Is that fair?
That's fair. It's
All
fair.
right,
It's fair. All right.
I'll allow it.
Okay, so Buddhism and Shintoism. That's correct. So Rachel.
Well, she does have 3 boys who would probably love to read that in English. So
Yeah, definitely.
I'll allow it.
All right, the manga Messiah and the Japanese candy goes to
Whoa.
Rachel.
And you do not have to share the candy with your children unless you just want to.
Yeah. So, anyway, thanks for playing that trivia. Now, what I'm gonna do now? We've got about a little over 10 minutes before 3 o'clock. Because at 3 o'clock I've got something planned. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna do some interesting stuff. Here, let me pause the music.
We're gonna do some interesting stuff.
As if I'm pretty sure nothing up to this point has been that interesting. So
Correct.
You're in for something somewhat interesting. All right, let's see.
Do you want
here.
to tell me what it is, or?
Yeah, I'll tell you what it is. We are going to go over some hard words to say in Japanese. So, let me pull this up real quick, and we will go there. All right. So we're just going to read these off of these websites, just to give them some visibility. And special thanks. I'll give a shout out toward the end of all of the streams and the music and stuff that I'm using for the stream. What you just listened to is a YouTube video that's a Nintendo music to play on stream. So you heard some classics there. And before that, we did some coffee, jazz, some free copyrightless stuff. So anyway, let's move over to this screen. And now we're going to talk about some hard words and hard things to say in Japanese. So let's move on down here.
One could argue that all words in Japanese are hard to say, depending on what you have grown up speaking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's definitely a challenging language to try to wrap your tongue around. It's just different. The way that you say things is a lot different than the vowel sounds that we're used to using in English. So
you really only have 5 vowels. You have a, I, u, e, o in Japanese.
Yeah. And they're always pretty much the same. It's a, I, u, e, o all the time.
And what's tricky for English speakers is the R and the L sound is not really either of those, and it's somewhere in the middle. It's almost like a Spanish R sound, not a rolled R, but like a da di do de do.
Yeah.
So it sounds almost like a D, but it's not.
Right.
So Japanese speakers have a really, really hard time with English words that have R's and L's because they literally cannot hear the difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but right now we're going to go to these websites and try to find out some of the most difficult words. I haven't looked at these very much. I skimmed over it, but I haven't really tried to say these words. I may do well with some of them, and I may do terrible with some of these.
So I'm going to make Daniel try to say them first, and we're going to see how close he gets.
All right, here we go.
Is that fun?
The first word right here means cooking. Ryori.
Oh, nice. Ryori. That's nice.
Ryori.
Ryori. There's that R sound again.
Okay, I got that one.
Nice.
Ryori.
Ryori.
Yeah, okay. This one, I think this one's easy. Tennin. Actually, no, wait. This one's a tricky one. Ten.
Ten.
Yeah, okay.
So technically there's a ten-in, but nobody says it like that.
Yeah, you don't put a pause here. See, that's the hard thing. There's
you never
some of these
say ten-in. You always say ten-in.
Ten. You kind of roll it. And there's some things like that. They're just weird cultural things that you just don't know until you know, you know?
I do know.
You know.
I know.
All right, let's try this one. Indio.
Yeah, you know that. You've heard that one before, right?
Yeah. Indio.
Indio shinai de kudasai.
Indio.
Please don't hold back.
Indio.
Like if you're serving somebody your beautiful senbei and they've had one piece and they're like, oh, should I eat more? Would that be rude? You say, Indio shinai de kudasai. Please don't pulled back.
These are going, by the way, from easy to gradually more and more difficult. And we're going to end up with some stuff that I think Kate's going to have a hard time saying.
Please.
Yeah, here we go.
Please.
Yeah, you think you know.
Uh-huh.
All right, here we go. So this next one, arawareru.
Arawareru.
Arawareru. So that's to appear. That's a verb to just appear.
Yeah, like Jesus arawareta in the sky.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So arawareru.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, okay.
Nice. He's too good at this.
Ooh. Shingyaku.
Hey!
Shingyaku.
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 Ryaku.
Ryaku.
Shingyaku.
Shingyaku.
Hi.
Yeah, okay. I still have sometimes that rya is hard to do. Rya.
R-Y-A. Rya.
Shingyaku.
Ryaku.
Shingyaku. Oh, look at this. What is, 伝えられなかった。
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 Yeah.
Yeah, I have to say it slowly because it doesn't just roll
I
off
feel
of my
like
tongue.
it would be harder to say 伝えられない or
伝えられない。
伝われなかった。
伝われなかった。
That one's harder, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh. Oh, see, I have to read like this. I can't read this. This is...
No, that's not going to help.
My mind can't wrap my mind... I can't wrap my mind around this English Romaji word right here. Ochoko-choi.
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 Right.
Yeah, ochoko-choi. I think I know this one.
Oh, yeah. I want to hear you say it, though.
暖かくなかった。暖かくなかった。
Okay, just say it smoothly.
暖かくなかった。
暖かくなかった。暖かくなかった。
暖かくなかった。
Why do you sound like a
I
robot
don't
when you say
know.
that?
暖かく暖かくなかった。
暖かくなかった。
暖かくなかった。
I think your K's are too hard.
暖かくなかった。
Right. There you go.
Okay, maybe that's better. That means that it was not warm. So if you say that, that means that it wasn't very warm.
暖かい is warm.
Yeah.
暖かくなかった is.
Yeah.
It wasn't in the past tense. It was not warm.
Yeah. So basically, Randall's asking about like it's how you say it changes the word. And yeah, that does happen some
words
in Japanese. Not every word. Like Chinese is a tonal language.
And Thai is tonal.
Yeah, but in Japanese, things are, you know, pretty like standard. If you say the syllabic word, the syllables all in order, you're going to convey the meaning.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that pronunciation, it still matters about your inflection.
Intonation matters.
It matters. So, like, I hear a lot of foreigners speaking Japanese, they'll make it like, okay, so in Spanish, the second to last syllable is the emphasized one, right? Like pantalones, right? But in Japanese, it's a little more flat than that.
There are always exceptions.
There are, yes.
Goodness. What was that?
Well, so Randall, to answer your question, there are some words like ame. Ame, going down high to low is rain. Ame. Ame is candy.
Mm-hmm.
So in those contexts, that would make a difference.
Yeah.
Or like hashi and hashi.
Yeah.
They're different. But people would, if you said it wrong, people would still know what you're talking about based on context.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so let's keep moving on. Toriza tasareru. Toriza tasareru.
Toriza tasareru.
Toriza tasareru.
Now I'm.
Toriza tasareru.
Now I can't words anymore. Toriza tasareru. Toriza tasareru.
Toriza tasareru.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, that. Next.
Oh no.
老若男女。
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 That's
hard.
老若男女.
So that's men and women of all ages. It's like everybody, like somebody saying, "Come one, come all."
Oh,
Men
so
and
it's
women.
old, young men and women.
Yeah.
老若男女. So everybody in between.
老若男女. Okay. Sure. We'll just move on. I don't even know that I want to try this.
laparoscopic surgery. I don't even know if I can say that in English right. Does anyone say laparoscopic or do you say laparoscopic?
Laparoscopic.
Why? Why do we say it that way?
I don't know. Say it in Japanese.
腹腔鏡手術。
腹腔鏡手術。
手術。
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 Wait.
That's hard. 6カ国競技。Is that right?
6カ国競技。
6カ国競技.
Yeah.
A 6-nation talk conference.
A word that I will never need to use in real life.
敵出手術.
I don't even know what this is in English. What is this?
敵出.
What's an extirpation?
Extirpation? I don't know.
Did I say something bad? Is that
No. It's
What's
not
an
a bad word.
extirpation? Anybody know?
I don't know. Nobody knows what that is.
Well, then why do I need to know it in Japanese?
Does anyone know what extirpate means? Put it in the chat.
摘出手術.
Uh-huh.
Oh, another surgery. 摘出手術.
Mm-hmm.
Why is everything a surgery?
I don't know. Those are hard words.
These are hard words.
低所得者層.
I can't.
低所得者層.
低所得者層.
A low-income group. And finally, 貸土か
過失
過失
致死傷罪
致死傷罪
過失致死傷罪過失
Bless you.
過失致死傷罪過失致死傷罪 I think it got me. It finally got me. 過失致死傷罪Crime of negligence resulting in injury or death.
Mm-hmm. Something everybody should know. Everybody should know that. By the way, it's 3 o'clock now. Almost now.
Is it really?
Yeah, we got 3 more hours until the end of the stream.
Woo!
So I'm glad that those of you who are here. Thank you for everyone who has watched this so far. We're gonna take a look at these are good. These are really good. So I want Kate to try some of these. Niwa.
Oh, niwa.
Yeah. So this is a way of saying that.
Everybody knows that one.
These are sort of like tongue twisters. There are 2 domestic fowls in a garden. So this is how you would say that.
Niwatori ga. No.
Niwa.
Niwatori ga iru. Niwa is your yard. Niwa in the yard. Niwa 2 niwatori chickens gairu are in.
Yeah. So that right there is how you say there are 2 domestic fowls in the garden.
Niwatori gairu.
Niwatori.
I feel like that's something all elementary kids learn.
Yeah. It's these
we
are
should
classic.
really have Audrey on here because she's much better at these tongue twisters than I am. Like what was the namagome namatamago?
Yeah.
She's really good at that one.
Aka makigami, ao makigami, ki makigami.
Aka makigami, ao makigami, ki makigami.
Yeah. What is this one? Try to say that.
隣の竹垣に竹かけかかったから竹かけた。
What do you say?
I don't know. I'm dead. Take is a bamboo stick. Tate kakeru is like stick it up. Tonari no next door. Tonari no takegaki ni take tate kaketa. Takatta kara take tate kaketa. Yeah, I'll have to practice that.
I wanted to prop a bamboo stick against a bamboo fence of my neighbor because I wanted to do so. Okay.
All right. I'd have to practice. I'll get back to you.
Yeah, there are some other ones, but we're not going to get into these. They're just all kinds of. There's namamugi,
there it is.
namatamago.
Namamugi, namagome, namatamago.
Yeah. Some of these are just ridiculous. Like We're not gonna get into these because I'm exhausted.
My mouth hurts.
I know.
Maybe the Pop Rocks help with the tongue twisters.
The Pop Rocks just about.
Paniku.
The Pop Rocks just about did me in. I thought that the hot chicken was bad until I tried the Pop Rocks. No, they weren't that bad.
I know. I mean, I only had like this much.
All right. So moving on, it's 3:00.
Let's do a little recap on what we're doing and why we're doing it. I'm not exactly sure what we're doing. We are live streaming all day.
We have 3 hours left.
Some of you have been here at 10 in the morning. Some of you are joining in right now.
For the 10 o'clockers, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
10 o'clockers.
Some of you are just, in and out, and that's great.
Mm-hmm.
And you never know are you going to get a really interesting video or tidbit about Japanese culture and religion and language, or are you going to get Daniel hurting himself continually? So he's already had pie in the face. He's had Nashville's hottest chicken that we can tell.
Allegedly.
What else? Oh, you put an entire packet of Japanese Pop Rocks in your mouth.
That was fun.
What else did you do?
I got a pie in the face. Did I say that? Did you say that? Pie in the face?
I did say that.
I'm losing it.
I know, it's about that time. But what we're doing is we are talking about Japan broadly, language, culture, rules, religion. We're talking more specifically about missions in Japan. We've watched a couple of videos on Japan being the second largest unreached people group in the entire world. Unreached in Christianity is what we're talking about. And we heard Doug Bishop say earlier that 95% of Japanese people have not heard a clear presentation of the gospel. Is that correct? Or they haven't even heard about Jesus?
Well, I think that
I have to look up.
A lot of people have heard about
Jesus
but, like,
as a religious leader,
Yeah.
like in high school perhaps, but they don't know who Jesus is from a biblical standpoint. And many people, most people, will actually live and die their entire lives in Japan and not meet another Christian.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to do today is give you some interesting information about Japan. We're also trying to break it up with a little bit of ridiculousness, some humor, some food, some trivia, some giveaways. We've done a couple songs. We just want it to be interesting. You guys have heard us do missions presentations before. If you haven't heard us, you've heard somebody do a missions presentation before, and those are all good. They're all good. But we just wanted to sort of do a broader explanation of things in Japan. We love Japan. I am particularly partial to Japan because I've spent most of my life over there, and it's just its own place. It's a unique place. It's a first world country in Southeast Asia, which makes it unique. It's, a front runner in technology and healthcare and all kinds of things.
Yep.
It's got a strong, booming economy. Japan is a really interesting place. It's got a rich history. We watched some stuff about Japanese history, and yet there's a great need for Jesus. It has one of the highest suicide rates in the entire world, particularly like people our age, between 25 and 44.
Well, I mean, especially the highest. What's most concerning is that I think Japan has one of the highest rates among young people. And when I say young people, I mean like teenagers.
Yeah.
That's the most concerning rate. Actually, the rates among older people have been on a good trajectory in the past. 10 years. I think they've been lessening, but
they do a good job taking care of the elderly in Japan. They
really do. And so, but the major concern is younger people, and so that's definitely one of the areas that we look at. But yeah, today we're just doing a big live stream to hang out with you guys, have fun, but at the same time we're trying to raise the funds that we need to be able to go back to Japan. And so a lot of times we travel around to churches, and we're going to keep doing that while we're in the States. That's just what we do. We're missionaries, so we go to churches and stuff, and we share about what God's doing in Japan, what we were able to go over and do, and what our plans are to go back. But If we're not able to visit your church, something like that, we wanted a way to just kind of be able to hang out with you and share all about the church plant in Japan that we're planning to be a part of and how you can be a part of that. And you can pray. Please join up, pray. We have a Facebook group called Daniel and Kate Speer in Sapporo. So look that up. That's Sapporo. And also you can be a part through giving today. So if you want to give like through a one-time gift, there's a right over here next to Kate. It says scan here to give. So if you're watching the stream on your computer, you can take your phone out and just scan that and with your camera, and it'll take you right to the giving page. So you can give like a one-time gift today. Anything would help us out tremendously in moving forward and trying to get back to Japan. If you want to really help us out, then if you want to give monthly, that will
even
really
if it's $5
help.
a month, $10 a month.
Yeah.
When the office who manages our finances, they see that this is coming in regularly every month, then that's something that they can bank on and put it in our budget, and we're that much closer to being 100% funded to go back to Japan.
Yeah, so anything, if you want to do that today, that's cool. If not today, that's all right. We're going to keep traveling, and we're going to keep trying to talk, share our heart that the Lord's given us, and the conviction and the mission that He sent us on, which is His great mission in the world. We're going to keep going and sharing that with people, trying to get back to Japan,
and hopefully today you've learned something new about Japan. You've kind of learned more about who Daniel and I are. We're very serious about Japan. We're passionate about reaching people in Japan, but we also don't take ourselves too seriously.
No.
And we hope that you understand why we love Japan so much after watching some of these videos. It's a cool place.
Yeah.
We like it.
Yeah. I mean, it is. It's a real neat place. So, all right. Oh, yeah. I was actually going to put in the chat, I'm going to put a link because people were wondering how you can give if you don't have the phone where you can scan it. If you're on your phone and you're seeing the chat, I just put a link in there. So if you want to give and you're on your phone and you can't scan, you can click that link and it'll take you to the giving page. So, all right. Now, up next, we have, let's see. Let me move over here. Let's move over here. All right. So I am going to make a quick phone call. So let's see. Who is going to show up on the TV? Let's find out. Let's see if anybody answers. I like it. Maybe somebody will answer. We'll see. All right, somebody did answer. Hang on. Let me. Let's turn on. Hello. Yeah, hang on. I hear. Oh yeah, there she is. It's Megan Brown, everybody. Everybody say hi to Megan.
Hello,
Megan Brown.
Megan.
Yeah.
Ooh, Megan, your hair looks so auburn today. It looks very much red.
Okay. Oh, you can see the junk at the back of the car.
That's okay. That's
Oh no, it doesn't matter.
fine.
My head's cut off. Hold on. Let me. I have to turn every time I. Oh no, not that. Hold on. Every time I turn Skype on, I have to mute it, or else I get this weird.
Infinite loop of feedback.
Yeah, infinite feedback loop. We don't want infinite feedback. So, how's the trip going?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Long.
Yeah, long. Yeah, long way. So you guys have been kind of. I saw you in the chat earlier. You were
Yes.
hanging out in the chat, so that's cool.
Hold on, I'm gonna put headphones in so I can barely hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. All right, headphones.
So Megan Brown is my friend from college days. She is a lover of all things Red and I Love Lucy and Snoopy and John Wayne.
John Wayne.
John Wayne.
The
So
one and only.
that is why she is gracing us with her presence today. Daniel has come up with 12. Are they 12? 12.
Yes, actually I have 12
Of the
questions.
hardest John Wayne questions.
No.
I'm just kidding. 12 questions he found on the internet.
Okay, I tried my best to like make them not quite as hard.
Are you sure that you want to stick to the same rules you used before? I think you should say 6 out of 12 to inflict pain on you.
What do you mean? 6 out of 12?
Yeah, not 4 out of 12. That's too easy.
Okay. I mean, we can do that.
6 out of 12, and then 8 to get a present, and then all 12, you get to do the thingamabob. Yeah.
All right, I'll say 10. I'll say 10
10.
for the double whammy. All right, here. All right,
You're not
Megan.
making
All right.
it any easier on yourself.
I just want to make it fun. All right, Megan. All
All
right.
right.
Here's the deal. All right. Did Kate spill the bean? Wait, you watched it? Did you watch it earlier when Nick did Star Wars trivia?
Yes.
Okay. So you.
We were listening.
Okay. All right. So you know a little bit of what's going on here. So I wanted to have you on. We know like you're a huge John Wayne fan, which is great. And
Okay, nerds.
yeah. So yeah. But what I wanted to do is have you on the stream today and just have you do some John Wayne trivia. So just as part of being on the stream today, for being a part of the trivia part, you are going to get. I haven't ordered it yet, but I'm going to order it. So don't worry about it. It's coming. But I'm going to give you. I'm going to buy a vintage John Wayne paper doll set from Amazon, and you'll get
You
it.
can dress John
You
Wayne.
can dress John Wayne in whatever.
That's a dream come true.
It's a dream. It is. Any person would be thrilled to get that, but especially you.
Any person.
So an authentic John Wayne paper doll set is coming your way just because you were on the stream today. So thank you so much for that. Now, Kate said we needed to make it a little bit more hard or a little bit more difficult.
Well,
so
he's already got a pie in the face.
I got a pie in the
so-
face already. You know that. So here's how it's going to work. I'm going to ask 12 questions. If you get 6 out of the 12 correct, then you get to choose if I get a pie in the face, another one, or if I get a bucket of ice dumped on my head. So it's your choice. Can you hear me?
The sound keeps cutting in and out.
Oh, weird.
It could be on our end because we're in North Carolina.
Oh,
And
okay.
we're out of the mountains.
Yeah.
But it could just be that. So I might have to ask you to repeat yourself.
Okay.
Sometimes.
All right, yeah, that's fine. If you need me to repeat myself, I can do it. But if you get 6 questions right, you get to choose whether I get a bucket of ice dumped on my head or a pie in the face.
I feel like your expectations of how well I will do are really high.
Well, we'll find out. Some of these I think you're going to get for sure.
I don't know about that.
And then
if I get any wrong, I have a plethora of excuses
Okay.
that I can use.
It's
We've been driving for 7 hours. I'm pregnant.
You
The
already
baby
got the
just
paper
karate
dolls.
The
so-
baby just karate chopped my spleen.
Ooh, yeah.
Who
Okay.
karate chopped your
Good
Oh, the
excuses.
baby. I was like, Shane, you need to cut that out. Okay.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll then so with that in mind, if you get 6 out of the 12 correct, then I'll give you a bonus prize, and you'll get to choose if I get a pie or a bucket of ice on my head. But you have to get 10 out of 12 right in order for me to get the bucket and the pie in the face right after it. So, you ready?
Bucket first, and then the pie.
Okay.
All right. Are you ready for this?
Okay.
All right. Here we go. The first question. What is John Wayne's real name?
Do you want his birth name or the name that his mom changed it to later?
So you already got that one correct.
Okay.
Well, okay, but
Okay.
I want to know.
go ahead.
What were you,
Oh,
I was just going to say he was. Am I not supposed to
no.
answer?
Yeah, go ahead and answer. The name that I had on here, just say both, and I'll tell you which one I had.
Okay. So he was born Marion Robert Morrison.
Yep.
But then when his younger brother was born, his mom wanted the younger brother to be named Robert, so she had the Duke's name changed to Marion Michael Morrison.
Oh, nice. All I had was Marion Morrison, so you knew.
Wow.
That's
Wow, that's amazing. I think You just win right there. That was amazing.
You just won the whole thing.
Wow.
So 1 down. Easy. All right. Wayne's personal favorite film role was that of Ethan Edwards from which film?
The Searchers.
Yeah.
Wow.
Easy, right?
Hard. Look at her.
Two down, and I'm starting to get nervous. All right, number 3. All right, here's the third question. What is the name of the film production company founded by John Wayne in the early 1950s?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, what is the name of the film production company founded by John Wayne in the early 1950s?
Fat Jack?
That's right.
Wow.
Good job. Good job. 3 for 3. She's getting it.
Goodness, Nick, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Nick, are you watching?
I'm just kidding.
All right, so here we go. Number 4. Due to his anti-communist stance, which world leader ordered John Wayne killed?
Oh my goodness.
I have no idea.
Oh, my cat's meowing at me.
Oh.
That's not my answer.
All right, was it Mikhail Gorbachev? Well, go ahead.
No. You're giving me choices.
Okay.
Go for it.
Was it Mikhail Gorbachev? Was it Joseph Stalin? Or was it Benito Mussolini?
Stalin.
It was Stalin.
Wow.
You're right.
My goodness.
That's what I thought, but when you start giving choices, it was like, yeah, oh.
Hello.
Oh, look, there's a cat.
Hello.
Oh, it's so cute.
Whose cat is it?
North Carolina's crazy, man.
That's great. Hey, cats are wonderful. Okay, number 5. This is the 5th question. You've already gotten 4 correct. You're like well on your way. Who was Wayne's female co-star in Sands of Iwo Jima?
Could you repeat that?
Who was John Wayne's female co-star in Sands of Iwo Jima?
Scenes of Iwo Jima. His female co-star. Do you have any choices?
No choices.
Can I give her a hint?
His
I'm gonna give her a hint.
His romantic interest. She didn't have a very big part. Do you have a hint? I heard
The
Kate say
hint is, it may be.
You're cutting out. Sorry.
Well, what should I tell her?
It's
a bit of a trick question.
He didn't have one.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't have one. That's the answer. But you
I don't know her name.
You
sorry,
knew
there's
that.
A cat all over me. It's distracting.
That's fine. You knew that there was like no like main female lead, which is the answer to the question. So I'm going to give that one to you.
Okay.
So that was number 5. So you've already gotten 5 out of 5.
Oh my.
All right. John Wayne starred in 3 John Ford films made in consecutive years, all filmed as in Monument Valley, known as the Cavalry Trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
The first and the last were Fort Apache and Rio Grande. Which film came in between?
She wore a yellow ribbon.
That's correct.
Wow! Woo!
It's good too.
Is it? My dad likes that song. Around her neck, she wore a yellow ribbon.
She is killing it, y'all. I'm telling you, that was 6. She is 6 for 6.
I mean,
I'm in trouble.
This is unprecedented.
I'm in trouble.
Oh.
I'm in trouble. All right, so because you're 6 for 6, you get to choose.
Well, she might get 10 though.
Okay,
So
yeah, you might
just
get
wait.
10. So, but you did win the secondary prize, and I'll tell you what that is in a little bit.
Do you have a secondary prize?
Yes, I do. All right, number 7. This is question 7. As Stagecoach opens, Dallas is being run out of town by the Law and Order League, presumably for plying her trade. Which character is being expelled from the municipality along with her?
Doc Boone.
Yes,
By Thomas Mitchell.
Yep, that's correct. That's correct. Good job.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm impressed. That's
That is
why I'm
very impressive.
Impressed?
Yes.
Or Like,
No, I'm
No.
like, wow.
This is amazing. This is why I wanted to have you on, because this is incredible.
You are an expert in your field.
All right, number 8. When the Duke won his one and only Oscar, what was he greeted with the next morning on the set when he arrived?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
When the Duke won his one and only Oscar, what was he greeted with the next morning on the set when he arrived?
Okay. I don't know if I'm... I could be wrong. Was everybody wearing an eye patch because it's True Grit?
That is correct. That is correct. She's just nailing it. She is nailing it. Chat, give her some claps, man.
Yes.
This is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's just unreal.
Wow.
Where was the Alamo filmed?
Texas.
This is a hard one.
I can't hear you.
It's a hard question.
It's asking for a particular
A city.
city in Texas.
Ooh. Are there choices?
No, there aren't choices on this one.
There aren't any?
Mm-mm.
That's a tough one.
The question is, where was the Alamo filmed? Like the specific
Ooh,
city?
does Shane know?
Because they had to build a recreation Alamo. Ooh. I don't know, you guys. Fort Worth?
Oh no, it's a little more obscure. At least I think it is. Brackettville, Texas.
Where?
Brackettville, Texas. Okay. Well, that was a hard question. Still,
There goes my winning streak.
that's fine.
No,
That's fine.
you're still
Hey,
doing
you
great.
are
What-
9.
what-
You're 9 for 10.
Bill or something.
You're 9 for
It
10.
is.
If you get one more question right, it's like game over for me. All right.
Okay.
Right. So, what does John Wayne give to his son-in-law to be in McClintock?
What a question. The shovel. He grabs that little shovel, the metal. I don't know, the coal shovel.
Yeah, the ash
and
shovel.
He's like, here, you may need it.
Yeah, the ash shovel. The ash shovel. That's right.
Wow, amazing.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
You're too good at this.
All right. No, wait. Was that was question 10? So she's 9 for
Oh,
10.
my bad.
You're 9 for 10. So
All right.
there are 2 questions left. If you get one of these questions right, then I get the
Ice and pie.
ice and pie. Or I get bucket pie.
He gets bucket pied.
Here we go.
All right.
What injury brought an end to John Wayne's football career?
He was supposedly body surfing and he hurt his shoulder.
How did he hurt his shoulder?
I thought I said that. Wasn't he like body surfing in the ocean?
Yeah, what injury was it though? Specifically a broken
Oh. Collarbone?
ding 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 ding
Oh.
ding ding.
That's
ding,
right.
Ding 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 ding. Woo! Should we ask her the last one just for funsies?
Last question.
This doesn't count for anything. But
In,
it's fun.
in Columbia's The Deceiver in 1931, what did John Wayne play?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, in Columbia's The Deceiver in 1931, what did John Wayne play?
Ooh.
She may be frozen. Hang on.
She's thinking. She's thinking.
Thinking.
Buffering.
Ooh, I don't know. Sometimes in the early films sometimes he played football players. Sometimes he played not football players. I don't know. I don't know.
He actually played a corpse in that movie.
I've heard of that. Yeah.
Megan,
Yay! Woo!
you got 10 out of 12. That was just absolutely
That was epic.
unbelievable. All right, everybody,
Yeah.
give it up for Megan. Thank you so much for coming on today. As a result of you coming on and doing so well, I now have to get this ridiculous stuff happen, to me. So that's great.
Wait, do I have to put the pie in there?
Yes.
I don't want to do that.
Well, it's just
Do it for me, Kate. Since I can't do it.
All right. Fair enough.
And your second.
Do I get to choose what kind of pie?
No, it's only we just got cream pies because they're easy.
It's all whipped cream.
It's just whipped cream.
There's actually not any pie. It's Oh, am I giving away our studio secrets?
No. Yeah, it's fine. There's no pie. It's just all whipped cream.
It's we bought pie shells and then just filled it with Cool Whip. There's no pie. It's just fries.
But that makes for the best pies that you throw. Okay, so the second prize that you won is a copy of The Flame of Barbary Coast on Blu-ray, and that will be sent to you and Shane. I'll get the info.
I don't have that.
Yay!
So somebody told me
Shane,
that you didn't have it yet. So
that's so sweet.
For coming on, for being a champ. Literally, you
are a champ.
You know so much about John Wayne. It's absolutely incredible. And thank you. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for being a good friend.
And Shane and Megan are supporters already.
Yeah, Shane and Megan do. They support us every month.
Yeah,
and,
so thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, and we appreciate you guys.
Yeah, we love you all a ton. Have a safe trip, and we will keep on streaming.
Yeah, and watch out for cats.
Yeah, watch out for cats.
He's in his carrier now.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Megan.
Thanks, Megan.
Thank you.
Yeah, bye.
Oh my goodness. All right, you know what time it is?
What time is it?
It's pie throwing time. Are you going to make it?
I'm going to make it, y'all. I'm going to make it.
It's 3:30.
All right, so this is going to be a brutal sequence of events, I can tell you right now.
Are you going to dump the ice on yourself? I don't want to do both of those to you. That feels...
I can't dump ice on myself.
Why not?
It's just not.
Why not?
All right, we will be right back. Stay tuned to the stream. Just hang on. We'll be right back with me getting all this stuff.
It's all right. It's okay.
Alright, get the ice, put it in the bucket. Let me fill it up with water.
Here, you do the ice, I'll do the pie. Have I been talking to somebody? To nobody?
She's been muted. You've been muted. Hang on. I think it's been muted. Just start over.
Wow. I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Okay.
Okay. So I've been talking for like 5 minutes and it's been muted, so that's great. I hope you enjoyed my animated face. Daniel's laughing and he has whipped cream in his ear, so I still think I would rather be me than him. Anyway, let's start that over. I was just going to talk about some East versus West beauty standards while Daniel is getting himself changed. Can you guys hear me now? Thank you. Thank you, Christy. That's very nice.
Speak up.
Go away, Daniel. Let's try this again. All right. East versus West. So there's so many things that are completely on opposite ends of the spectrum about the United States and Japan. So like medicine is one of them, and beauty standards are a big one. I was just, when Daniel unmuted me, I was just talking about skin tone. So growing up, this was very confusing to me because in Japan, it is generally preferable to be paler. And so I'm just about as pale as it gets. There might be some people whiter than me. But in Japan, like we'll be walking around with our girls and some old lady will come up to us and say, "Wow, you're so white." But that's a compliment. They mean that as a compliment. Look how white your skin is. They like that. That's a good thing. It's seen as desirable. It's not hard for Japanese people to get sun. So when, if they're out in the sun for even a little bit, they darken up really, really quickly. And so in Japan, I would say, "Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for calling me white." You just say, "Oh, thank you." And in the States, if somebody comes up to you and says, "Wow, you're so white," like that's probably not a compliment. So in the summertime as a kid, you would have to make apologies for like if you're wearing shorts or something. You say, "Oh, I'm sorry, my legs, they're blinding you. They glow in the dark. They're so pale." You would have to apologize for it because it's not desirable here. It's always with the self-tanner and people laying out in the sun, and that's what people think makes you more youthful and vibrant and beautiful and all that stuff. So that's confusing going back and forth between countries. I don't mess with trying to tan because it's pretty much useless on this skin. I just turn lobster. So I just stick with the white and it's fine and it works for me. And in Japan, like I said, that's seen as a good thing. So I do like the Japanese do, and I sunscreen up all the time. A lot of women in Japan, they will wear in the summertime, even when it's ridiculously hot, in Tokyo summers, they will wear these black arm coverings to make sure that they don't get any sun on their arms. And you can pretty much count on people wearing hats all the time. Men will wear hats. Women always wear hats to go outside. If you take your kids to the park, you've got a hat on, and it's not like a cutesy baseball cap. It's like a big sun hat to block yourself from the sun, even though they probably already have several layers of sunscreen on. And Japanese sunscreen, if you haven't tried it before, it will change your world. You should try some. Get on Amazon. I'll send you a link if you want to try the best sunscreen ever. American sunscreen does not compare. So they are probably wearing tons of sunscreen and hats and maybe arm coverings just to make sure that they don't get any sun. And then skincare has lots of like whitening, bleaching agents to keep your skin paler. And in America, everybody's doing the bronzer and the contour and trying to be darker all the time. So I'm not saying one is better than the other. These are just differences in what people, it's just a societal difference. People think that one thing is more beautiful than the other. And in the States, if it's sunny out, even if people are tanning, you will often see sunglasses. And I don't want to say never, but I don't know that I have ever seen Japanese women wearing sunglasses outside. Have you, Daniel?
No, I think typically what one of my professors told me is in language school is they said that typically, like, if you wear sunglasses in Japan, you're seen as kind of like a bad dude.
You're like,
because
you're like showing off, and you're like being
gangsters
all cool and
always wore sunglasses, like in the movies and stuff like that. So yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, so you know, I often wear sunglasses here in the States and in Japan. You know, because if you're squinting all the time, then you get like the wrinkles over here, and so I wear sunglasses a lot just for that purpose. But apparently that is a very American woman thing to do. So yeah, I'm in a weird place where I pick and choose some things that I like about American stuff and some things I like about Japanese stuff, and I kind of, do what I like. Makeup trends are very different also. You hardly ever see like a statement lipstick thing in Japan. It's usually a lot more subtle. Like I said, they don't tend to do the bronzer and contour and the highlight and all that stuff. They tend to do more eye makeup. Eyebrows are a big thing. Everybody colors in their eyebrows. A couple interesting things you probably don't know. A lot of Japanese men and women do not have creases on their eyelids. Everybody's going to be going to the bathroom now and looking. You've never thought about this before, have you? Close your eyes or open them and see, when you open your eye, is there a crease on your eyelid? Like where it folds up. A lot of us Caucasian people, we do have creases on our eyelids, and Japanese women typically do not. So you can buy these things in drugstores where it's like a fishing line type thing, where you can make an indentation on your eye to make it have a crease, because that is seen as a beautiful thing. Also, I hear this one a lot about Westerners. They're talking about white people, but they say Westerners. How our noses, the bridge of our noses is tall. So they'll say things like, "Oh, your baby has such a tall nose." And I'll say, "Thank you," because they mean that as a compliment. They mean the bridge of your nose is really tall. And so if you've never felt self-conscious about the height of your nose before, here you go.
And Christy asked a question.
Are freckles considered beautiful? For real, you can answer that. I won't be offended. Yeah, freckles. I mean, I think it's probably the same as here in the States. Freckles are like a cute thing that are kind of a sign of youth. But I don't see a lot of Japanese women with freckles. I know there's a trend here in America where people have started drawing them on with like eyeliner. I think I've seen that a little bit in Japan, but I think it's unusual, Christy. I think that there's not a lot of that. But I personally think they're adorable. And, sometimes freckles come from being out in the sun a lot, like sun damage, and sometimes you just have, I just have a lot of moles. And it's not from sun damage, I have a lot of moles and freckles on, is it this side of my face? So, I personally think they're cute, and I think they make your face interesting.
An oddity, she said.
An oddity, yes. But you know what? Any white person who goes over there is going to be an oddity anyway. So you might as well embrace it, is what Daniel says.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm never going to be able to change, my physical appearance.
I can't make my nose any shorter.
Yeah. I mean, that's not gonna happen. So, but I mean, there are other ways that we can try to enculturate besides that. I mean, just being generally, respecting the rules and stuff like the Japanese people were saying in that video that we watched a long time ago.
Yeah.
Just being, seen and as, respectful people, that goes a long way toward, people thinking well of you. And if people think well of you, then generally they're going to, want to be your friend and want to know why you're there. And but yeah, as far as physical, changing things, there's obviously, not much we can do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Another interesting thing. A lot of, most, I would say 90-something% of Japanese people are born with just jet black hair. Sometimes you'll see lighter brown hair naturally. But often women will dye it a little bit lighter because they like the brown hair, or sometimes they'll dye it like, you know, kind of orange like this, or crazy colors like pink or blue or whatever. But it's rare to find someone who hasn't dyed their hair before. People are always trying to change something a little bit because it is a very homogenous country where people, you know, it's mostly one race and people look very similar. So things they can do to differentiate themselves, they will do that. Most people are on the petite side, shorter in nature. So I'm 5'3", and I always thought that that was pretty short here in America, which I mean it is. But I have a friend in Japan who's like she's like 4'11" on a good day, you know. She's tiny, but she's always talking about how tall I am, and I'm like, thank you, but no, like I'm not tall. I would probably be, I don't know, the tall end of average in Japan, right?
Yeah.
But in the States, like I buy short size, petite size, everything. So it's just funny. And also, like shoes are harder if you have, you know, larger size feet. Like I wear a size 8 in America, which is average. And in Japan, that's like a double L, extra large size shoe. So just some differences, things like that. Yeah, I think those things are interesting. I hope you think some of those are interesting. And it's kind of tricky moving back and forth, trying to remember like, oh, well, I'm a size 8 shoe in America, but a size LL in Japan, or my kids are wearing a 140 centimeter size dress in Japan, but that's like a 10, 12 in girls in America. And it's just, you know, it makes things complicated. So yeah, I hope that gives you a little bit of insight into how things are just, they're really different. And so if, you know, sometimes we say things like, I'm looking for a size 140 dress for my daughter, and you're like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Sometimes we you know, we get them mixed up, but there's a lot going on up here to sort out. So anyway, hopefully I can help my girls navigate all that and help them feel comfortable looking however they look. I spent a lot of time as a youngster and teenager wishing that I looked Japanese, you know, wishing to be a little shorter and more petite, and wishing I had black hair. And it's funny because I did dye my hair black one time in college, maybe, oh, it was after college. I dyed my hair black after college, and I wanted to look more Japanese. And then my Japanese friends are dyeing their hair more like this color because they want to look more foreign. So, you know, there's a lesson in there somewhere that we all need to learn how to be comfortable in our own skin. But it's just interesting. And I'm sure that if you were in another country, maybe outside of Asia, there would be completely different standards once again. So,
are we ready
yes.
to move on?
All right. Daniel says that I'm done talking about
I'm not
girly
saying anything.
things.
I'm not saying anything. If you want to keep talking, you keep talking.
No, I'm good. I mean, I could talk about differences between Japanese and American culture all day, but
yeah.
I thought maybe some girly stuff was necessary.
I'm sure they're
not exactly Daniel's area of expertise.
Not quite. You'd be concerned if it were, to be honest.
Okay. But anyway, all right. Are we moving on to our next segment?
I was trying to clean up some of the whipped cream out there before we got like either an ant or cockroach infestation, which is not, you know.
We have had some ant trouble recently.
That is not what we want as a result of this. As a result of what we're doing today.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Daniel's all cleaned up.
Kinda.
You look smashing.
So anyway,
your nose is very tall. Has anybody told you that yet today?
Yeah, my nose is very tall.
It is.
Whew. Well, we are now into, what is it? Almost 4 o'clock. So we're into the 6th hour.
Are we really?
Straight. Yeah, we've been going for 6 hours. So, almost 6 hours. What we're going to do now is we are going to step over into this part of the studio.
I love it when we do that. That's so fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a nice move there. So we're going to give the kids a call real quick, and see how the kiddos are doing. Hello? That's Megan. Oh, there.
Hello.
Hey.
Now I am technologically challenged, so I'm going to try to turn the camera around so you can see the kids.
Okay.
Don't know that I can. Don't be laughing at me now.
I'm not laughing.
Okay. All right. Here, Papa.
All right.
Hey, look here.
Who is it? It's Owen!
Hey, baby! Hello!
He wants to grab the camera.
Hello!
Hey, bud.
You're even cuter than yesterday.
You see Mommy and Daddy?
Getting places he doesn't need to go.
Is he crawling today?
He's been getting over to the TV.
Oh,
and doing things that he doesn't need to do.
Of course. Of course.
Look at that chubby man.
Here.
Owen is almost 9 months old. He just started crawling around yesterday. He's been on his hands and knees for like a month, rocking back and, how babies do. But he just figured out yesterday that he can go somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah, there he goes.
The camera.
He's trying to get it. You put it down there. He wants it.
Hello.
Yeah.
You're so sweet.
And then let's see.
Can you tell Owen?
Here's your
Owen and Annalie were both born in Japan. You can tell, right?
There's Audrey.
And there's Audrey. Audrey was
Hey.
born here in Tennessee.
You say hi?
Hi again.
Hi.
Hello.
How's it
Can you
going?
show them-
Wow, that's quite a face.
Can you show them the picture you just drew?
Oh my goodness. What's it say?
Wow, that looks great.
Think Umbreon 2000, that's my channel.
Oh, wow.
I love it.
How about that?
Oh, who are the ones with the hearts? Is it Umbreon and... Who is that? Espeon?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Nice.
Nice. Wow, Audrey, those are beautiful.
She did a great job.
Yeah, those are really, really good.
Audrey is a Pokemon expert.
So there's Christy said that's my twin. Audrey is my twin.
Aww.
Okay. We have one more to show you.
Where's Annalie? Let me guess.
She
She's
is
lying
back
down
here.
in a bed playing a tablet.
She is back here doing her own thing.
Yes, she is. She loves it.
Look who wanted to talk to you.
Where's Annalie?
Hello. Yeah, you're playing tablet in bed, aren't you?
That's my girl.
She's living the Annalie dream. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm at your house.
We are.
Hi.
You're at a hotel room, maybe?
No,
We're not
it's
at a
not a
hotel.
hotel. It kind of looks like a
What's
hotel.
that sign says on the bottom?
It says
Spear.
What do you mean you're at Spears, Mom?
Speer Studios.
Speer. That's your last name. Annalie Speer.
Last name? Well, today I'm feeling all better.
You're feeling all better?
Medicine.
I'm
good.
so glad.
Good.
Yeah.
We're gonna come see you. We're gonna come get you tomorrow. Okay?
We'll see you tomorrow. You be good for Grandma and Papa.
Okay.
Bye.
What we're having for dinner?
What we're having for dinner?
Pizza.
What are we having?
Pizza.
We're having pizza.
Pizza. All right. That's always a good day.
Mm-hmm.
Pepperoni because I love pepperoni.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Pepperoni is really delicious.
Okay. You can see that all three of the children are alive and well.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we're doing good here.
Thank you. Thank you
Good.
so much. Thank you so much.
All right. And enjoy your last 2 hours.
Yeah. We're on the what do you call that?
We're on the downward.
The downhill, yes.
What
do you-
What's that? At 7:01 sharp.
We're losing it.
Yeah, that.
We're just losing it.
That. What words?
All right. Bye.
Bye. Thanks. All right. Well, that was good. That was good. The kids are doing well. They look like they're doing great, and we're so glad that Mom and Dad took them today, because we wouldn't be able to do this today if not for their help.
Oh, and they said home stretch. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank
the
you,
home
Christy.
stretch.
I couldn't think. What is that? I'm glad you know what that means.
The home stretch.
She also said Annalie is Owen's twin, Shirley Temple.
Yeah,
They do. They look exactly the same. If
Yeah.
Owen starts growing little ringlets, we'll never tell them apart.
Yep. Okay, so we are just moving right along. Let's do a quick giveaway. There are only 5 people. I think there are only 5 people watching right now.
Your chances are pretty good of winning something.
Mom just hung up. I guess we were still on the call.
Okay.
All right. So
What are we giving away, Daniel?
we are going to give away
Here.
now.
What's in the magical target bag?
This.
What is it?
Isn't this what you always wanted?
I don't know what it is. Oh, I do know what it is.
All right, this is, it's having a hard time focusing in on it, but that's okay. Oh, there it is. So this looks like just a hard, solid
Avocado.
Yeah, it looks avocado-esque, but actually this is a this comes out of a machine in Japan. It's called a gachapon machine, and they had a special series of gachapon that were all Godzilla gachapon. So this is inside. This is one of, I think, about maybe 4 to 6 different characters. You can get different ones, and so I don't know which character is inside this. It's a solid plastic thing. It's still wrapped up, and I got it out of the machine and I brought it back just for this stream.
It's a Godzilla egg. We have been carefully incubating it.
Yes.
For months.
Yep. So
for you.
Yeah. Let's see. We've got this. So we're gonna give this away, and let's see. What question should we use? This is easy, y'all.
Oh, don't get it.
This is so easy. The first person to guess this question correctly in the chat is gonna get this. We're gonna mail it to you.
How are you going to mail an egg?
I don't know how I'm going to mail it, but I'm going to do it.
All right.
So the question is, what is the national currency of Japan? The Japanese blank. What do they use to pay for everything? So if you know that, put it in the chat, and we will send you this. So I'm just going to wait and see. Yep, Derry Goodfellow got it. She got it. She's here. She's been here for a while now. Thank you so much. Derry is the first one to guess the Japanese yen, and that's correct. So
I hope you enjoy your Godzilla egg.
You get a Godzilla egg, a gachapon. It's coming to you.
We have no idea what's on the inside.
I will get your mailing address after the stream. I'll send out messages and get mailing addresses so that I can get this stuff in the mail probably the beginning of next week. Yeah, thank you so much for listening in and
Thank you, Derry.
Yeah, and for asking questions and for all of your support, like emotionally, and just you've always just been such a great person.
And
so.
prayer support too.
Yeah. Oh, you have a grandson. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what's up.
All right.
That's what's up. She knows.
Oh yeah.
All right. Good thinking. Good thinking. All right. So we are going to check that off, and now we're going to move on to. We're going to move back to the desk actually, because we've got
another special guest.
We do have another special guest.
Oh, Daniel.
A very, very special guest.
Oh, Daniel.
All right, so let's move back to the desk. Here we go. And let's get the phone up. Let's see who's going to be on. Wait, where did that go? Okay, here we go. All right, so another phone call going out. We'll see if this person is ready or not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're ready.
Are you ready? That is the question.
Okay, he may not be ready yet. I'll have to send him a message in a little bit and see if he's ready. He may not be ready. Okay, let me send a text real quick. You can answer some questions. People have just come in with some questions.
Okay.
So
Let's Steve Lytle, what time did you start? We started at 10 a.m. Central this morning. So we've been going for... Oh! There's our special guest. We've been going for about 6 hours now. 2 left.
6 hours. 6 long hours. But I'm telling you, we've been having a good time. So
probably me more than you, but...
All right, so waiting on the video to come in here.
Hello,
Mr. Guest.
You haven't turned yours on.
Hello, Mr.
Who is it? Those are the door. There he is. The one and only, the man who needs no introductions. Gowdy Cannon, everyone.
Yay! Welcome to Speer Studios.
Give it up for Gowdy. Man, let me tell you.
It has been a day.
What an honor. What an honor it is to have you on the stream today.
Thank you so much. I'm such a great person that I actually was on and didn't realize I wasn't on because I didn't have my camera turned on and my wife had to tell me. So
Nice.
Fantastic. How's your day been?
Pretty good so far. Not bad. It's raining here, but other than that, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of some showers here. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's raining outside when you're getting a bucket of ice dumped on your head. So there's that. There's that whole aspect. So, Gowdy, where are you living at? Introduce yourself. Just give a little, give the fine people out here. Most people know who you are anyway, but I mean, you're just that.
You said the man who needs no introduction.
I mean, you need no introduction.
Now give an introduction.
To yourself.
Originally from South Carolina, the Welch College, back when it was still Free Baptist Bible College for 4 years, Chicago for 17, and now Cesar, Illinois for 2, where I'm the senior pastor at Bear Point Free Baptist Church.
Yeah, and knocking it out of the park, from what I hear.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It's been a tough 18.
It has been a tough 18 months.
Man, we hear from all the pastors. It's just, that is quite a heavy burden that you guys are bearing right now.
Yep. For all the pastors out there, we love you guys. Keep going. Yeah.
And Gowdy has a beautiful wife and a beautiful son.
Yeah.
You don't have to show them, but they're beautiful.
They're watching right now.
Okay.
All right.
Fantastic. All right, so let's get down to the nitty gritty.
Oh boy.
So what we I guess probably everybody who's watching it's over. The stream's over.
So for those of you who haven't been watching all day, which I don't think anybody has, Daniel has already lost to not lost, but he's already been pied in the face from Star Wars trivia. He got ice bucketed and then pied in the face from John Wayne trivia. Now this is Seinfeld trivia. And yeah. I really think we're going to be 3 for 3 here because we have called in 3 experts in their respective fields.
Well, it wouldn't be fun if you just called in just like some guy, who didn't know anything about anything.
I mean, if you had like multiple choice, like a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire type thing, that might be interesting. I don't know.
So I wanted to call in the guy who knows the most about the show about nothing. So, and that is quite possibly Gowdy. So, all right, you know the deets. Basically, what we did with Megan and what I did with Nick. There are 12 questions, and if you get the first 4 questions, or not necessarily the first 4, but if you get 4 questions right, you get to choose if I get a pie in the face or an ice bucket. I know which one I would prefer. I'm not going to tell you which one that is. So you get that choice if you get 4 of these right. If you get 8 of these questions right, you get an extra prize other than the prize that you get just for participating. So I'm going to tell you what you get just for participating here in a few minutes. And then if you get, what is it, 10? We'll say 10.
This is your thing.
We'll say 10, all right? If you get 10 of the 12 questions right, then I get, again, an ice bucket with a pie following it up.
And
Got it?
keep in mind, I have to be the one that inflicts this on him.
She likes it.
I don't either.
She's been living for
It
this.
feels wrong, man.
All right, you ready?
All that whipped cream gone to waste.
All right, let's get started.
All
Let's
right.
get started here. All right. Question number 1. Where does Kramer find the set for the Merv Griffin show?
He found it in a dumpster in an alley.
That's correct. That's correct. That's
Oh
correct.
man, we've got to do some serious Seinfeld watching after this because I'm sure everybody knows it's on Netflix as of yesterday.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. So
Yes.
yeah, that's exciting. It's exciting news. All right, number 2. So he's 1 for 1. Here we go. What book's late return earns Jerry a stern talking to and hefty late fees?
Oh, I know this one.
I'm sorry, well, I missed the beginning of the question. What was it?
What book's late return earns Jerry a stern talking to and hefty late fees?
It was either Tropic of Capricorn or Tropic of Cancer. Both of them come up in the episode. I'm going to say Tropic of Cancer.
That's correct.
Wow!
Nailed it.
Nicely
Nailed
done. Woo! I see ice in your future.
He's hot. He's hot.
That was a coin flip right there.
He's got it, man. He's got it. Number 3. All right. Third question. Of Jerry's many shallow complaints about the women he dates, what petty thing bothers him about his girlfriend, Jillian?
Jillian was the one with the man hand.
You have to think about it.
That's correct. That's correct. That
Otherwise,
is
she was
correct.
very attractive.
All right, here's this one. Like
isn't
I
looking good
think,
for you,
I
Daniel.
think a true Seinfeld fan will know this. I don't know. We'll see. How many episodes are there of Seinfeld? Are there?
Well, okay, there's debate about this because some of them are two-parters, you know. So if you count 30-minute segments, it's 180. But there are some official counts that are 169 because depending on how they broke them down during syndication and things like that, depended. So it's either 169 or 180. So
180 is the answer.
Wow.
180 is the answer that I had, and dude,
Wow.
you're killing it. So as of now, my future is looking bleak, and you have already gotten 4 out of the first 4 questions. So I already have an abysmal fate ahead of me. It might get worse. We'll see. Who died? Question 5. Who died from licking envelopes?
I want to give a joke answer because Kramer calls her Lily at one point, but it was not Lily. Her real name was Susan. Poor little Lily.
Wow.
That's right.
Oh man. So Daniel has said for years that he wants to open a coffee shop and name it Cosmo Creamer.
Yeah.
How has that never come up on the forum before?
Right.
I'm surprised. Wow.
It would be fantastic. It would be great.
Would it be like a galactic theme?
Yeah, of course.
Would you have the Kramer?
Of course. Of course I would.
Sweet.
If I could get away with it.
Right.
Oh man, so he's 5 for 5. Gowdy's knocking it out of the park, just like I knew he would. I knew he would do this. Number 6. What does Kramer want his tombstone to say?
What did Kramer want his tombstone to say?
Yeah.
I have to think about that one.
Did we stump Gowdy?
It was something about a dog. It was a good boy? Something about a good boy?
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
So dog. I'll give you a hint. Dog is heading in the right direction. Like you're almost there.
Yeah, because it was the episode with the dog. But I can't remember what it was. What it was exactly.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, All right, so that one is man's best friend.
It's best friend.
Man's best friend.
Oh, man, that's so up.
You were so close, man. You were right there. You were right there. All right, but you're still in the running. I mean, I'm still on the wire here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 6 questions left, so some of these may be tough. All right, we'll see. What's the name of the real restaurant located in New York City where the TV show visits?
In the show it was Monk's, but in real life it's called Tom's. I've actually been there. It was on my bucket list, and I got to see it in 2010.
That's awesome. Fantastic. Good job.
I ordered the big salad.
Oh.
Oh.
Nice.
How was it?
Yeah.
All right, that's fair.
It was $12 for an experience. That's what it was.
That was back when you could actually get salad at a restaurant. So.
Yeah.
All right. Who is the person who provided the original voice for George Steinbrenner?
Who provided the original voice for George Steinbrenner?
Yeah.
Well, Larry David did it. I don't know if he was the original one, but Larry David did it, I mean, all throughout the series, so I assume he was the original one as well.
Yep, that's right. It's Larry David.
Okay.
Good job.
Who's George Steinbrenner? I'm sorry.
He
so
owned the
sorry.
Yankees.
Yeah, he owned the Yankees.
Oh. Okay. Gotcha. All right.
That's fine. We've got a lot of Seinfeld to catch up.
Yeah, we do.
All right. One of the most famous episodes of Seinfeld is The Contest, but who actually wins the contest in the end?
Oh, see, that's because George said, George, I think, because the end of the episode never really says, but George confesses that he cheats in the very final episode. In the very final episode, when the plane's going down, George says, the contest, I cheated. So I guess the real answer is Jerry.
That's right.
Wow.
That's correct. Yep, that's it. See, a true Seinfeld fan would know that from the final episode. That's fantastic, dude. All right, 3 more questions, man. If you get all 3 of these right, then I'm getting both.
Well, if you get 2.
Actually, no, if you get 2. If you get 2 right, I'm toast. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. At the age of 17, Kramer ran away from home and went to which country?
Oh, man.
All right, I'll give you 4.
Don't give him... No, he doesn't need
You
it.
want a multiple choice?
No.
He couldn't have... I want to say Greenland, but he couldn't have run away to Greenland. It had to have been... I think this is whenever he left to go to Los Angeles. But, gosh, I don't... to run away to go to a country, it had to have been a land... One of the... Canada. I don't really know. I can't remember.
Oh, it's actually Sweden.
Sweden?
Sweden.
I guess he didn't mean literally ran away. Okay. Well, I wouldn't have guessed that anyway. I was thinking Greenland, but
Yeah, Sweden. Yeah, that was a tough one.
Sorry, you can still, if you answer the next 2 correctly,
Yeah.
Daniel can still be ice bucketed and then pied.
Yes. Yeah. So, but you've already won both of the prizes.
Oh,
I
did
believe.
you even tell
I didn't
me
even
that?
tell you what they were.
No.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, you won a prize.
So, all right. Number 11.
Oh, you're still not going to tell him what the prizes are.
Fine, I'll tell you what the prizes
don't have to.
are. No, I'll tell you.
It's fine. It's fine.
All right. The prizes are not on my. Oh yeah, there. Okay. The first prize that you won just for being a part of the stream is a Serenity Now talking button featuring the voice of Frank Costanza. So you push the button. So you're getting that, and then because you've already done so well on the quiz, you're going to get your own Kramer poster mailed to a poster of the Kramer mailed right to you. So I'll get your address, and that's coming your way. So thanks for coming on and playing. All right, last 2 questions. You ready?
ready.
Here we go. Number 11. What is the only episode in which you don't see George?
it's called. Jerry and Elaine go to Florida, and Elaine sleeps on that bed. I think it's called the Hamptons. But I get the titles confused sometimes. I know that George wasn't in it because the whole episode takes place in Florida. It's just Elaine and Jerry. I'll say it was called the Hamptons, but I'm not positive about that.
Yeah, but the fact that you even know that the episode is enough, I think, just to give that to you, because you actually knew that that's the only episode. But the actual name of the episode is the Pen.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The Pen? Is that right? The Pen. Pen?
Yeah, that makes sense because it's the same episode. Mr. Klumpus tries to give him the pen, and he wouldn't take it.
I remember. Okay, I remember that episode.
That episode's famous because Jason Alexander told Larry David and Jerry that if he wrote him out of any other episode, just to leave him out of the show forever because he did not want to be left out of episodes.
Really? I didn't know Jason Alexander was such a diva.
Wow,
He was very upset he missed out on that episode.
Wow. Okay.
Hey, here's a random question. This isn't trivia. Does George sing, or Jason Alexander, does he sing in any of the episodes?
Maybe. I mean,
because he's a really talented singer.
What do you call it? Something like the song from Sound of Music.
Oh yeah. What do you call a problem like Maria?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, nothing like professional or anything, but just people talking, singing type stuff.
Okay.
All
right. You have shored up Daniel's fate. But
not yet. No, this is the last question.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, he needs one more question. Okay,
One
this
more.
is the final question. This is so exciting.
This is it. It's down to the wire. If you get this right, it's like lights out for me.
It's a little dramatic.
All right, it's a multiple choice question. You may not even need it. What brand of computer does Jerry use in his apartment?
You say what type of computer?
Yeah, what brand of computer?
Oh, brand.
Is it a Dell, Microsoft, Acer, or a Mac?
What was the third option again?
Acer.
They actually mentioned it, I think, in one episode, but I don't know. I don't know exactly, but I'm going to guess it was a Dell. That just rings true to me.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
It was actually a Mac. Oh man, you're so close. So close.
That's okay. You still get to pick.
You still get to pick my fate.
One or the other.
So
Ice
what's it gonna be?
Or pie in the face.
Give me. What's my fate? What is it?
I'll say pie to the face.
Oh.
That is 3 pies in one day, Daniel.
Okay. All right.
All right. It's pie time.
Gowdy, thank you so much for coming on today.
Thank you for using your gifts for the Lord.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry I couldn't do better. It's been a while since I've watched all the way through it.
No, dude, that was very impressive.
You did great, man. I appreciate it. I'll get your mailing address. The gifts will be in the mail. Thanks again for your time, for coming on today, and for being a part of our stream. And yeah, I guess I'll see you around.
Yeah, stay online if you want to see Daniel get creamed. So.
Yep.
Okay.
So, there's that. All right. Well, I'll see you, man. Thank you so much again.
Okay.
Thank
My
you.
pleasure.
Bye, Gowdy.
All right. So, was that our last special guest, Daniel?
I think that was.
That is at least the last time that you will have to.
Oh, I'm so glad. You guys have no idea. It's
All right,
been a day.
I'm gonna
It's
get
been
the
a day.
pie ready.
Mm-hmm.
You stay here. Entertain Internet Land.
Entertain. Well, I need to go get changed because I've got jeans on. I need to go put on some shorts. So
Okay.
we will be right back. Alright, here we go. So, we're going to go outside. This time, hopefully we'll have some sound. Like last time, I don't think we had any, which is unfortunate because I screamed when I got the ice bucket. And is it still raining outside?
Yes? No.
Somebody's out here talking about my lawnmower.
Oh, leave the door open, right?
Yeah, leave the door open.
Okay, gotcha. Alright.
Like this is fine. Okay. You can see.
You can see?
Alright, here we go.
Pie number 3.
Pie number 3. Thanks, Gowdy. Thanks for nothing. Thanks for nothing, Gowdy. You heard me.
Okay, it's me. Son.
Did you get it on video?
Can I give you a free kiss? Why?
Here, have it.
What?
I look like a... Well,
Thank you, public, for all the wind cream. Thank you, Taiso.
Oh, this is awful. It's gonna slide off my face.
Alright, let's take you back to the studio. Okay, so.
Yeah, it's great. We'll be right back. And we're back.
Poor Daniel.
Oh man, how many times? What's the world record for like within one stream? How many times a person's been pied in the face? I don't know. I have no idea. So.
Can we look it up?
No, don't even bother.
Okay, fine.
Because I'm nowhere close. I can tell you that much. Maybe like next time we'll go for the record. Who knows? Next stream.
I think we're good.
Yeah, we're probably good.
All right. It is 4:30. We have been online since 10 this morning. We've talked about Hokkaido. We've talked about Japanese religion. We've talked about the unreached Japanese people in Japan. We have... What else have we done? We sang some songs.
Yes.
We ate some Japanese food.
Yeah, we have.
We inflicted all kinds of physical pain on Daniel.
Yes. Yes, we have.
What's left to do, Daniel?
What is left to do?
Oh no, not again! I think I've had enough Taiso for one day.
Stand up. It's time to go.
Oh!
Everybody out there, stand up.
Does it have the instructions? Wait, this is the one we've already done.
I know we're doing it again.
No, where's the construction, guys? I liked that one better. Oh, you're not even trying, Daniel.
I am trying.
You have to go with the music.
It actually feels really good to stretch.
I think that's the point, sir. Daniel, what are you doing? Wait, what? Are we okay? Ow!
Oh, that felt good.
That hurts. Throw it away.
That would have just... That's not gonna happen. I'm not that number. This is where you just take a chill pill. All right, everybody. That's
Please
great.
tell me that's the last time we're doing it.
Give yourself. That's the last time.
All right, so if you just tuned in and you're wondering what we just did, that was called Dajio Taiso. It means radio exercise, radio calisthenics. It's been around for almost 100 years. They revamped it in the 50s as a way, that song, and it usually has voice instruction on the radio for warm up and stretching at different companies and schools and sporting events. So still very much in practice in Japan. And now you know about it.
And now you know. So, let's see. What is next? We have some more interesting things to do. We skipped a few things that we might be able to go back and do. Let's see. You already talked about East versus West, like beauty standards, so that's good.
Yeah, I can always talk more about that. But...
Yeah, that's true. What time is it? 4:39.
Yep.
Okay. Let's talk about some funny things, like some funny stories, things that have happened to us, like while we were in Japan. So if you're wanting to hear some of that. So for example, I was at, let's see, I was on my way to go meet a Japanese pastor one time. I posted this video like in our Facebook group a while back, but I was on my way in Japan when we were still living over there to go and meet this Japanese pastor, and then I was hungry. It was around lunchtime, so I stopped at this convenience store. And if you think like a convenience store, Kate's about to cry.
I'm so sorry. I'm okay. Go ahead.
The convenience store is kind of like a gas station here, only it's just got a whole bunch more stuff. Like it's like a super version of a gas station. As far as like the inside, like they don't actually sell gas for your car.
It's like a gas station without the gas.
The gas. It's just a station is all it is. So you go in and you can get snacks, you can get something to drink, you know, just about, you know, lots of things that you could need. They've got it. Well, I went in and grabbed some lunch, and then I went out to the car and just sat in the driver's seat, and I was just going to scarf down some lunch really quick. And while I was sitting there in the car eating, I was just minding my own business, like watching something on my phone, and then all of a sudden the side door to the van like opens, and I was like, what's going on? So I like turned really quick, and like the side door was like opening, and there like right on the side of the van is this old lady who's opening my car door, and she's holding like a bag of groceries, and then she just like slowly looks up and sees me like in the driver's seat. And then she's like, ah! Like she thought that it was her van, obviously, and because she parked right next to me and she had the same color van and all that. And she was just mortified, like, oh no. First she thought, like, why is there a foreigner in my car?
Why is this scary white guy in my van?
And so she thought, like, why is this foreign guy in my van? And then she said, then she was like, suddenly she realized, oh, this is not my van. So she just apologized. Like I was like, oh no, you know, it's no problem. So she went over to her van, and I just laughed it off. I was like, bikkurishita, you know, I was so scared. And we just both laughed about it. And then, like, I went back to eating, but then the next thing I know, like, this same lady comes back to the van and knocks on the door, like, the window. And so I roll down the window, and she gives me some, like, fresh fruit that she had. Either she'd just bought it or she had it. I don't know. But she gave me some fresh fruit. And I thought it was just so sweet. Like, it was just so nice, like, but it was still just this really funny. I mean, you just never know when stuff like that's going to happen, but I'm sure it was as much, if not more, of a shock for her than it was me. So,
poor lady.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't have any stories.
Oh no, I have no stories. Well, let's see. Are they funny stories or just like quintessentially Japanese stories?
I don't know, just whatever.
All right, I'll start with the funny story. So, early in the stream today, we watched some video footage of what Sapporo, Hokkaido looks like. And I talked a little bit about how my brother and I would ride an hour on the train and subway to get to this international school. And then an hour home every day. And this was before we might have had a Game Boy or a Discman, if you remember what those are. But we didn't have phones or, you know, whatever. We were bored. So one day, I believe it was on the way home from school, we were sitting on the train. We actually got a seat that day. And we were just entertaining ourselves. I want to say we were like third grade and first grade. So we were very young. And we were speaking English on the train, and we just assumed that nobody understood what we were saying. So I said something to my brother Evan. I said, "Do you smell that? Oh, that's a horrible coffee smell. I hate the smell of coffee. That lady over there is drinking it." And sure enough, the lady across the seat from us, wow, my hand is giant. Wow. The lady across from us had an open can of coffee, which is a little bit unusual on the train. People don't usually eat and drink on the train. And so I had just finished talking about how terrible the coffee smells. Keep in mind, I'm third grade. And the lady looks over at us and in perfect English goes, "Oh, really? I quite like the smell of coffee." And Evan and I were like, you know, we were mortified, but she was very nice. And she talked to us the whole rest of the way home, and I felt better. But we learned a very important lesson that day, which is that never assume that people don't understand what you're saying. Even as an adult, you need to be careful, and we try to tell our kids that too. Like when you're out in public, don't say, "Hey, do you see that guy over there?" You never know who speaks English. So,
nope.
Yeah.
You just never know. And yeah, it's a word, you know, and you just never know. Well, I mean, you probably know a little bit more here in the States.
I mean, yeah.
You assume like people here in the States speak English, but yeah, definitely not over there. I remember another funny time, like, this was like right after I first started learning Japanese. And I was on the trains, and I wanted to be nice because, like, there are these specialty seats where you can sit if you're like an older person, or if you are like a special needs person, you know, there are these designated areas where you can sit. Well, I was over there, like, if nobody's around, you can sit in those. But if somebody else comes, you need to get up. So I was sitting in one of those, nobody else was there. And then this older lady gets on the train. And so I stand up, and I walk over to her. You know, she's minding her own business. And I walk over to her, and I say, "Sute kudasai. Sute kudasai." And she just, like, stares at me like, what do you mean? And then finally, like, I was motioning toward the seat, and she understood what I was saying, and so she went and sat down. But really, like, sute is the verb, like, to, like, basically when you're smoking a cigarette. And so,
please smoke.
Yeah, go ahead, have a smoke. Like, I just like a foreigner, like this foreign guy just walks up to an older lady on the train.
He was trying to say "suatte kudasai."
Suatte.
Please have a seat.
Yeah,
Please sit.
suatte. Well, I learned that, and I'll never forget it. I'll never forget suatte. But yeah, sute is not what you want to say in a situation like that. It makes no sense, and it just really confuses people. So, yeah, that's about it. So those are, like, I don't know. There are always, like, a bunch other things that happen to us on the field. We've got all kinds of stories, but I don't want to take too long on those. Whew! All right.
Do you want some more coffee?
I always want coffee.
Was that a yes?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's next?
That's fine. Okay. Next up, we are going to do a video of the 3D gospel. Now, this is something that we learned about in CIT. And the gospel in scripture and everything, basically, the video can probably do a better job explaining it than I can. So let me just pull that up real quick. And let's see. Let's pull that up. So we're going to talk about this. So guilt and innocence, honor and shame, and fear and power worldviews. And this is important stuff for us to think about as we go over and we do missionary work. So this is about a 7-minute video, but we're just going to sit here. If anybody has any questions during the video, feel free to ask. We're right here. We're watching the chat as much as we can. So yeah, let's see. Let's pull that up right here. I think we're good. Yeah. I think we're good. All right, here we go. So this is from GFN. So here we
Go isn't the whole story in missions. Tell adds to it, but that doesn't complete the story either. What if you did go? What if you did tell? And what if it was all in a language your audience didn't understand? That message would fall broken to the ground. Missions is more than just go and tell. It's go and tell a message that can be understood well enough it can be acted upon. Language can certainly get in the way, but worldview is perhaps a bigger obstacle. Worldviews are lenses through which we see and interpret the messages and events around us, and they are often particular to cultures. If you shared the gospel from your worldview with a person from another worldview, would they be able to understand it? Or more importantly, would it resonate in their heart deeply enough that they would act on it? Communicating the gospel effectively starts with understanding the three main worldviews: guilt and innocence, honor and shame, fear and power. Think about how the West operates. Individualism and rights are valued. Morality is based on right and wrong as defined by the law. You have the right to your own opinions, your own beliefs, even your own path to happiness, as long as you don't break the law. But if you do, the only solution is to suffer a punishment in proportion to your crime. Most Western cultures are in a constant search for the solution to guilt. Much of the Middle East and Asia operates differently. Family and community are valued above everything else. Personal relationships, reputation, and social status are the primary motivators. Come from a good family, do good things in the community, follow the social norms, and you will have honor. But do something dishonorable, or have something dishonorable happen to you, and both you and your community will be shamed. As such, these cultures do their best to avoid shame. Some of Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and most tribal areas operate differently still. Reality is built on the spiritual realm just as much as it is on the physical realm. Most of their decisions hinge on the perceived positive or negative reactions from the spirits around them. This results in taboos, superstitions, spells, and sacrifices dominating these cultures. And it results in these cultures living in a constant state of fear. So if you are going and telling, what is good news to each of these worldviews? Let's look to Jesus for the answers. Jesus shows his ability to cleanse us of our sins in his interaction with the woman caught in adultery. The Pharisees bring her to Jesus, cite the law she has broken, and lay out the ascribed punishment of stoning. She is guilty, and her punishment is clear. So Jesus invites any of the accusers who haven't sinned to cast the first stone. One by one, the Pharisees walk away. Jesus is the only one who rightfully can punish her for her sins, but instead, he forgives her. Ephesians 1:7 says this, "In Jesus we have redemption through his blood, the forgiveness of sins, in accordance with the riches of God's grace that he lavished on us." For those being crushed under the weight of their sin and see themselves as guilty, Jesus offers the forgiveness that makes us innocent before God. What about those who are hiding their faces from God because they feel like outcasts due to the shame of their failures? Jesus tells the story of a son who shamed his family by squandering his inheritance, falling to his sinful desires, and ending up so low he wished he could eat pig food. But when he returns to the household covered in dirt, wearing tattered garments, and carrying the shame of his past, his father runs to him, covers that shame with the father's own robe, puts a ring on his finger, sandals on his feet, and throws a feast to welcome him home. Ephesians 1:5 says that in love, God predestined us for adoption to sonship through Jesus Christ, in accordance with his pleasure and will. And Ephesians 2:19 expounds on that sentiment. Consequently, you are no longer foreigners and strangers, but fellow citizens with God's people, and also members of his household. Jesus restores the relationship humanity had with God, covers our shame, and grants us the honor of being in God's kingdom. And what about those who spend much of their lives using sacrifices, spells, and superstitions to appease the spirits that strangle them with fear? Jesus calmed storms, multiplied bread and fish, walked on water, healed the sick, and cast out demons as a prelude to his power over the spirit realm, before demonstrating his total power over sin and death. Ephesians 1:19-21. The power that God grants us is the same as the mighty strength he exerts when he raised Christ from the dead and seated him at his right hand in the heavenly realms. Jesus has all authority, and when his Spirit dwells in us, he gives us that same authority. So when you tell the good news, in guilt-innocence cultures, tell that God sent his Son to live the life we couldn't live, die the death that we deserved, and pay the price for our sins so that we should not perish but have eternal life. Tell that our guilt is taken away by his death and resurrection. To those living in honor-shame cultures, tell that there is a Father in heaven who through Christ has established a place of honor for them in his kingdom. Like the Father welcomes the prodigal son back into his household by throwing a party to honor him in front of the entire community, tell them that our Holy Father is preparing a feast for all of his children and heirs when his kingdom comes into its fullness. And to those who are in fear power cultures, who are afraid of spirits, who feel like they are cursed, or who constantly have to offer sacrifices for some semblance of freedom, tell them that Jesus showed his power and authority over nature, evil, sickness, and curses all throughout the Gospels. Tell them that they can give their allegiance to the Son of God who walks on water, raises the dead, calms storms, and destroys the works of the enemy. The gospel doesn't have to be twisted or massaged to satisfy the needs of the tribes, nations, and people groups of the world. It addresses every need head on. Jesus answers the heart cries of every individual and every culture. If you're looking for innocence, Jesus washes away the stains of your sin so you can stand before God blameless. If you're in need of honor and acceptance, Jesus makes you a citizen of the kingdom and a child and heir of the King. And if in the fear of your weakness you're seeking power, Christ's death-defeating power is promised to dwell within you. That's good news. Now go and tell the nations.
Whew.
Yeah, so
that's good stuff.
I hope that you caught, the whole heart of that and the whole gist of that, because I know when it comes to talking about theological consistency and really basing theology on scripture, you don't want to get into territory where you are removing the heart of the gospel,
or trying to make it say something that it doesn't really
yeah
say.
Or like he said, massaging the gospel to make it palatable to other people. Like the amazing thing and what we learned and studied, there's a book that this video is based on that we studied and sort of pre-field training, but basically the gospel in all of its fullness and in all of the good news really that it means. The gospel means good news, but it goes before us and already addresses all of the needs that are there in the world. And so we don't have to do that legwork. The legwork's already done for us.
Well, in the life of Jesus,
yeah,
like he addressed all those things, authority over nature, healing sickness, accomplishing the propitiation, dealing with all of our sins and all, it's all right there in the life of Jesus.
Yeah.
And I really like what he said, and that's good news, and go tell everybody. But that hinges on, you need to tell somebody good news that they think is good news.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to somebody who's in a power fear dynamic and you tell them, you don't have to feel guilty about your sin anymore.
Yeah.
That may not be the good news that they're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the same gospel. But they told us in pre-field training to think of it as like a multifaceted gemstone, right?
Yeah.
So you're approaching it, it's the same gemstone.
Mm-hmm.
We're not changing it. We're just approaching it from a different angle. Good news to this person might be you don't have to be scared anymore because Jesus is all powerful. Just rotating that around in a way that they understand, oh, this is good news for me personally.
Yeah. And so, it's not that basically you go and you hear the heart of people and their needs, and you look for, you pray for like the Holy Spirit to give you opportunities to speak the truth of the gospel into their lives, whatever that need is.
Yeah.
And if that need is more of a, like in this culture, it emphasizes the guilt and innocence. There's tons in Scripture to address that. There's tons in Scripture to address honor and shame, and the way that every culture is just so unique and so different. But at every culture's core, we all the cultures wrestle with sort of the brokenness of the world and sort of these dichotomies. It's really a simplification, but we're just again happy to be able to go and to try to reach people in where they are.
And if you're wondering, Japan is mostly an honor shame dynamic. There might be some power and fear elements as well, but really less on the guilt and innocence.
Yep.
And here in the States, it's probably more on the guilt and innocence, although we have read that it's changing more. American culture is changing to be more honor and shame.
That's right.
But it's just interesting stuff to think about.
Yep. So, we are... I think that just about does it for that. Does anybody have any questions about that? If you have any questions, feel free to let us know, because we're definitely happy to answer any questions that you have.
Yeah, unrelated questions are fine.
Yeah.
Whatever, man.
All right, so we're gonna keep moving forward here.
We are in our last hour,
Daniel. It is the last
5 o'clock.
Hour.
Are we frozen?
Are we frozen? Let's go back to the studio. There we go.
Okay,
we're not frozen anymore. So we're in the last hour. Thank you all for being here throughout the day. Some of you have been here longer than others. Some of you may be just kind of hopping onto Facebook and you're like, what are they doing?
What shenanigans are happening?
What are they doing? Why are they, standing in front of this? Well, I'll tell you why. Because this is the studio that I built with my bare hands.
That joke's getting
really
really old.
I'm done. Okay, forget it. Just forget I said that. We started this. We wanted to do this like big live stream day thing, just to do something different, do something fun, try to talk to people who've dropped in and out of the stream all day. And man, it's been a long day. This took a lot of planning. And actually, one of the things that I want to do is just kind of flip the camera around and show you the wreckage that we caused.
Are you sure that's
Yeah, it's fine. We're going to show you.
This house is in shambles.
Well,
we're in squalor, as Audrey would say.
I promise, it was, the house was pretty clean before.
It really was.
I messed it up.
Until last night.
Yeah.
So here's our lovely green screen.
Wait. No, you can't see it yet.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's our lovely green screen.
No, they still can't see it yet.
It's not our green screen.
All right. So I'm going to turn on, because I've got my cell phone camera, and I'm going to flip it around. So here we go. All right. So now you can see what we've been looking at all day. So that's our camera. This is our microphone.
All of our snack damage.
Yeah. These are like confetti poppers that we didn't even use.
It's not too late.
It's not too late, but it was really harder than I anticipated to figure out if anybody actually gave to our account today. And so if you gave to our account, thank you so much. That's part of why we're doing this, is just so that we're able to make a little bit of progress financially toward getting back to Japan. So you can see, let me back up here. So we've got some lights here. Obviously the microphone, big screen, smaller screen with a laptop. Just the mouse keyboard setup, and then back here, like I have to use special connectors to connect everything up via USB because it's not as easy as it used to be. So not only that, but we've been using some auxiliary lights. We've been using a giant green screen that takes up just about the entirety of the kitchen. So that's exciting. We got the tarp and the ice bucket and the pies and all that stuff. More lights over here and chairs and lots of fun. So sorry about my shaky camera. But anyway, yeah. And then you can just see the snacks and I forgot. I've also got another laptop over here that I'm using to talk to the chat, and we've been talking to all of y'all throughout the day, and there's the plans for all day. That it took about a month basically to set all this up, and to get it all planned out, to get all the things that we needed, to get the software and the hardware and the stuff to make it happen. But it happened, and I think it's been all right.
Yeah, it's been fun.
What do you guys
for
think?
Us. Some people in the chat are saying that they weren't able to tune in. The good thing is, make sure I get this right, you can go back and watch it on Facebook.
Well, yeah, I guess we're gonna put it up,
right?
Are we gonna put it up?
I mean, I thought so. You can go back.
Look at
I
this.
mean, yeah, the infinite. Yeah, don't do that. That makes my head hurt. Okay. But you can go back and watch whatever, and the good thing is you can fast forward through, the dumb parts. If there's any parts you don't like, you can just skip it and, only hit the informational parts, or you can skip the boring informational videos and just watch Daniel get pied in the face 3 times.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope that it saves the video. I'm not sure what Facebook is going to do
But it's
or
on
not do.
it's on YouTube, right?
Yeah, I put it on YouTube too,
All right.
and it's been really hard for me. I don't think, honestly, that really anybody's engaged. Maybe people have watched it on YouTube, but I don't think there's been like any chat necessarily.
Well,
if there has been, I haven't seen it.
Well, we will find a way. If you desperately want to go back and watch some,
Yeah.
we will figure out a way to do that.
And if there are any questions, if there's anything that like I see that popped up on YouTube, like questions and stuff like, if anybody's watching it on YouTube, I'll go back and try to like send some of those answers out or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I just want to give a little shout out to Daniel. He's spent a lot of time figuring out all of the content for all the videos, and I don't know how he did all of this, all the plugins and the figuring out how to show this YouTube video over here and our faces down here, and I don't know how he did all of this. He's a magical wizard. He did it.
It's magic.
It is. And he's worked really hard on doing all that, and he planned most of, I had some ideas to help out, but he planned most of the stuff, so he's worked really hard on this, and yeah, it's been fun.
It has been fun.
It's been real.
Yeah. But we're not done yet.
We're not done. If you have questions, throw them in the comments.
Throw them.
Throw them in the comments.
Fling them at us.
What are our last events, Daniel? Are we going to do some testimony time? What are we
We're
going to
gonna-
do?
we're gonna-
How are we going to close out the show? Although I feel like lots of people are logging on now.
No. Nobody. Oh, yeah. Is there anything that sets Japanese coffee apart?
I don't know.
Hannah's asking that question.
I don't know much about coffee. I know I like it.
It's good. I'll say that. I think.
Isn't it mostly imported coffee though? I don't know how much coffee actually grows in Japan. Do you mean like how people like to drink their coffee?
I feel like I've still got whipped cream on my face.
You might.
So I think Japanese coffee is really good, and the craft coffee scene there is as good, I would say, as good as anywhere in the world. They've got, everywhere. They've got Starbucks everywhere, of course. They have their own.
We're not huge Starbucks fans though.
Well, Starbucks
it's
is
fine,
okay.
but it's
It's
not.
okay. I go there occasionally when I'm in Japan, but I also like that Japan has their own like little they're not little, but they got their own coffee chains. Yeah. So like Tully's is one of them. Dotoru is one of them, and those are both fantastic.
What Japanese people often take their coffee, they do iced coffee, which I'm a big fan of. I really love iced coffee.
Canned coffee.
Okay.
Canned coffee.
So if you've ever visited Japan before, you'll know that about every 6 feet there's a vending machine.
Yeah.
Not every 6 feet, but there are vending machines everywhere. And we really miss being able to walk outside and just putting some money in the machine and buy. You can buy hot coffee. You can buy cold coffee. You can buy it black. You can buy it with sugar in it. You can buy Coke and Diet Coke and whatever else. You know, sometimes they even have like hot tomato soup in a can or hot corn soup. The vending machines are amazing.
Yes,
and we miss those.
Yeah. When I was in language school, there was a coffee machine in the hallway, and there was a small can. I mean, it was like this big around, about that. It's hard to tell because of the camera.
It's about this.
Yeah, about this big. It's about that big. No, it was. I mean, it fit in your hands. It's this little tiny can, but it was
smaller than a regular soda can.
Yeah,
Maybe about
to scale. Yep. But I mean, inside that was like espresso, basically like a shot of espresso. But had a lot of like sugar and cream and stuff like mixed into it.
Gets the job done.
Different blends and stuff like that. When I was in language school, man, let me tell you, you drink that really fast in between a break, you go back and you're ready to do some Japanese. You know what I mean? You probably don't know what I mean. If you haven't done Japanese, you don't know. But if you know, you know. If you've done another language, you know. You know.
Here, let me read some more of these comments.
Yeah, there are a bunch of people, like, the comments are really
read some
pouring
of
in.
these comments.
I
think we're going to try and do a little bit of brief personal testimonies before we close
we'll
out.
end with that.
Are there any other questions over here? What Miss Derry is asking, what is your target date for going back? We, Lord willing, would like to be going back next summer after Audrey's school year. So she's in 3rd grade. It really mostly depends on finances. That's the big one. The other one is whether Japan will let us back in or not to visa stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, Kate and I have already talked about this. Like, we're not, if we end up being here in Japan, or here in Japan, where am I?
Oh.
I'm in Speer Studios is where I am. If we end up being here in the States, if we can't get back on a religious worker visa, or something is in the way of us getting back after we've raised what we need financially to go back, we're not just going to wait around. Like, there are opportunities even right here in Nashville to be able to reach Japanese people, and so we're going to plug into and try to look into what that looks like before we can get back to the field. We can already start learning Japanese. If that's a situation that I find myself in, you know, maybe I can arrange my schedule so that I can work with a Japanese tutor over Skype, or, you know, something like that. There are also things that we can do online, you know, streaming. I don't know. I mean, streaming is a fun medium. It's something that I would like to explore more with in the future. So it's something that maybe we could do. But yeah, basically we're just not gonna just wait around, and it doesn't really matter what happens in the world. I think that we just kind of have to learn how to roll with those things, and try to find new ways of doing things. And so we're just gonna try to keep our minds open and our hearts open, and, you know, lean into some new things, try some new things, and, you know, maybe see what the Lord's gonna do in those efforts. So
a few more comments and questions over here on the chat. Shane asks if there are similar vending machines in Hokkaido. Yes, as far as I know. I haven't visited in a while, but I think those are Japan-wide. Tokyo may have a more concentrated number of vending machines just because there's more people. But it should be the same coffee, same brands, everything like that. Steve Lytle says he's visited Japan 3 different times. That's pretty cool. Yep. I don't know if you've been to Hokkaido or not, or the Tokyo area, but I hope you got to visit at least once during the spring and see the cherry blossoms. Miss Derry asks how our account is doing. You want to answer that one?
Yeah, I'll answer that. Our account is doing pretty well so far. We found out from the office what we need in monthly support to be able to get back to Japan. Just recently we found that out. And it's going to be somewhere around $4,000 in monthly support that we still need to raise before we can get back to Japan.
There are some more things we need to pay into as career missionaries. Like, for example, some of the Japanese pastors' salaries and some of like the church funds and things like that. The career missionaries help support so that we didn't have to raise as interns to just get us there, but now that we're career missionaries, there's a little bit more involved.
Yeah, like we have a vehicle budget that part of our money will go into a pool that allows for missionaries to get vehicles that are in Japan, and we're going to need a vehicle when we get to Japan, so we're going to start paying into that budget. There are a lot of things that also we have to raise money in cash to be able to go to language school and to be able to buy furniture for our house when we go to Sapporo and get set up. So we're going to have to rent a place, but we're going to need furniture because
we have some.
We do, yeah.
We've stored some at Mom and Dad's.
Yeah,
and we've tried our best to keep our budget low. We're not paying for much schooling for the kids because we'll be sending them to Japanese elementary school for now. So we're trying to keep it low where we can so that we can get back quicker.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's one of the difficulties about Japan is it's the second largest unreached people group. It's an expensive place to live. Some of the advantages are that people speak one language. You know, it's not like India or China where there are a bunch of different dialects and things like that. And we have religious freedom, so we're allowed to proselytize. You know, that's the official government word.
Proselytize is a very pointed word.
Okay.
I mean,
we're allowed to freely talk about religion.
We're allowed to share the gospel. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
So
you know, there's hard things about going to Japan, and then there's other blessings as well. So
yeah. So anyway, yeah. I think that answers most of the questions that I saw. Hopefully, that got all of them. So we've got another giveaway. Let's do the final giveaway.
Okay.
So, well, you know, let's just leave it on the green screen. Why not?
Okay. Ooh.
A little bit of behind the curtain, behind the magic. We weren't really in a studio all day.
What?
I mean, come on. Did you think?
Annalie had to ask us several times, "Are you at my house?"
Yeah. Oh, Christy missed the answer to the coffee question. Yeah, I guess we'll try to post the video so you can go back.
Yeah.
Watch that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know that there's that much that you want to go back and see.
I know Steve Lytle asked some questions back. Did you get Steve's questions?
He was talking about trips to Japan.
He was asking like how the kids are doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, our kids are doing great.
Sorry, I didn't mean to skip that question.
Our kids are doing great. We've tried to check in with them throughout the day. They're over at Mom and Dad's house. My parents kept them during the day. Thank you. Bless them. There's no way we could have done this today. There's no way, because all the setup, everything that it's taken, it would have just been like me. There would have been a lot of like screaming and stuff in the background, which would have been fine, you know, but it wouldn't have been quite. It would have been so much more difficult. And you got to see Kate today, the beautiful Kate. So, you know, that's a win. I think that's a win for everybody.
And Daniel's hair just gets better and
It
better.
is so like this is like
guys, it is crispy.
This is gross, you guys. I'm getting in the shower after this. Like after getting pied in the face 3 times today, it's nasty.
Is it 2004?
What?
Your hair.
Oh. Yeah. Giveaway. All right, this is the last giveaway. If you won something in one of the other giveaways, don't even bother. You're not getting it. I'm not giving it to you.
Wow.
This is a good question. Are you ready? All you have to do is answer this question, and then I will get your. If you win, I will get your mailing information, and then I'll send you these prizes. So the first prize is Super Mario Uno, but it's in Japanese. I bought this at the Japanese toy store before I came because I knew, well, I didn't know. I was hoping that we would do something like this and that we would be able to give away something really cool. And this is cool. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, you don't have to speak Japanese to play Uno.
You don't have to speak Japanese.
I mean, if you really want to know, I can teach you how to say 1 to... What numbers do they? 1 to 8? 1 to 7?
You know what?
I don't know.
And if Chris Pratt can be Mario, you can too. Anybody can be Mario.
Wait, what?
Chris Pratt is Mario now. You didn't know that?
I mean...
If Chris Pratt can be Mario, anybody can be Mario. You can pretend like you're Mario as you play this.
If you believe, you can achieve. And along with Mario!
Along with Mario, you get this stuffed Goomba. Isn't it cute? So cute.
He is very cute.
And you can throw it down on the floor, you can stomp on it, you can do whatever you want to with the Goomba. But this goes with the Mario card. So the first person to get the correct answer to this question in the chat that I see on Facebook, the first person who gets this right gets these prizes mailed to you. So the question is, what do Japanese people call the nation of Japan?
Ooh.
What is Japan called in Japanese?
Like currently?
Well, yeah. I mean,
Okay,
well, currently or old, I'll take either answer.
Okay.
What do Japanese people call the nation of Japan?
Hannah wants these.
Didn't Hannah win?
Hannah,
something?
you already won something. Don't even try.
She won the Hello Kitty ornaments and the Fuji socks. All right. If you want these, you can Google it. If you want to Google it, Google it.
Google is our friend.
What is the Japanese name for Japan? I'll wait. We'll just have awkward silence until somebody answers this in the chat. Hannah knows the answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hannah.
Oh man, that's tragic.
I guess we should have...
Derry knows the answer, but she's already answered.
Yeah.
Come
on, Christy.
Does anybody else know? Does anybody else know / and or care?
Christy's out there.
Nippon! Oh,
Yeah,
Shane got it. Shane!
We'll accept Nippon.
Nippon
So that
is...
was what they called it before World War II.
Mukashi.
Oh, Mukashi. A long time ago. And now they will call it Nihon.
Yes.
But it's the same kanji. They've just changed the reading. And we will accept either one.
Mm-hmm. Nippon, Nihon.
Yay!
You got it.
Hey, Shane, I am not going to mail these to you. I'm going to give these to you at church.
All right, you won, and your wife Megan won. Y'all are big winners today. Thank you so much. But you know what? We're the biggest winners of all because
because we have Shane and Megan as friends.
Audrey said the right answer.
Oh,
but
Audrey.
You know what?
We will get you. You know what, Audrey? I have something special for you. Hold that. Wait, I have something for you.
Okay, Mom's. Let's see. All right, this is taking an interesting turn. Oh no! As the time goes on, this stream is going to get more and more scuffed. Like this is just not. Oh, look at this! What is this?
I got you Pokeberries.
Pokemon cereal. We're not giving that away.
This
We're gonna
is
eat
just
that.
for Audrey because she is the best. She's the very best, like no one ever was.
Oh, so cute.
We love you, Audrey.
Oh. Okay. So, let's go back. Let's go back to way back when. Let's go here. Okay. So, what we're gonna do now is,
What are we doing now?
Imagine. Hang on. Let me find this. Don't imagine anything yet. Just wait. No, don't imagine. All right, let me find this.
Oh no!
Yes.
That's what you want to end with?
Mm-hmm.
Is this just because Audrey's watching?
No.
Aw, I feel like we should make a disclaimer before we end this. Especially Christy. I don't know. Christy, are you watching? If you're watching, I hope you're not offended by this.
No! Nobody would be offended by this.
Now you're interested, aren't you?
Nobody should be offended by this. Imagine that you are young Daniel, and actually, you know what? Do we just want to skip it?
Do we want to be young Daniel?
No, I don't know. We'll just skip it. We'll just skip it. What I was gonna do is we were gonna show an episode of Gerbert. Does anybody remember Gerbert?
I do, unfortunately.
I remember Gerbert. I imagine like that you're young, like little Daniel, and you wake up on a Saturday morning and you stumble into the kitchen and you get a bowl of cereal and you go and you sit down and you turn on the TV, on the TBN.
It was on TV?
Yeah, it was on TV. Gerbert.
Oh,
Yeah.
I only had recorded VHS tapes.
Yeah, we were gonna take some time and watch some Gerbert, and I don't know. Let's just not do that. I don't think that anybody does. Is there anybody who wants to do that? If anybody really wants to do that, we'll do it. But otherwise, we're just gonna keep going. So
I think Audrey wanted to see Gerbert.
Audrey wanted to see Gerbert.
It's all right. Audrey, we will watch Gerbert later if you really want to.
Yeah, if she really wants to see it, we'll watch it later. So, okay. Well, I think we're slowly running out of things to do that were on my list.
There are always more things to do.
Yeah, right.
I think we should wrap it up. My personal opinion, we should wrap it up with some personal testimony.
All right, you want to wrap it? We're gonna wrap it with some
And
personal testimony.
if we go past 6, that's fine. But I feel like that's a good place to end it.
Okay. You want to start?
We can. Shane says we can riff Gerbert.
All right, we're gonna riff Gerbert.
You're
with
on.
Shane and Megan.
Deal.
It's on.
All right.
Like Bing Bong.
All right. Do you want to go first?
You can go first.
All right. I'll try to make it brief-ish. How about that?
Yeah.
All right. So a lot of you know my story already. So my parents, it starts with my parents. My parents are missionaries in Japan, still are. They've been in Japan for 35 years now. Is that right? Yeah, 35 years. And I was the first kid born to them. They were in Tokyo going to language school. So about the phase of life, well, no, they're younger than Daniel and I are. Daniel and me are English. And so I was the first one born, and my mom likes to say that my mom likes to say that I'm the reason she didn't finish language school because she was very, very pregnant with me and had to drop out at the last second and couldn't walk across the stage to get her diploma. But it hasn't slowed her down any because she does just great in Japanese, as does my dad. So I was born there in Tokyo. We moved up to Hokkaido when I was less than a year old, I want to say. But I had a little baby dedication at a church that's still there in Tokyo, in the Tokyo area, and I have deep roots there in Japan. I lived in Hokkaido until I was about 12. My parents helped start the church, actually, that we are going to go restart. They named it Miharashidai Chapel because Miharashidai is the little neighborhood where it is. It's in a suburb of Sapporo called Ebetsu. And so that's where I lived for a while. Hokkaido was a whole experience for me. That was back in the 90s, and I think we got dial-up at some point while we were there, and I got a little email address, but we didn't have, it's not like today. We didn't have Netflix, and there were very, very few English things to watch and read. I watched a lot of Japanese TV, so I'm actually really glad for that. But the only English show we could watch for a while was at 6:25 every Friday night. Full House came on, and it was English, and we taped it so we could watch it again because it was English, and it was clean. So we watched that. I checked out books from the Hokkaido International School Library. I was a big bookworm, and I read all of the English books that we had at my house several times. We didn't have that many that were my age and interest level, but I read them over and over and over again. And when it snowed 6 months out of the year, I spent most of the time inside reading and eating seaweed by the sheet, like we talked about earlier. I stayed inside and didn't go out as much, although I did like to go skiing and took some ice skating lessons and things like that. So I'm a little bit nervous about going back to Hokkaido because as a kid I didn't love the snow, But, you know, people change, people grow, right? It'll be fine. It'll be fine. But anyway, I'm really glad that my kids are growing up in a different age where we can download any English books that we want on Kindle instantaneously. We have English shows they can watch. And also on the flip side, you know, everything doesn't have to be English. I'm also glad that while we're here in the States, they can watch Japanese shows and, you know, they can continue learning Japanese while they're here. And so much about the missionary lifestyle is easier than even when I was a kid. And if you go back and ask other missionaries before me, missionary kids, it was way different back then too. You know, traveling on boats, not airplanes, and you know, corresponding by letter. We could do international phone calls every few months and things like that. So things have changed a whole lot. And in some ways, things are complicated, but in other ways, there's never been an easier time to do international missions. The world just gets smaller and smaller, especially with the internet. So that's a shameless plug that if you're feeling the Lord's leading at all about going on a trip or moving somewhere to learn another language and reach people, now is a great time to do that. It really is. Anyway, moving right along. So I spent the first 12 years of my life up in Hokkaido. We did furlough every 3 or 4 years. As a kid, I helped my parents a lot with church stuff. I loved singing and doing Sunday school stuff. I learned Japanese from as early as I can remember, but I went to English-speaking schools, so I don't read and write like I want to. I don't have a formal education. It's something I have felt self-conscious about my entire life. I'm very much looking forward to going to Japanese language school when we get back so I can read and write and, you know, plug in all of those holes that I don't have. Are we frozen, Daniel?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it's just our side of things.
Okay,
It's
all right.
fine.
So anyway, I don't really remember ever not believing in Jesus. My dad led me to the Lord when I was a little girl, but as I got older, we moved down to Tokyo and we did more furloughs. It gets harder and harder to do the back and forth thing, and you become more aware of you know, how weird you are in either culture, and I really resented that. In America, I felt so out of the loop all the time. I didn't know what clothes people were wearing. I didn't know what boy bands everybody was into. I didn't know anything, you know? And then in Japan, try as I might to be like everybody else, you look at me and it's like, hello, you're an outsider just because of the way I look. And so that was a really hard realization as a kid that I don't fit in anywhere. And as kids tend to do, whose fault was it that I didn't fit in anywhere? It was mom and dad's fault, right? Not really their fault, but it was their job's fault. And their job was being a missionary. So I decided that, you know, right now in my life, I can't make any decisions on my own, but when I'm an adult, I'm not going to do it myself. So as soon as I get out, I'm going to pick somewhere, put some roots down, get married, have kids, raise my kids in one church, you know, be stable, be a normal family, whatever that means. And that's not exactly what happened. I tried really hard to avoid going to the Bible college because I thought that if I went to the Bible college, I might accidentally end up being a missionary. And I tried to go all these different places, and that's where I ended up anyway. And I met Daniel the very first day, right? The first day of class. And we hit it off and started hanging out, and we immediately started dating, and we had no plans of doing mission stuff. I was studying music, Daniel was studying English. We're just pretty happy living in Nashville and doing our own thing. After my sophomore year of college, Daniel had already graduated college, but I had 2 years left. We got married. I started teaching music lessons in Nashville. Daniel was working at a medical repair place, right? And then you got a job at Vanderbilt doing medical repair. So nothing related to missions, really. But right after we got married, we started helping out a small church plant in Bellevue doing their music. And we had no idea what we were doing. We fought all the time. It was mostly my fault. But we argued about the music all the time. And it wasn't good. And God's really brought us a long way since then. I graduated in 2010 from Bible. It was still Bible college when I graduated, and I kept working, teaching music. I was at a school for a while teaching elementary music, and we were just pretty happy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then in 2011, March 11th, 2011 is when the triple disasters happened in Japan. And I won't go too much into that because a lot of people here who are listening are already really familiar with all those events. They estimate about 20,000 people lost their lives all in the course of like a couple days because of the 9.0 earthquake, which caused the giant tsunami, which caused the nuclear meltdown. Just completely devastated the northern part of the island that we lived on in Tokyo. Places that we had visited for summer vacation, and man, I cried for about a week. I just cried for a week. I didn't know what to do with myself. I tried not to watch too much stuff on the news because like visual images are really upsetting to me. And they would just show, the tidal waves coming in and stuff, and I just couldn't. I couldn't deal with that. And knowing what I know, that less than half of 1% of those people knew Jesus statistically. It just made me feel sick to my stomach. And so God started talking to me during that time, and he said, Katie, you're in Nashville, in the middle of the Bible Belt, in a city with over 700 churches. You speak Japanese, you love Japan. What are you doing teaching Taylor Swift songs to elementary kids?
Not that there's,
no disrespect to Taylor Swift or music teachers or anybody staying in Nashville.
But those are important. Like,
teaching kids is a great thing. It's a great thing.
God calls all kinds of people to do that thing. I think, like, from Kate's perspective, though,
well, what
it was
the
just
Holy
like
Spirit,
taking an inventory.
Yeah, the Holy Spirit was saying, he told me, he said, you speak Japanese, you love Japan, why are you in Nashville? You know? And I was kind of like, why am I in Nashville? And the easy answer was, I just didn't want to move anymore. I wanted to be normal. But that wasn't what God was asking us to do. And then Daniel, I spent a week or two kind of mulling it over and thinking about it. And then Daniel comes up to me later and he says, I've been really doing some soul searching and praying, and I really feel like we should be involved in ministry, full-time ministry, maybe somewhere overseas. And I was like, okay, how about Japan? And so that's how that started. And we signed on with the International Mission. We had Audrey not too long after we got approved. So we were trying to do fundraising with a little baby, which was difficult. We got to Japan when she was 2. We had another baby while we were in Japan, which was also difficult. All kinds of anxiety and postpartum depression, and we won't spend a whole bunch of time talking about what happened next, but my eye wasn't working correctly anymore. I couldn't see out of my right eye. Postpartum depression. I came to the States to try to get a second opinion for my eye. During that time, Audrey got sick with bacterial meningitis, got hospitalized. We didn't know if we would lose her from the meningitis, and then they found a tumor behind her eye. We didn't know. The doctors were saying it was probably cancer. We have never been...
It might be.
Okay, it might be cancer. But we have never been so broken in our entire lives. I mean, it's still just, it's painful to go back there and think about how broken we felt. But during that time, you guys all know, so many people upheld us in prayer, and God really came near to us. I know God is always near to us, but it really felt like he was just right here, speaking to us, keeping us standing when we felt like we couldn't, like we were just going to fall over. And he sustained us. He healed Audrey. He gave us the strength that we needed to get all 4 of us back to the States. That was a rough time also here in the States. We lost a baby. We raised money to go back to Japan. The last 2.5 years, they were good years. We got to do a lot of stuff with gospel choir and language school, and then COVID. And then we had another baby in Japan, and God really protected us during that time. And yeah, it's been a lot. It really has. And sometimes, if I'm going to be honest, there are times when I still ask God, I still wrestle with it. It wasn't like at one moment I was like, okay, God, I know you want me to be a missionary, and I'm going to do it, and it's going to be fine. Sometimes it's like a daily, I have to wrestle with it every day. And I think, well, what if we had this kind of lifestyle, or what if I didn't have to move all the time, or but that's just my sinful nature, you know, asking God all the time, do I really have to do this? You know, sometimes it feels like the very thing that I really don't want to do is what he asks from me. And it's not just one call to obedience, you know. I feel like it's daily, or sometimes several times a day, where I just really have to what am I trying to say? You know, he asks,
preach the gospel to yourself.
Preach the gospel to myself. Is it more important that I stay in one house and have a stable life, or is it more important that I invest what I have here for something that will last in eternity, you know? Not that staying here wouldn't be investing in eternity. I'm saying this is personally what God is asking me to do. Yeah. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to stay in one place. I would love to do that. I'd love to like plug in at Cross Timbers and do, you know, all kinds of ministry there, and have my kids grow up in a youth group and stuff like that. And honestly, it's a fight with God sometimes. Like, why can't you let me have this thing that I want? But I just have to keep telling myself, and Daniel tells me, we have to trust that God's plan is bigger than the things that I want. It's for my ultimate good. It's for the glory of his son. And we won't understand it all until much later, probably. But it's a daily fight. Some days I am more obedient on the inside than others. Mm-hmm. But I'm trying. I want to follow Christ as obediently, as wholeheartedly as I can. That's a short-ish testimony of where I am right now.
Yeah.
That wasn't that short, was it?
No. Yeah, it was long, but I mean that's fine. It's not like we're like pressed for time or anything. So as long as everyone's kind of sticking around. You know, my background, I'll just be really quick, because like a lot of our testimony, I mean, we've been married for 13 years now. So a lot of our testimony is just together. I mean, we've grown together. Like we've really, you know, experienced the Lord's leading together. Called, you know, both of us called sort of individually, but also, you know, as a family to go. And I mean, I've been in church my whole life, you know. I had to wrestle through in college. One of my friends asked me, at what point did you make your faith your own? And that was sort of one of those questions. I had to answer that. But I was like, have I ever made my faith my own? And, you know, in working through that process, I was like, yeah, you know, I really have. that even though I did a lot of the things, just because I grew up in that environment, the church environment, my heart was definitely in it. And but it's still been a process. It's been a growing process, and the Lord has just led me along in just different ways. I could really go into it, and I'm just tired. I'm just really tired at the end of the day. Oh man, I didn't really sleep well last night because I was like, man, knowing everything that we had to do today and all the stuff that it took to plan it. Like, I got up this morning at like 6 o'clock, and I was just adding this thing to the scenes and throwing this thing out and making sure we had this thing plugged in, and like it was just so much. So I'm just mentally a potato right now. So the fact that I'm forming sentences together is miraculous in and of itself.
You want me to translate for you?
No. But so yeah, like it's I said all that to say, I don't know. The more that I said this to, I'm in a church planning residency, talking to some guys regularly every week about just the basics of Christian living and abiding in Christ. And the longer and the older that I get, the more that I just fall in love with Jesus and who he is. And that's it. Like, he's just the more I know him, and the more I get to know him, just the bigger and more majestic he is. And it's not that he's getting more majestic just because I know more about him. It's that I'm like slowly realizing that, the live video ended. Oh, what happened?
Okay. Did we exceed?
I guess we hit the
limit?
timelines.
Can you start a new one?
Yeah, let me.
Okay.
All right, let me close this. I guess there's a time limit? Let's see.
Well, whatever the limit was, we hit it.
Yeah, all right.
Thanks, Facebook.
I guess I'll just... I needed to do this anyway, so... let me add it.
Well, that's the only, big technical trouble we've had all day.
Yeah.
Huzzah.
Don't remember playback position. Finish. Okay, let me make sure that that's scene 15. Yeah. I think that I'm still on YouTube, but I'm not on Restream.
Okay.
So let's turn that off.